Come on. There we go. So now they have a new YouTube streams. If I go to my content tab, we have, okay, so it shows the old one. All right, I mean, let me link to the one that we just did. So if anyone is interested, you can watch the tea time there. And now we can even get maybe some audio going. But that will not appear on YouTube, right? Not the dumb ones. Yeah, so I have about 40 different stream notifications, but they are all for gift subs. Yeah, Mikko, but that is the reported score. We don't know what the actual score is going to be. Did you do Game Duel yet? No, Enrico. We're going to do Game Duel now. And I am relieving you of duty now. Thank you very much for your help today. Oh, Scott is not even in the chat then. Thank you so much for your help today. Thank you for the follow. Let's talk. Okay. So here's the link for those of you who want to see what we did earlier, which was very different from what we're going to do now. But first, we're going to do Game Duel. This is like Bloodborne. Oof, it was not. What is this then? I guess it didn't have this kind of flowing cape, did it? What is this? Yeah, that doesn't help me. But this does. What could this be? I don't think I know this. I would have guessed like Elden Ring, but it's not that either, right? We're gonna guess Elden Ring just because I gotta do something. What's the other one? Lords of the Fallen? It was. Oh my goodness. I had this one on PS3, maybe? It was not the new one though, right? It's the old one. Close, right? Yeah, it was in the same vein, wasn't it? Minecraft. Tetris. Yeah, okay, so before we get on with the actual programming, I have to go and put some food on because we're going to do a long stream today, okay? We're going to do a long stream, long stream. And to be able to do a long stream, I need to have carbs and fats in my system. So we're going to do that. Now, what can I do for you while I am doing this? It takes me a few minutes to rinse the rice and put it on. And that's kind of it though, right? Yeah, we're doing a long stream today. As long as I have the energy to go, right? So I'm trying to figure out what I can do while I'm cooking. I just have to rinse some rice and put it on. Doesn't take too long, but it's going to be a couple of minutes though, right? Lots of yapping and Rust code. All right. What do we do? We have no game to put on or anything like that, right? I have no videos because I didn't save them, which is bad. Did you see the intro? Put on a cat pleading for gift subs. I don't have a cat. Mika, my wife is painting in the kitchen and she is allergic to being on camera, so unfortunately I can't do that. Oh yeah, I clean the starch off my rice, and if I have the time, I let it soak for 10 minutes as well. I wish I had something that we could we do like words with stream or something? Is that a thing? Words with stream? Words on stream? Do you guys like that? Should we put that on? In order to get better results on Twitch and to reduce delay rates on it, we advise you to turn the low latency mode on. Is low latency mode even a thing on Twitch anymore? Paint in the kitchen? Well, Dayloop, you're gonna have to unpack that yourself. Yes, it's a thing. Is it? Isn't that gone? I think that's not available anymore. Oh, and then a video, right? That's definitely what I want to watch. Stremolax. Skip to section. All right. Oh. Click on your profile picture and the icon. Go to creator. Stream settings. Okay, so we could have gone there. Stream settings. Yeah, low latency is okay. Yeah, it is, and it's already on. Okay, cool. Enable, so normal latency. Enable this setting if you do not interact with viewers in real time. How does that work? Do you guys watch streamers that don't interact with viewers in real time? I guess if you got some kind of event going, it wouldn't. Yeah, it was still there. I thought it was just the default now, but okay. So we got this thing. Authorize. How to play. Wait, waiting for the host to start. But I am the host. I think I might have bleeped up here. Paste the link below in a new browser of your streaming software. Oops, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on, I'm getting the link. I'm gonna have to turn off dark mode for this thing. I think this is it, right? Hopefully this is it and not something else. We have to turn off dark reader. And we have to enable a bunch of JavaScript. That requires you to install marbles, doesn't it? Plenic. So can I not get a link to share with you instead of a QR code? I don't know. Right? Nice. Good work. Incel. Can someone write incel and see if that works? Sorry, I'm not going to ruin this anymore. Okay, because that's where I go when I think of this, right? In the game, Dayloop. Sorry, Bonin, not Dayloop. Good work, Dayloop. In the game, Bonin. Okay, I'm gonna go and cook some rice. Are you guys good with this? And I'll be back in a jiffy. All right, there we go. There we go, right? What did I just walk into? What on earth are you guys talking about? Anyway, yeah. So we're doing this thing, okay? Very good, Dayloop. Very good, Kayla. Very good, Kappa and Skylar and Land of Leet. Well done, you. So this thing doesn't move on to the next. Oh, you have to press continue. Okay, well, we'll go back to you later. So let's just leave the page. We'll get back to this thing later. There we go. Where's the stream needed streamer attention? So we just talked about something else. It makes sense. Weird that it needed streamer attention. I thought it was automatic. We'll try to make it less dumb next time then, right? Sorry, I closed it down. We'll be back with this thing shortly. In about 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to go and put the rest of the food on, right? No, sorry. Maybe there's a setting for chair stream mode. Okay. Let's have a look. No, I don't want to watch a dumbass video. I do like a software though. Okay, there are settings, music on, volume, coupling, autopilot. The game doesn't require your action to continue. There we go. That's what I should have done. All right, so we're gonna bookmark this thing, and then we do it again once I eat the food. Then, so you guys don't have to see that, right? How's the rice? I don't know. I haven't cooked it yet, but I imagine that it's gonna taste like all the other rice that I cook. Ricey. Okay, so where did we? Oh, I have way too many lights on and wrong. There we go, and then we can get rid of that light in the back there. We don't want that. Oh, we have a light that you guys can't even see, really, unless you really look for it. If you look down here, you can see the light shining through, and that light we don't need, so we're gonna turn that off, right? There's very little that can be seen from that light, right? Basmati, maybe. Nice for frying the next day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna eat some old chicken and get salmonella instead. Okay, so let's hop into some programming, shall we? Although I am very, very uninspired. Why do I not feel inspired by this? Oh yeah, this cake looked really cool. This is like an insanely gross and cool looking cake. I need to send that to a friend. But that is not what we're doing. Layout notes, there you are. This is, and last thing I wrote yesterday was, do not delete any of this text until you've read and understood all of it. You were tired when you wrote this, but it looks like it makes sense, right? So yes. Excuse me. So this can work. Stored constraint. Oh yeah, because it was the whole state thing, wasn't it, right? Must be bloody tasty, right? Obviously it's sugar, but it's very cool. It's so weird to look over and I see something up here, right? At the top. Oh no, it's not how it works. This is not how cameras works, right? Yeah, so we 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes. Hello, yogurt. That's really cool. You should have been here in the beginning then, yogurt, when we're doing the other stream. Maybe I should just, when I go away, I just start replaying the stream from earlier today. All right? Well, did you see my intro? This is what I used to have. Really? I thought I had that. Oh no, it's here. This was my old thing, and it had like little bird sounds. Hang on, let me see if I can play this thing. It's so dumb, but anyway, actually, no, that was the intro from today. That was not the actual intro, though. Where's the intro? Or maybe I lost the intro. Okay, I just realized that nobody actually cared, so we moved on. I have to take the sound down a little bit, don't I? About there. Okay, so should we do this? Seems silly to do this before I get the food, though. Is there anything we can add to this before we do anything? I don't know if there is. Two weeks of eating yogurt, maybe. Do you care about slight delay of sound video on your camera? No, there is like a latency of 160 milliseconds, maybe, between the audio and the video, right? So if I do this, when I do this, I sort of match the feeling in my finger with what I see. So there is, I think it's like 140, 160 milliseconds, right? I do care. I correct for it. So if my audio and my video isn't matching up on what you're watching, then refresh the stream. I told my kid that we made over 10%. We met over 10% of the goal, and she got really excited. Refreshing doesn't help. Really, it's the audio. Like what are like pausing and playing, right? Okay, so you guys still have, so there's two of you that has issues. Does anyone else have issues? And the question is, do I just ban these people or do I fix the issue maybe? Let me fix the issue. No issue, no issue. Ooh, this is difficult. This is putting me in an awkward position. Do with that what you will. Huh. So it is good for some. Then I'm just going to chalk it down to Twitch. Twitch being the Twitch thing, all right? Okay, so I should read through this thing then. Nah, it's 6 minutes left, man. We'll start reading, right? Audio is synced. All right, thank you. Yeah, so the sync should be like in the realms of milliseconds. I got 150 milliseconds. Okay, let me change it to 160 milliseconds, right? I don't think that you'd be able to detect that, though. Odyssey. Okay, so store the constraint for each widget. Do we really need that? Yeah, we do. Okay, when could this break? Let's try to do this, right? Let's try to see when this thing could actually fail and cause issues instead. I just made sure there was no Daves in the corner. So if we store the constraint for each widget, okay, the constraint might become invalid. Wait, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Should we draw this a little? Wait, what happened there? Whoopsie. So we start off with a root constraint. That will be this block here. And then we have a widget in here. So this widget will have this constraint stored. And then we draw another widget in here. And this widget will also have this constraint because this constraint hasn't changed. But then we draw another widget underneath it, and this widget will have another constraint, right? It will have the white constraint minus this thing. Interesting. And if this thing changes size, if this thing goes to a different size, well, let's not draw that. That was crazy. If this goes to a different size, then this guy would... But then we're back to this. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. There we go. Then we're back to this. So that's not a problem. It's a lot of complexity afoot here. So what do we end up with then? This becomes bigger. Let's change this. Let's make this twice as wide. Ow! Not what I wanted. There we go, all right. Can we copy across multiple layers? No, we could not. That's all right. It was easy enough to fix, though. Oh, there's a pixel off there. Let's not worry about it. So if we now change the size of this thing to there, then one of the rules that we have stipulates, as rules do, that if this thing changes, then we return change size. And once the node is found, if the size has changed, continue the layout. So if this thing changes, then we're going to start computing from here. But that means that we need to... So imagine that we have another widget here, which is a very flat but smiley widget. Nothing to do with me. It's just there. So we have this tiny widget there. Now this widget would change in size quite significantly. Not that the amount is important. Well, it wouldn't do that. But what if this thing was fixed, right? It doesn't really matter. What matters is that this thing changes. All right. I mean, this thing might be up to here then, right? For this. Then this is changing the size. Hello, Toasty. This is then changing the size. Well, that's weird. It has been unweirdified. And if we do this, then where do we end up? We're having to reflow this layout. But what if we didn't? What if we did this? Can we just get a copy of this? No, I can't. You know what? Can we merge these two layers? And then we take a copy of this. And we're going to make a second frame here where we expand this instead. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodle. Oh no, it's fooding time. Okay, I'm not going to start the word thing because I'm just going to go upstairs and turn on the microwave. Okay. No, you can't do anything outside of, like, if you can't fit something, we don't lay it out, right? It's just, it's gone then. So, if we have this kind of constraint, then the layout would change. So we would keep this. We're gonna get rid of this part here, bop, and then we would keep this like so. So it just moves it down because we're operating within the same constraint. Now these are our root constraints that we have here, and they are stored on this object. The same constraints are here as we have here, right? I didn't mean to move that. However, this guy is going to have a different set of constraints, though. Maybe Toasty. Let's see if this project is still active, and I can point you in a general direction. Let's see if this is, yeah, it looks like it's still active. If you can get this working, then you can use the Go.engine to build with. I don't know anything about Go, but maybe this is a good place to start. I don't know what game engine there is for Go. People tend not to use garbage collector languages for game programming, but you can. There is also a language built into Go, but that's more like Python than Go. Okay, so we have these store the same constraint. Yeah, so they use not Pygame, but no, there's no commercial projects made in Pygame that is worth talking about. C#, that's in Unity, and they do a lot of things with C#, as far as I know, to avoid garbage collection, right? In general, right? There are, but I don't think people. Okay, let me rephrase that, since you guys pointed out that people do use garbage collector languages. I don't think the C# that you find in .NET for building websites with .NET is going to have the same setup that you find in the Unity game engine. I think they do a lot to prevent garbage collection and such during the runtime. They probably have a custom allocator and things like that, right? Flappy Bird was made with Pygame. Can Pygame target mobile? And Flappy Bird probably is the exception that proves the rule. It's not like an amazingly sophisticated game, right? Anyway, hang on to your sockets. I'm gonna check on the food. I have a delicious bowl of Thai red curry. I flex. Okay, I'm hoping that you guys aren't recommending JavaScript, Java and Pygame for like regular game development when we have game engines, right? That would be nonsense, wouldn't it? Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Where is the thing? Okay, there it is. So we're gonna put you there. No, didn't want that. Where are you, my blasted thing? Really? Did I put it somewhere else? I did. I did weird things. Okay. No. Stop that. Yes. Leave page. I'm trying. No, I don't want to do. No, abort. Copy link. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, we'll do this again. I know, Ithrak. I know. What? Okay, we're gonna do this, and I'm gonna take myself over there while I eat because you guys don't want to see or hear that. Okay, sorry. Tuna, yeah. I took myself away. I'm still here though. Whee! And I'll put myself back after I've eaten. I got a big old bowl of curry that I'm gonna consume, and then we're gonna get on with it. It is way too warm to eat, so I'm just gonna sit here and watch you guys do things. Is it always possible to make a word with all the letters? Wow, that's pretty impressive. You guys are pretty good at this. Fake lettuce. Oh no. Man, why is this food so warm? Do I have to do something now? All right, hang on. Oh no, it says autopilot. 30? Get what? We just move on, shall we? Ah, the good old snooey. All right, mute the microphone again. Sorry, I didn't know there were two audio things playing at the same time. My apologies. That must have been incredibly annoying. Fixed. Can I play it too? I could play it too. All right, I'm backing out now. Good work. Come on, 8 more points. You can do it. Good work, Acuras.
Everyone should write taco now. Good work. I'm almost done eating. Good work. Good work. One more. That must have made a lot of sense. We'll do one more, I said. There is a fake letter, so it's obviously A, right? Oh, wow, you guys are just flying. Wait. Oh man, I was convinced it was not that. No, mine was 5 letters. Okay. So can you can do plurals, right? Oh, right. No, I thought it was wires. Okay, good. Good thing that I'm not involved. S was the sneaky one. No plural for us then, right? This is actually entertaining for me. This is good. Here we have tier. There's a tire. Wart, very good. Why is that one locked? Is that what's going to be synced now? Okay. Keep going. Do you guys want to keep going? This is super easy for me. This is like no effort. Do you guys want to keep going? Yes, to 10. You know what? You gotta give people what they want. But then we're getting back into boring programming, okay? This isn't supposed to be fun, right? Good choices here. Fake letter? What could be the fake letter then? T. T is the fake letter, yeah? Arrival, good choice, good move. My words are fake. I see, Peter. I think T is fake, right? Yeah, look at that. T was fake. It's only 4-letter words left. Now it's 1 5-letter. Why is that view different? Okay, no, it just shows the... Okay, gotcha. It's just dark read. All right, very good, very good. Do we have... Okay, we'll pause it here. Can we like pause the game? So close. So close to what? Didn't you do it? What's missing? Can we store this so we don't lose the level? So close to clearing the board? I don't know what that means. All right, okay. Okay, we'll let this one finish. We can't. Okay, we'll let this one finish, and then we move on, right? No, you can't, Skylar. Well, maybe I can. Hang on. I can do that. I just turn off autopilot. And I should be able to leave it on then in the background. So we can resume this. After this round, we can resume this next time I take a break for dinner or whatever, right? Oh, that's not a very good word that I came up with. Whoever, that's a good one. I wonder if the if some words are gonna be banned. What's the question mark then? Is weeb a word? Doing pretty good there, Akaras and Itharak. Very good. And the hidden letter was V. All right. There we go. Good work. Look at that. Oh, no. Our lives are over. Okay, there's no point in parking this then because we got snookered, right? I say we. I didn't really do anything in there. But that's cool. We'll start this up again. Next break we take. Good work, everyone. Okay, so now that we've lost all our viewers from this amazing beginning of our day where we talk nonsense and we're going to try to be productive. Okay, not all, but we did lose some viewers. Right. Anyway, no, that's just a way to mirror the thing. I just have to do this, right? I just have to restart it. It's not a biggie. Okay. Well, I'm glad you guys like that because that's a lot easier for me to be able to do that and go and get some food whenever that time comes. So great. Okay. So we were unpacking this boring thing now. Did we do any? Have we progressed at all? Why does the YouTube thing seem so whack? We have not progressed that one at all. That's fine. Yeah, it's if the game wasn't over, we could have done that. But I say we, but I didn't really contribute. I just wanted to do one to see if I could play as well. But I'm kind of staying out of it though. Okay, so where are we with this thing, right? Yeah, the question was, how do we store the constraint on here? How do we store the constraint on our glorious boxes, right? So we call this box, the first one here, we call this A, and that would be constraint A. That means that our inner widget would also have constraint A, and the first widget would have constraint A, but the second widget would have constraint A minus on some axis constraint, the size of the sibling, right? So then we get a change, we can fit it inside the constraint. So we do that, and that means in this where constraint A is fixed to this particular size, there's no room for this to grow. But this is the subsequent widget, so it would just change. We have to calculate a new set of constraints here. That is a question. So we will update the constraint. So that means that we have to, we're gonna know what this constraint is. It's just any subsequent widget has to be laid out going forward. Which is why yesterday I said when we have a widget change set like this, we can actually remove anything in here that has a parent
node path that has had a change effect, because these will already be force laid out, right? So we will continue with a full layout from the point of reaching this. So really, that's actually, maybe that's what we do. No, we don't do that. We're still going to continue with the layout and retain the change. We just have to clear this out, right? So that seems like it could work. So what about the second scenario? Here we have constraint A again. Whoopsie doodles. Stop clicking and everything. We have constraint A. This one has and this one has, but this one has the constraint A minus this. We're going to grow this thing, but this one just continues the layout because we will recompute the constraint for this guy. Okay, that means that we have to have constraint calculations after every layout, whether... No, because either the layout is done or it isn't. So we need a way to do that. So we need to say to this guy that you now have a different constraint. That's always the case. So for this solution and this, for this scenario and that scenario, the outcome is the same. Or the outcome isn't the same. The inputs are the same. You have to have a new constraint. So that's going to be our first thing to do, right? That's going to be our first thing to do. How do we do that? How do we tell the children of the constraint change? And we don't necessarily want to do this in the widget because that's going to put way too much complexity on the widget. You might want to split initial position and size. They are split. They're not related. You might have a case where only one of both change, and when size doesn't change, you'll not need to No, that's like literally the essence of this, right? So we already got that, Aethrak, though. Good thinking, but we already got that. Now the question is that what I'm currently considering is how do we update the constraints for the children going forward, right? So we start off with a constraint of A, and then here we have A minus previous size. Here we're going to have A minus previous size, right? So for this guy, we're going to have the constraint from this minus the size from this. But that layout has to be computed in the widget, which is a little bit concerning because now something that shouldn't be... Now something is moved into the default widgets. They become very complex. No, this one has nothing to do with anything. This one has a constraint that doesn't change. So this one's just going to have the white box as a constraint. So that one is a non-issue. The problem is when we get to do the layout for a vertical stack, which is what this is representing, we have to know how to subtract from the constraint, which is a little bit finicky. All right. If we go and look, we might have to rethink how this works, right? If we look at the menu layout, in here, we're going to have our max constraint, and for every child, we're going to get new widget constraints here, and we're going to calculate these things, right? But in reality, what we really want to say is we want access to the child's constraint here. So for the next layout, we're going to compute the constraint based on the previous widget's constraint. But we don't have that facility here. I don't know how we're going to do that. And if maybe constraint isn't... Maybe this isn't the right place to even do this work. right? Maybe this thing should only be allowed to do. How do we do this? It depends on the VStack's constraint. If the VStack, if there is no constraint to stretch it, then it won't, right? But that's okay, because the VStack cannot exceed its own constraint. This one already has a constraint that cannot change, right? This one has a constraint that comes from the parent. Since this one has the white box as the constraint, the same thing will apply to this guy and all the other ones, right? The question is more, where do we do the work now? How can we? It's actually not two different cases, right? It all stems from this constraint not being large enough to expand this guy. So this guy is going to have the same constraint here and here. The constraint for the vertical stack has not changed in either of these two, right? It's just that it doesn't make use of the full constraint. It only sizes itself around the children, but the constraint stays the same. But, ¿qué más importante? We did constraints, right? Where do we calculate this? So we really can't use the same layout methodology that we used before. This one works. This for each works because it has a... because it will do the filter for us. If we store the state machine on this thing, which is effectively a layout filter, right? This will filter the children that we get access to, right? So when we do a constraint, we actually start off with our max constraint. And once we've done the layout, the constraints do not change. So we should get the... Actually, then this is still fine. Because this one will not return the nodes that are not relevant. And we'll get a new set of widget constraints. And once we've done the layout here, we apply this to used size. And this is what we then convert into constraints for the following ones. So this is really what we have to do, right? We're going to match here. And if this has not changed, right? So if the state is unchanged, right? Then all we have to do here is return control flow break. Now, if this thing has changed, we're going to have a new size here. So we have to update the used size. But we don't know about this. We don't know about the used size minus that widget without asking the other widgets. So filtering doesn't really work, or rather we can't filter. It's only when we do the layout that we can do this. So it's the layout itself that just needs to return, but then we end up iterating more than I want to. Do you always start from the root? Well, I don't know how to answer that, because we obviously start traversing from the root, but we don't do the layout until we get to know that we're going to change. I'm a dev, and on the side I have shoulder, wrist pain. Okay, so not Stevie. When I swap to a Moonlander, then my shoulder pain, which is rather the pain that goes into your shoulders, right? Not the outside of the shoulders, but towards the neck, right? That pain went away when I went with split keyboard in general, right? So it could be that split keyboards will work for you,
I am sponsored by Digma, but I have given up all other keyboards to use this thing because this thing is so damn good. And I have used the Moonlander, this one, the Ferris Sweep, and another one in the world of Split keyboards. I will tell you that moving to Split is a pretty big commitment, though. So be cautious, and if you can, you borrow a Split keyboard from a friend. If you live in Europe or the US, you can buy the DeFi. If you use this code, super cool of you, but you don't have to. You can buy the DeFi, and if you don't like it, you can send it back at the cost of the shipping, right? So if you live in Europe, it'll cost you 30 euros, and you get to try the keyboard for a month, right? But for me, it was kind of an instant yes, please, all right, when it comes to this keyboard. I've tried Alice before. Yeah, so the Alice isn't gonna help you because that one is still gonna be not the layout, but it's closer to a 60% keyboard, right? If I don't have my keyboard all the way out, right? I don't have my keyboard all the way like shoulder width apart. They're a little bit closer, but I sort of have probably about this much space between the key halves, right? And that works for me. Children for each, yeah, that's how we iterate. Yeah, Split is a big adjustment, but it feels really good. But again, either if you have the tools, you can buy and build a Ferris Sweep. They're like $30 to build the kit, give or take. Or if you don't want to do that, then get a DeFi or any keyboard that you can return if you don't like it, because it's a big commitment, though. I agree with you, Leet. I mean, I'm not biased because I'm sponsored by them, because they, according to my sponsorship, I have to give my honest opinion, and I love this keyboard. I went away for 4 or 5 days last week, and I took this keyboard with me, right? And the case isn't small. It was well worth it, right? Yeah, that's really nice. So for those of you who don't know, I can open up Base Core and show you what my DeFi looks like, right? This is my setup. And you can build macros with this stuff. Here's a macro I built for no reason. Let's get rid of this thing. I could just delete lol macros. Bye. All right. Yeah, but what I discovered today, which is really fun, I'm plugging one keyboard half and then I turn it on, right? So I can type on one half and I can type on the other half, but one half is wired and the other one is not, all right? If you plug in the wireless receiver in here, it turns into a Bluetooth keyboard, which is really cool. These things are like live programmable, right? The blue button, wrong keyboard, right? Well, I guess this button up here might tick, which is this button here, right? And it's that one, isn't it? It's this one here, might tick. If I wanted to, I can reprogram this thing now, right? I make it the letter R and we make it red. Bam, done. And you can see this thing. Oh, it didn't update. Okay, maybe I can't program it while it's wireless and one of them is wired. Maybe both of them has to be in wireless mode or not. Oh no, hang on. There it is. Okay. All right, anyway. So now that's the letter R. All right, but I don't want that to be the letter R, and I want it to look like this instead. So, boop, changing the color back. There you go, the color's changed, and then I want this thing to be the tick. So tick, save. You can do layers, obviously. If you can't do layers, then what's the point, right? Here's my gaming layer. I haven't done a lot with this gaming layer, right? Layer 3, this is my media keys and function buttons and stuff. Layer 2, this is my curly brackets. And these are combination keys, right? This is shift and square bracket, which gives us curly brackets, right? Numlock, because why wouldn't you, right? Yeah, and there's arrow keys here if I want to and all that stuff, right? Layer 3, I don't use that much, right? Game, and then I don't do anything with layer 5 or whatever, right? So this is really, really pleasant to work with. There's like this, the only thing that I would complain about with this keyboard
is that you seem to have to plug it in the same way. Like you can't just alternate the ports on the... Let me try this thing, right? Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what's called the neuron, okay? This is the neuron, all right? This is the thing that you plug into the keyboard underneath here, right? If I just plug it in there, then it becomes a Bluetooth keyboard. Now it's just a wireless keyboard, right? But if I don't plug in the left half in this thing, I don't think the keyboard works. If I turn this around now and I plug it in on the other side, I think that will not work. Nope, I lied. It works. All right. I think that was an issue, but no longer. Okay, let's swap it back. It's an issue no more. Yep, I just swapped it around and it still works. So I did run tenting a little bit on this keyboard, Stevie, but remember when you do tenting, if you do pretty extreme tenting, your keyboard comes this far off the desk. And if that means that you're going to raise your arms, then you're going to be in a rather uncomfortable position again, right? So I would definitely, I don't use tenting, but if I were to use tenting, since I have a, you know, standing desk if I want, I can very easily fix that, right? No, go back down again. Don't be clever, desk. There you go. But yeah, I mean, hopefully you live in Europe or the US where it's cheap to send it back if you don't like it. It's gonna be more, I think like $50 maybe to send it back if you live in the US. I don't know. But don't worry about it. You're not gonna send it back. You're gonna be like, oh my God, where have you been my whole life? I'm typing at like 5 words per minute. All right. Let's see, where am I now? Should we see how bad I am at typing now? They replied to me. Is there anything else on the pizza then? Nope. I don't think so. Okay. No. Oh my God. So they send me spam before they answer my request. And they said they're going to answer within 48 hours and they haven't answered. And that was 6,000 days ago. You scum. Okay. All right. Let me produce some typos for your viewing pleasure. Give me a second. Whoops. Okay, now I'm gonna move the microphone away for 1 second here, if I can. Ooh. The microphone does not do me any favors, right? I'm not flexing, a little bit maybe, but really what I want to say is that you're going to be slow in the beginning with this keyboard, but that's just the beginning. Do it again. Nah, I don't think we're going to tempt fate with that one, right? But in reality, right, when you start using a split keyboard for the first time, especially then there's a chance that you're going to be typing at 15 words per minute, right? But it only took me like 2 weeks to get into this one, ish. Oh man, that's a great mentality though, Stevie. One thing that I want to say, which I really want to stress this point. When you're programming, you're probably not thinking about typing, but now you're going to be thinking about programming and typing. And that kind of gets in the way sometimes. So you want to just bang out some code or whatever, but the keyboard is tripping you up. So you will possibly lose a little bit of productivity that way as well, right? A winky space. I guess you mean pinky space? I don't actually know. I don't know. Winky space? So I can switch my keyboard language to Japanese and I need to do special layers. All right. Does the software allow tap dancing? Oh God, yeah, all right. Maybe. Okay, so I don't like tap dancing, but I know that some people do. For those of you who don't know what tap dancing is, when it comes to keyboards, if you have like a limited number of keys, if you have a keyboard that, whoopsie doodles, that looks a little bit like, well, we can take the Ferris sweep, right? Or the Ferris swap, right? If you have a Ferris swap, then you have very limited number of keys, right? So you're not gonna, you have 34 keys to work with, right? And like 3 million keys here. So you can, I didn't even have keys that I don't do anything with, right? So you can assign a key a value, but you can also do things like add a key on tap, select a modifier. I don't know if about tap dancing, right? We're gonna have a look though, right? But tap dancing basically means if you double tap the key, it becomes something else, right? And this is very useful when you have a limited number of keys. Me personally opted for chording instead. So pressing 2 keys at the same time would produce a third key, right? So you have 1 key, 2 key, and then together 3 key, right? That is definitely how it works, right? Hello, Crispy. How you doing, buddy? Man, it's fun to see you stream, right? It's fun to see you stream a bit of Satisfactory. How's it going? Oh, you can, right? No need for double tap, just tap versus hold. Well, that's not tap dancing though, right? Tap dancing is multiple taps. Tap and hold. That's the that's doable through. Oh wow, okay, you can do that. Let's not do that. What is that modifier? Not modifier. It's not a super key either. Add modifiers to create a shortcut. Now, hang on. You're supposed to be able to do this. I just don't know where, because I don't do this. Turn into one-shot modifier. Oh no, you have to. These are just for the modifiers, right? $60 hours in, nice. Both are tap dancing. Okay, we're gonna look it up, right? I don't think that's true, but it could be, right? So here you can do double tap. I don't know how this works though, right? Select super key. Yeah, I'm just gonna not. But then, okay, so let's go into keyboard manager, right? Let's discard this thing because you have a lot of things that you can do here as well. No, preferences, right? So you have like all these things that you can configure as well, right? How long the timeout is for holding, next tap, and dual function keys, and all these things, right? And you can do a lot of things to improve your battery life in here as well, right? Yeah, I really like this. So as someone who's used QMK a lot, this is so relaxing to use because it takes like no effort to modify anything. Select a key in the keyboard. All right, yeah, okay, that's what we're doing. Right? So it takes very little effort to actually do anything here. F24, that's what we need, right? I just don't know about double tapping. I thought you could double tap to any key. But so now that's going to be number 1, right? All right, enjoy, mate. Enjoy. Thanks for hanging by. Thanks for swinging by. See, I don't know, right? I mean, some of you say that you do this, right? So obviously, but I thought you could just do. It's not a macro. A crazy combination to boost your workflow.
Super keys allows up to 5 different functions in a single key. You activate each function with a tap, hold, tap and hold, double tap, or double tap and hold. Okay. So is this... Okay, so if we put the letter G on there and then we save this and then we go to super keys. Okay, so we're making one tap. Okay, but how do we configure this then, right? All right, so how do we make this? Oh, no, hang on. This is set to a super key already. All right, we'll have a quick look at this thing. I just realized that I was listening to music that you guys weren't listening to, right? Okay. Nope, we're not going to do that. We're just going to jump straight here. Let's get down to business. Yes. No, I don't. Oh, edit mode. Okay. Oh, we can't get rid of that. This is not what it looks like, though. Okay. So how do I do anything with this, right? So we made this thing the super key, but I can't seem to edit the super key. Is this a problem? Is this a bug with the software? All right, hang on. I'm gonna do like full screen, and we're supposed to be able to change this layout now. No, stop trying to make custom key codes. No one wants that. Yeah, I wonder if there's a bug in the software. Because we should be able to select between like single key mode or not, right? Just click on the 2 tap button to set it. Is this a pilot error? 2 tap. Yeah, I'm clicking on it, but nothing happens. Okay, select 1. This is not doing anything. And there used to be in this layout that you had the option to select the super key. I have selected a super key. Number 1 is selected. No, it's not doing it. I think that maybe there's a bug in here. Right? It used to be that you could choose between like single layout and not, and to see like the whole thing. But now you can't. So I just set that to super key. Maybe update. I think I have the latest. Cops. Yeah. Anyway. I know. And it used to be that we had... This is 152. That's all right, Ithrak. I just want to see this now.
You can choose your default layer. That's actually pretty good. Not that I want to, but I'm using 152. I don't know where the layout editor has kind of gone now, because this used to have another option where you could choose whether you wanted to edit like with multi-keys or not. Anyway, it don't matter. It's all good. We're just gonna make this thing a no key again and save that. It doesn't bother me, right? But I do want to know if I'm that wrong with tap dancing, right? So if we do QMK tap dancing, what does this mean? All right, sorry, I can turn on Dark Reader again so you guys don't have to die. Tap dancer allows you to make a key do something different depending on how many times you pressed it. You might want to put some less use. Say it's about multi-press, right? The tap dance feature. Okay, let's read the docs instead of that, right? Okay. It doesn't say anything. One of the nicest community contribution video frameworks who created this is a feature you can specify keys are different based on the amount of times it's been tapped. Yeah, so it's nothing to do with tap and hold, right? Tap dancing is just tapping, right? It's nothing to do with tap and hold. Yeah, so you can do chording, which is when you press two keys at the same time. You can do tap and hold, which is when you hold the key, it changes the behavior of it to something else. And you can do double taps, right? And that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But now, you know, if you ever want to argue with strangers on the internet about tap dancing, now you know, all right? No. There we go, right? So, okay, thank you, Dottie. I'll have a quick look. Bleep, bloop. Oh, yeah, you don't run the same software version as I do. You have a different version. I am on the beta version, which is probably why. Am I? What version are you on? If you go here, preferences, right? I'm on 1.5.2. Which one are you on? Because this looks very different to me. Yeah, I don't even see the... But hang on, you have super key editor and then you have like keyboard and layer and stuff, right? Let's have a look. 1.5. Okay, there you go, right? So I get this. Even if I do this, like this, for some reason, I've done something, so I get that. And I never care enough to change it, right? So this isn't... This... Oh, wait, now this looks different. This is literally different from 5 seconds ago, right? So we do this and we say, oh, hang on. I'm an idiot. Oh my God, I'm so thick. I never went to super key editor. I just went and selected this as a super key and then I thought I could edit from here. What a thicko, all right? Please don't like and subscribe to this stream anymore. It's full of stupid. All right, so if we do, which key did I pick though, right? Okay, this key, right? So if we click on this thing, if we do a tap on this thing, we do 1. If we tap and hold, we do 2. If we tap and hold, we do 3. If we double tap, we can do 4. If we do double tap, 4. If we double tap and hold, we'll do 5, right? So this is 1. 4, 3, 2, and 5, right? So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, no. What is it? Tap, 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 hold, tap, hold, tap, hold, tap, hold, double tap, hold. There we go, right? Whew. Okay. As all with one key though, right? And then of course we're gonna send this, right? So bam, right? Now you can write 1, 2, 3, 4 and send it with one key, all right? Obviously, it would make more sense. I wonder if we can do macros, right? How about... Whoops. Sandwich. And we're going to name this thing sandwich. I do like me a sandwich. We're going to add this to timeline. We're going to save changes. So let's go back to our super key. And if I double tap, yeah, we can run the sandwich macro. So now it's 1, 2, 3. How about a sandwich and send? All right, we're what about, okay, well, I guess we can make one for toast, right? I turned the most uses key into a very much used one. I mapped caps lock to function and the macros vacuum KY to make function U to umlaut. Yes, I have that with one of my, is it this key? No, that key. So I can make no. I can make some pretty interesting keys here. I'm looking for my umlaut key around here somewhere. And then, of course, double tap and hold to send. What program is that? This is called base core. And if you have one of these keyboards, you'll get base core with it, right? Or you should use base core with it. So you can, all this is just for one key. A degree sign, where would that be? Eep. Don't do that. This is like the danger button. We got some good Icelandic in there as well, right? Oh, we probably have to like involve shift in this. So this should be able to do the U thing. Yeah. But it's not going to be on one key. Where's the in-yeah? All right, I don't know, right? I don't know. Just copy that. We can copy that, and then we can go into our macro editor, and then we can do this. Oh no, ship. We added it to the timeline. Okay, clear the macro. There we go. Add the timeline. Save changes. So what was it? Double tap and hold. No, damn it. Oh, it doesn't do that. How do you do that in QMK? You have to use vial for that. Yeah, they put the source on there. VMTTMV had some choice words to say, but I think they're just jealous. Okay, so my the key for the degree didn't work. I don't know why. I don't know what like key code that is, because you can put like an actual key code in there. How much does your keyboard cost? This keyboard that is fully decked out that I'm using can be bought for about $600. Okay, but if you don't get the wireless option and you don't get the tenting and the underglow, you end up around $360 maybe. But if you don't like it, you can return it. But it is definitely not a cheap keyboard, that's for sure. But saying that, you spend a lot of time with your keyboard, right? You spend a lot of time with your keyboards. You're going to make sure you have a keyboard that you like, right? Things to spend money on: sofa, bed, chair, keyboard. Is my audio out of sync again? How do you guys find it? Is it for everyone now or just one? Oh yeah. If you're operating in the world of rupees, that's crazy, right? And headphones. Yeah, you know what? Let me give you guys an update on these headphones. I said when I bought these and I started using them that the sound quality was pretty bad. And I didn't love that. The sound quality was bad, right? And so I was kind of like, sound quality is rubbish, blah, blah, blah. But having said that, you kind of get over the sound quality not being as good as the in-ear headphones. And these ones, sometimes I wake up with these on and I don't even realize I have them on, right? That's probably something I should see too. But these are really comfortable. They are not a sponsor of this, but they're really comfortable. And they're so easy. You just kind of slide them down if you don't want to have them on. The only thing that I've had with these, and that's after like 10 hours of wearing them, is that it's not always comfortable to have them like rubbing on your ears, but that beats any headphones. And these things are really good headphones, right? And they have the soft textile cups, so you don't get like sweat and stuff in the same way. But they don't compare to these when it comes to just like everyday. I mean, these aren't supposed to be, they're open back, but they're not supposed to be every day, right? And these don't block out sound around you either. I can still hear everything in the world around me with these things, right? So even though I said the sound quality was bad, I actually really like these headphones, and I would put these headphones in the bucket of good hardware I have purchased over the years, right? So yeah. Can you sponsor one for me? Well, Toasty, you have to become a streamer and get them to sponsor you, right? You have to become a streamer. And then you have to tell them. But jokes aside, which brand is it? These are the Shocks Sports Mini. These are the DT 1990 Pro Beyerdynamics, right? So yeah, but these ones are the Shock Sport Mini. So if you have a small head like I do, then that's better, right? No, you lay out a subtree, but the way you get to the subtree is through the tree, right? We're gonna get into it shortly. Yeah, that's what I thought they'd done. So when someone said that hi, I'm from Digma, I was like hovering with the ban button, being like, what kind of Ligma is this, right? Maybe they should rebrand temporarily while Ligma is a thing people care about. But okay, moving on. Absolutely love this keyboard. Moving on. But no, what I was going to say is, so we got a jam planned for Anathema, but we don't have a date for it. We were supposed to do it already, but this thing is dragging out in time. When we do that, if I get enough people interested, I might actually ask them if they want to sponsor the winner of the jam with a keyboard. But then we have to be a little bit more official in how we judge the winner and stuff. So that would, I don't think we can sort of do the whole like, this one is cool, you win, right? We have to do like an actual voting system and stuff. We probably would have to host the jam through itch.io or something like that, right? But I wouldn't mind talking to them and asking them if they want to sponsor the jam with the Digma keyboard, right? They might have to mean that everyone who's participating in the jam has to put some kind of Digma symbol or link or whatever on the stream. I don't know what the requirements are, if they would be up for it, but they're really nice people. They're really cool. So I think maybe they would, right? Where am I from? Can't you tell by my accent? Isn't it pretty obvious, judging from my accent, where I'm from? Don't you think so? It's kind of very clear, right? It's super clear where I'm from. All right. Skylar? All right. Okay. Sorry. How you doing, VMT? How you doing? Oh my loss. I'm just playing silly buggers. I never answered that question. I'm just being silly. If they don't sponsor, we can protest by putting jam on our keyboards. I don't think I want to do that. No, I lived in like lots of different countries, right? So it's gonna, well, it's not lots, but I lived in a few different countries, and for that reason, I have sort of a mongrel accent, right? It's very affected by the people I've been recently talking to as well. So if I talk to someone, voice chat or in meet space, and they have a strong accent or one way or another, then that's a bit contagious as well. Okay. And I'm vibing here. I wonder what you guys are listening to. It's a bit slower paced than what I'm on. You're not the first one to say that. I've had Australian as well. I had a Kiwi housemate for a long time as well, right? Okay, so if we're gonna do this, we need more tea. So I'm not gonna put on words with the bird. Yeah, the fruit, right? No, the bird, the Kiwi bird. New Zealand, Antipodeans, all right? Or Antipodians, right? Okay, I'm gonna go and put the kettle on, and then we're gonna make some tea. I'm not gonna bother put the game on because it's gonna be so quick, right? I'm gonna clear off my dirty, gross plate as well, right? Oh, fiddlesticks. Anyway, right. Let me just repeat all that again. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. The enthusiasm is gone the second time around, but what are you gonna do? Keep talking, yeah. Okay, so I was in the midst of making tea. I'm just gonna boil the water, which is now boiled. And I'm gonna go and pour the water. All raiders, they probably left. They're like, who's this asshole, man? You were able to learn Bevy. Good work. Good work. Okay, let me go and pour that rancid tea water and we can just get on with our lives, shall we? Okay, hang on to your sockets. Bean Juice, why aren't you contributing to our horrible Halloween goal, huh? You are in luck, depending on your perspective, of course. We are getting pizza today. I'm very excited about that, right? Very excited. What did I do wrong now? I don't even have that much time to get into that. You don't want a small child to be disappointed and then be all right, you know what? Yeah, all right. So some context to that comment. I created this sub goal. The first goal I've ever done in my entire life. And if we reach the goal, my child is going to be allowed to color my hair and paint my face for Halloween. So she's going to do that the moment she comes back from school, if we reach the goal. And then yesterday, someone asked, will your child be sad or something to that avail if we don't meet the goal? And I said, well, I don't want to emotionally blackmail people into subscribing. So I said, she'll be disappointed, but she'll get over it. I told her today that we're doing the sub goal. She asked, can I come and be on stream now? And I said, absolutely not. But she will be in her Halloween outfit, obviously, because, you know, I wanted to show her face on stream. But anyway, exciting times. And we made it over a tenth of the way, right? And what is it? 19 days? Subscribe or else water gun. We made it like 90. There's like 19 days left. Is it? It's the 12th. So we have time. We have time, right? And I'm going to be streaming long streams. Okay. We're waiting for tea, which is why I haven't leapt into action just about now. But in about 20 seconds, the tea will be ready. So I'm going to go fetch it. And then we're going to figure this out. And you're going to look at this and you're going to be like, what? And then you're going to be bored. And then we'll talk about ice cream instead. Okay. All right, then. Let me fetch my cuppa.
To the tea. To the tea we go.
Hey, oh, we got some tea. Tea Crestinate. Yeah, and I keep looking at that Dave in the corner, but it's too small, right? All right, music back on. Let's do a little bit of programming, right? You are thirsty. You should go and have a drink. Okay. So right now we're working on a layout library, and I am trying to figure out how we can do partial updates to the layout tree, and if that's even going to be possible. So I come up with this ridiculous plan of how we can maybe do this. And right now I'm breaking this down into smaller components, and I'm trying to see if we draw it up, what does it look like, and does it hold water? And so far, I've run into one problem that I'm going to try to fix. I got to do something about the monitor. It keeps just flickering, right? Anyway, we should probably just change wall sockets. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay. So when we do a change here, that means that we have to affect the constraint for the subsequent child. And how can we do that? We actually need to know the previous constraint. So we need to store previous constraint, right? This is very bespoke for this, right? Get me out of your pocket. It's gross in here. It's gross. All right. Okay. So good acting. You should be on television. So we can get we can have a previous constraint, right? We can if you can tie a previous constraint, right? And we're just gonna say that this is none. We do constraints here just so this thing is a little bit, calm. I just made all this up, so we're not gonna do this. Constraints in plural without the X. There we go. Okay, so now when we do our layout, we can ask the constraints, right? No, come back here. Like that, right? We could, if there was such a function called constraints, we could do this, right? But how does this help? That happens, day loop. Shit. Okay, so if we did this thing, then we can get hold of the previous constraint. So we can do what with that? We can just subtract the widget size. So the new constraint. Von Strains, the German constraint solver, von Straitenstein, constraints is equal to previous constraint minus widget size. So that would be the upcoming constraint for the next one. Okay. So that would work. But if we don't have any constraint, then how does that work? Oh yeah, that doesn't matter, Benjamin. None of this is code that actually exists, right? This is all make-believe. A good spot. Nah, don't worry about it. Good spot, right? Okay, so how does this work then? We are listening to very different music, which is weird, right? No, okay. They're not too different. Right. Yeah, BPM matches, right? Wait till we get the next track. Something like 2 beats per minute by Celine Dion, right? That'd be amazing. As part of my workout tracks, right? My workout playlist, like Celine Dion, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, a bit of Sarah Brightman as well, right? Really, like it really sort of pops off with some Enya when you're gonna really get your like levels up, right? And you're gonna beat your PRs. Then you need that sweet Enya to push you over the edge, right? It's gym hard mode, okay? You can take your disco music, right? It's a crutch. Probably do, right? Given that the playlist, I got so bored with my playlist that I had that I just typed in workout music or whatever, and it's just a hot mix of garbage, right? Okay, so if we did this, then we imply that we have a previous constraint that we're going to use for our upcoming constraint. So we would have to stop using the constraints from here. Start with lo-fi. Yeah. Working out can lead to happiness and a prolonged life, and no one needs that these days. Take your influencer happiness and go yourself, right? We don't need that, okay? We're not here to feel good about ourselves, right? We're here to feel good through your mistakes, right? It's Schadenfreude. Is that the word Schadenfreude? All the way through. We want to see you fail. I think like the most epic thing is if I trip and carry a glass, I break it in my hand and my head falls off, man. There'll be like 60 more viewers. What's he doing? His head fell off. Ugh, what a faker. No, that would imply that streaming is a toxic environment. And in all honesty, I genuinely don't think it is. I think streaming is probably one of the more wholesome spaces there is. If you don't think so, just go and look at Twitter or Reddit. I'm not going to call it anything but Twitter because it's called Twitter. You can try to rebrand it to one letter, but that just means you're a tit. Okay. So I don't love this idea of the previous constraint. More importantly, I don't love the fact that we do this in the many, and I wish that we could not do that. This is such a big change to do this. But I think all stacks eventually leads into this thing, except for the C stack. I think this one has a very different layout function. Yeah, it does. For this one, I don't know, right? Well, actually, for this one, it's a non-issue because it doesn't affect the children. It just affects the parent. So if the size comes out different for this thing, then we just resize the parent, right? And as a result of this, we would return changed here with a new size. I don't actually know how we would compute the size for this thing. It would be the same with alignment, right? We really need to have a once here. And instead of doing like an inner, or actually we don't, we have a first. Oh my garb. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of some of this bullshit that I just made up here. No, there you are, right? That should be first. Oh, really? do these differ? They look pretty samey to me. It's just this break here. Okay, let's have a look at these things, right? So are these the same? No, they're not. Because this one doesn't have a for each. Nor does it have a filter. Actually, it does have a filter. It just doesn't have the for each thing going on there. Oh, that's a bit wrong, isn't it? Let's not even bother with that for now. The outcome is the same though, right? Actually, is it though? Hello, Scott. How you doing? I am freeing you from your labor now, Scott. Oh, nice. Oh, how long are you going to be gone for? Yeah, I need to go on a holiday at some point. I need to just figure out how that works. Welcome to Discord. Man, now I got two things I want to fix, but I'm not going to fix this one now. Instead, we're going to make a new entry. Anathema features incomplete. And what should we put in here? Make the for each that operates on the tree work. Same for first. What does that even mean, right? That's some pretty liberal take on English, right? Make the first function on the tree work the same way as a for each, except it always breaks. So we could probably just make two functions and then collapse them into one, right? So we have like one root function, then we have two auxiliary functions that configures, right? 3 days, nice. So, okay, and we got rows and columns as well, right? But if we look inside the row is effectively a type of stack, and a stack is something that has an access, but more importantly, in the layout function, we end up with a many. So we're back to here again, right? I think this is the only thing that needs to change, right? For these partial updates to work. Anything that has multiple widgets that can change this. So maybe this is all we actually have to do then. Maybe this is all we're going to have to do. There will be a stream tomorrow, by the way, which I normally don't do. I'm going to try to stream every day until Halloween, right? And I'm going to try, but no guarantees, obviously, right? But if we can, that would be pretty good. But yeah, so I will stream tomorrow. I normally don't stream on Sundays because I go to Sunday dinner and socialize. But tomorrow, I will stream. So we'll probably do an early stream tomorrow. Okay, so, right, once we've done all this stuff, then it's only here that we actually have to do that change. I think this is fine then, right? I think this is fine. Okay. then we just have to fix this. So this means rewriting the used thing. Did this fall down now? Yeah, it did too. It wasn't stuck to me at all in any way or form. There we go. All right, so the for each would skip everything that we filter while the state is what it is. But we have no means of updating the state from here. Well, yeah, we do, right? Through breaking and continuing, but not modifying the state. Oh, there's too much complexity here. There's no way this is a good idea. There's no way this is a good idea. It's a terrible idea. Like, that morning you woke up and you thought you're going to have petrol with your cereal, that's how bad an idea this is, alright? This is just bad and frustratingly so. We could include the state here and then modify the state based on the output, but my goodness, is that mechanical, right? So we end up matching on this thing. Or this would be something like 8 hours. That means that for 3 hours I was around this morning. Crikey. Layout changed. So this thing should then do nothing with the state if the layout is unchanged. I don't know if we need anything from that one. If it is unchanged, then we have to update our state to be state. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to try to record some more videos for the sub alert. I only have that one now. But in my defense, it took me like 5 minutes to make it. So, you know. Anyway. State, what would you do? You would be done, right? And then here we could return, control flow, break, something like this. But then if that's the case, why do we have so many states? Well, then we have to look at the state as well, right? And this becomes a little bit gross. So if the state would be full layout, this has to be in brackets. No. Good grief. Just, you're not on that keyboard. Stop it. There we go, right? Any full layout, we're just going to do a control flow. Continue, right? So this code's never going to compile, right? We're just going through the motions now to see where this is going to take us, right? So anything that says full layout, then you have to do like a full layout, right? Okay, so we can control this by the children that we return from the filter, given a full layout. Okay. If we do a layout with a layout change, we have to modify ourselves as well. So this thing would have to return another change, right? This thing would now be in a state of having changed. Hot dang, do you see how much work this is gonna be to just figure this out? Maybe we just need to write a new layout system, right? To try this out, because this is insane in the brain space, okay? This is just too much to fit into this. So let's do that. Leopard. All right, let's not call it that. We're calling it an element now because we can. Oh man, I do not love how the curly brackets are. No, there's no part. I can't make writing the curly brackets any better. We could make it the way we do the square brackets. But I don't know, right? And this would then have to return a state. We're just gonna make this into a U size, right? It doesn't really matter, right? What the size is. Put, son, you gotta change, okay? I don't know if we need the size or not. Why is this thing so balked? Okay, I don't get how OBS is working. Okay, never mind that. It's nothing, all right? Okay. Oh, that's not how you spell layout. You good? Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we can return a state from this thing as we go along, right? So let's make a new stack here. It's like my brain is, my brain wants to do something, but my fingers like, no, man, I'm gonna do my own thing. All right, fine, be like that. If we make these public, then we can just re-import from the, well, okay. I mean, come on, man. Okay, so if we do this, we're not gonna have single there. Okay. So we'll do this. I have a question for you about making stuff. I got an idea for an app that would go hard on data. I like how you're thinking. Predictions and such stuff. I found a few libraries, then I figured out I should probably learn a bit of statistics. That means I would need to learn more advanced math. In the end, I was finding out more and more stuff to do before even starting. Do you have advice on where you say stop? All of it seems important to know, but I feel like I'm overanalyzing stuff. It's all right. So basically what you're describing is the opposite of tutorial hell almost. Where I equate tutorial hell for some people to be trying to do things with when they're lacking the base foundation, the base knowledge. This is not all people. This is just a handful of people, right? You're trying to do linear algebra without understanding basic arithmetic, right? As an example, I don't understand anything, so it's all good, right? So like, where do you stop, right? You have to figure out what it is that you actually need, right? Some things you don't need to understand. You just need to know how to use them. You don't need to understand the intricacies, right? Like, you don't have to understand how a rope works, the data structure, not a piece of string, right? You have to understand how a rope works to use a text editor, right? Whereas most likely the text editor is using something like a rope structure for text editing, right? Hypothetically, right? I don't know what all text editors use, right? So you have to kind of break it down to what is it that you need and like how do you get there, right? So it sounds like an ambitious project, but I think you should definitely go for it. I was talking about this at the beginning of my stream. There are such things as having self-imposed limitations, and these are completely meaningless and does nothing for you, but keep you from actually growing as a person. And what you're describing is kind of the opposite of that. So it's very encouraging to see people think that way, right? You want to understand what you need. I need to first understand. I have no idea what kind of prediction algorithm I would use, or should I even use AI for it? Well, so this actually comes down to a little bit of a grind, okay? It's a little bit like trying to answer the question, like, which one of these two are faster, right? And the only way we're going to find that out is by inspecting all of them, right? We have to know whether the right side or the left side is faster by comparing them to each other. So it's really hard to say. So whether you should use AI or not for it, that depends entirely on what it's supposed to do and what your definition for AI is in this case, right? You could Google it. Oh, no. That it doesn't work that way, Physotronic, right? You can't Google and get an existing solution, right? That's gonna lead you down to some pretty ridiculous alleyways that's gonna end up with nothing, right? You end up in a place where you might get a little bit of information mixed with a lot of flexing. So you get people are going to disseminate information that holds no value to you when you kind of follow that path, right? Well, so, okay. If we start with the algorithmic problem here, right? What does the algorithm have to do? Okay. The way I go about these things is to pose a series of questions that will, once answered, will lead me to what I'm looking for, right? So we start with that, right? You say to Google which algorithm to use. Well, which algorithms do you have available at your disposal that solves the problem, right? There are a lot of people who know way more than most will know about algorithms to know what the best approaches at this time, meaning most algorithms out now are more than optimal enough for the task they try to achieve. Yeah, I don't think anyone's looking for a new algorithm to do something, right? If you are, I can introduce you to the toggle algorithm for only the price of a sub. I will share a secret algorithm, and this algorithm will pick two people, and then you will share this algorithm with those two people, and each one of these two people will share the algorithm with those people. But remember, everyone has to pay, and some of the money trickles up to me. So it's like the Dorito business plan. Maybe not that. Well, I think in this case, this is more about what problem are you solving rather than trying to do something, right? Usually it's formulas that would need to be transferred to code. Well, transferring formulas to code is a relatively simple concept, or let me rephrase that has been solved by someone else. So you don't have to worry about that, all right? The various formulas, the various algorithms for doing whatever, graphs, caners, neighbors, whatever you're looking for, right? That's going to be solved by someone else. So don't worry about the code part in this case. I think you need to isolate what algorithms you need to use to do this, right? And that's not really about comparing one algorithm to another for performance as much as correctness. So you need to know exactly what problem you're solving so you can find an algorithm for solving that problem. So it's about food. I wanted to use input what kind of food they eat. I would have nutrition data for each food. Yes, I know the database for free where you can get this because I have had this idea myself. I wanted to make a macro/food calculator so I could just scan the barcode, get the nutrients, blah, blah. You know how it goes, right? Yeah, I know the database where you can get this, right? But okay, you're talking about what food is making you sick. Well, this is like, I understand the sentiment there as well. And before anyone else in chat starts talking, I need you guys to please understand that this is someone's idea and project. You guys don't have to turn up and be like, well, actually, hang on, let me do this the good way, right? Well, actually, I don't think you're a doctor, so you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't encourage people to do things. I think it's absolutely relevant to inspect the food that you eat and to do an analysis yourself, right? If you have issues with food, go and see a doctor, obviously, but there is nothing wrong with doing a bit of process of elimination yourself, right? I think it's a good idea, right? You can never find proper food. Doctor will say you need to find out yourself. Man, I think you need a better doctor, but you may need like a dietitian or whatever, right? But okay. Yeah, I get you, right? Me personally, I would just do a paper diary. I don't think I would make a program for this because I have no, I would be very rough with what I'm cutting up. Cut out sugar, cut out dairy, cut out wheat, whatever, gluten, because I hear your dick falls off, right? South Park, not me. Anyway, you would write it down on paper. And the problem, of course, is that you have to, like, for some of these diets to react, for instance, you can't do a self-diagnosis of celiac disease, right? That is, you actually have to do tests for that. But in doing these tests, you have to eat gluten for like 2 weeks before, so enough damage is done to your system so they can do a test and see that you actually have celiac disease. So as an example, right? Now, that is a problem, Dayloop. I had the exact same problem earlier when we were playing the game. The food was like eating the surface of the sun. It is a big issue. I feel your problem. It doesn't take that long for it to cool down, though. I don't know if you need an algorithm for that, though, Physotronic, right? Because you're talking about inputting the food you eat and then registering your well-being for that day, if I understand you correctly. So it's like Monday, ate a chicken, don't feel good, PS chicken was raw, right? So it's that. So it's more about looking at the data, and then what you want to possibly do then is correlate the information and say, every day I felt bad, the following ingredients were present in the food. That's assuming that the food is labeled correctly in the database. But so I can sort of see what you're thinking. These are not difficult algorithmic challenges, right? So you can probably just get started with this thing. So I'm going to go back and say, I support its HAPS comment, not that thing, but this thing, right? Just start banging out some code and this thing will manifest itself, right? Cook your chicken, pro tip. I don't know, man. That sounds like some kind of new age woke nonsense, Dayloop. Don't tell me how to cook my chicken or not cook my chicken, okay? All right? Anyway, yeah. Just back to what its app said then. Like, just start building the app, right? The problem, the algorithm here is finding an overlap, right? So finding overlap in two collections, right? This is the problem, right? Or many collections, and it doesn't really matter what language you're doing it in, operating on set intersection, right? Something like that. You'll figure that out in no time. Just start writing code, you'll be fine. You need to follow multiple factors. I mean, I don't know. The thing I described might not be the thing that you're doing, right? I was just saying what I would do is log the food, log the wellness, the feelings around it. And then when I feel like I've done this for like 2-3 weeks, I'll be like, okay, tell me what foods were present in all the days that I felt bad, right? There's like a select statement, right? Those of you who wrangle SQL for a living, you can see the inner joins in all of this already, right? I think you'll be fine. Just start banging it out, man. You'll be good. Don't overthink it. Yeah, just you gotta do. And the thing is, you realize once you've done it that this doesn't quite work, and then you do modifications to it, and that's how you're gonna progress, right? So good. Okay. Do you guys need me to talk? Can I get rid of this microphone, right? It is so annoying. What do you mean? Fix it. Fix it. No code action available. Sure there is. All right. Was that why, maybe? So it's kind of impossible to. I said this earlier on stream as well, right? When I was doing the TUI toggle, right? It's impossible to retain an entire program in your head when the program reaches a certain point. So in other words, don't even try, right? Just write the code and be disciplined when it comes to going back and refactoring it. Either you build a prototype that you promise not to keep, which no one ever does, or you start building a prototype and then you go back and clean it up as you go along, right? But if you're doing this as a business, then viability is your first goal, not perfect code. So, you know. Okay, so then we need to have this kind of children iterate some malarkey as well, right? Yeah, of course. I mean, no one's going to keep the entire code of Linux kernel in the head, right? Only people who are delusional will say that. My precious hack that lives on forever. Yeah, that is a problem though, right? That is a problem. Okay. Yes, I know you can configure this. No, I don't want to. UML. Oh, yes, I am old enough to know about UML. Well, if you have a very analytical mind, then that works. For me, I don't do diagrams as much as I write things down, or I model things with actual graphics, right? I draw my dudes like this. This is talking about constraints and such. What about AOL? Well, I'm old enough to know that too. Yeah, I haven't touched UML since 2005, right? And I tend to keep it that way. Yeah, I mean, by all means, Physiotronic, right? Do sketch your idea out if that makes sense. I think it's like the notion that as developers, we can try to foresee every outcome and not have to go. It's like we're allergic to that big change, right? But it has to be done, okay? At most, you spend so much time with your design on your layout and your scoping that you've written the same application twice by the time you're done, right? Oh, by all means, Physiotronic, right? But the question is, you're going to have to solve that flaw anyway, right? It's just go back and rewrite the code. It's not a biggie. All right, so this thing, then, we need the notion of children here again, right? So let's design that part. My God, Rust Analyzer, could you just not? All right. So let's do this. Do we care about making this thing generic? And our tree is going to be fake, so it's just going to be a vec. We're just going to give it a unit for now. I guess we could do... And then we're supposed to have a filter, right? So really what we call children should be called a filter. So in that case, let's make a tree module. Like that. That can't be empty. Okay, there we go. Done. Done. Exactly this. Exactly this. Whoops. Okay, so we have to determine what a for each looks like, and we need this kind of maybe like a next function for this thing. We want mutability on this thing. Let's put the mutability there. No. Thank you. Some things are just back there in the old spinary, right? I don't even know what the keyboard shortcuts is for it, right? It's just press buttons and get on with it, right? I don't think we should loop. We should say for. But okay, so we need the notion of a node for this thing, right? We can make a basic tree like this. I guess we could start with a root here. That is just a node. Then we can do the import block here for the node. Oh man, just stop trying to. It's been 2-3 months by now. Stop writing like you're on that keyboard. Damn. All right. Any hoodles, oodles or poodles. Right, here we go. What do you want now? Okay. There we go. Okay, so this thing is gonna have to return control flow, right? And we're supposed to have a filter. The filter probably don't have to be mutable, but we're gonna make it mutable anyway. That's actually the default type, so we only have to give one type. Okay, cool. I got you, Dayloop. I got you. Sparkly tomatoes, mate. Don't worry about it. I got you. Okay, we're 6 hours in, and my metaphorical marbles are not gone yet. So, this is not really the same as we do here with the for each, right? Now that constructs the whole for each thing, right? Okay, I don't think we need this first function. We can probably get rid of this thing. No, we couldn't. All right. Very well. Got your Robert Darkest in a row, good man. I wonder what you guys are listening to. Not the same. Okay. Yeah, that line makes sense. It's because we create new ones for each node. So we do a new one for each set of children, which means that our for each is actually a thing. Right, that's a problem. Where am I supposed to go? Huh? Where am I supposed to go? Oh, but this means that we can't have one. Ah, okay. So it doesn't mean that we have a root then, right? To other people's streams, I'm too tired to watch Twitch when I'm done, right? I stream until I'm basically done, but I do hang out in other people's streams when I'm not streaming, like earlier in the days and such. Oh, the corner. The corner is overcrowded. If I can find it, why is that a problem? Is your desk really small? Wire streams at 1 a.m. Oh man, I'm way asleep by then, right? Make a reservation for the corner. I have a corner table, please. Extra crying. So if we do this, we change the for each a little bit so it operates on a singular node instead of the children. I don't know if that makes sense. But this also changes the nature of the tree. So the tree root is a node. Well, I don't know if it's a problem, right? I don't know why your desk is hard to find. You know something I don't. Okay. So if we were to make that change, how would that affect the rest of our code base? Actually, I think we would be okay. We can go from here. We can say that a node is just one individual node, right? We can be cool with that. And now we have to apply the H here, right? To the child. And that should get us... It should get us nothing, right? It's the for each that has the filter. Maybe we can associate a function with this. But then it's not a trait anymore. Then maybe this should be the filter. And then our for each has the filter. Like so, then we get rid of that. And then we make that mutable in such a glorious fashion. Then we need a filter. So we're going to attach the filter here. Now, that doesn't quite work because we haven't said what f is. So we're going to say where f is a filter. And of course, we have to introduce the filter too, right? Whoops. Without the O. There we go. There's no apply. Now I know that. And full of food, very good. How's your, oh man, it's not lunch, right? Yeah, it was kind of a late lunch for you, mate. Unless you ate lunch around a sensible time and then you just hung out in the pub for a bit. Then it's not such a late lunch. Yeah, we went for about 3 hours on the previous angle. That reminds me, I should probably go and turn that camera off soon. I should probably go and turn it off now. Let's do that, man. The problem with having a camera that's on the other side of the room. Got there at 12:30, had a pint, mains, another pint, dessert and coffee. Nice, nice. What did you have though, right? What was your mains? And now the question is, what's for tea? I'm having pizza. 12-ounce sirloin, nice, nice. All your food for today? Oh man, who did you piss off? Oh, 12 ounce man, steak and chips, right? Are we talking chips here? Oh, condiments, mate. Help me out here. What condiments, man? I'm hungry. I'm having pizza though. I'm having pizza with Italian sausage on it. Yeah, Italian sausage. It's gonna be amazing. Okay, so we were doing this on a node by node basis. Massive onion rings, mushrooms, and tomato. That sounds pretty good. That's pretty good. How are the mushrooms though? Mushrooms are always such a hit and miss, right? Even if you get like baby buttons covered in oil, and they're not great, but or sometimes you get like chanterelles, or you get like baby buttons, but they just really nicely cooked, right? Hello D3, how you doing? Meat lovers pizza. Sticky toffee pudding, nice. Big like shiitake. Oh man, it sounds like a quality pub, right? And of course, a bit of sarsons, a bit of ketchup and mayo on the side, maybe. All right, I wonder when I'm getting fed. Well, it's not going to be for a couple of hours, though. Damn it. Okay. How are we going to do this? Oh man, stop it. Stop looking at the thing. Apple season. Oh, nice, man. I still stand by that. My go-to breakfast when I don't want to spend a lot of time in the kitchen, grated apple, Greek yogurt, PB2 and honey. Bam. So good. So useful, right? It's just protein all the way. Minus the carbs from the apple, right? Oh, PB2 is like peanut butter in powder form. It's so good. Like, so peanut butter contains a large amount of fat, right? And if your macros don't allow for large quantities of fat, then PB2 is really good. Now, if you do need fat to up your numbers, then just go for peanut butter, right? It's obviously better, but PB2 is like all the flavor of peanut butter without any of the fat. Let's see if we can get a picture of this thing, of this glorious thing, right? It's just powdered peanut butter. Peanut powder. It's a powdered peanut butter. I don't know what is called peanut powder. That makes me a little bit concerned, but it's supposed to be powdered peanut butter. And it's really good to cook with, right? We made some stir fry with that stuff, and it just blew my socks off, man. It was so good. My socks do not require a lot of effort to blow off, though, right? They're very volatile socks. All right. So how do we go through this then, right? We have... That's what she said. I'm rocking out to my own music here. I have no idea what you guys are listening to, man. It might even be any music from where you're sitting. Apple has a lot of fiber. Your diet doesn't. We will now. I'm allergic to peanuts. Oh, fuck, man. Oops, sorry for the curse. That sucks. Yeah, no, that sucks beans, mate. That's probably like nut allergy is probably the worst one, right? Because like if you're allergic to dairy, you're just gonna smell a bit. With nut allergy, you're gonna anaphylactic shock a bit, and then, you know, scary stuff, man. I'm allergic to peanuts as well. I know someone who's allergic to walnuts, and she just gets like an itch. So it's not as severe. She doesn't need an EpiPen or anything. That very good, Leet. Very good. I have no idea how to react to that now. Destroyed. Streamer destroyed. Okay, so what are we missing? So this is normally what I would wind the stream up, but we got ways to go. Can't have hazelnuts either. I used to make these cookies where you just grind up hazelnuts with an egg and a bit of sugar, and I think that was like the gist of it. Really ugly cookies, but damn, they were good. Hazelnut cookies. But now there's no more sugar for this old man. Yeah, but like nut butter is kind of it's all right, but it's not like the end of the world if you can't, right? Oh, Nutella, I don't like it, right? I know that's like a cardinal sin to say, but to me, Nutella just tastes like sugar. It's just pure. It's way too sweet, right? Nutella's way too sweet. Dark chocolate sucks. I'm sorry. I got all kinds of hot takes here. People are like, oh, I don't agree with you. I hate you. The way you can show how much you hate my opinions is by subscribing to this stream, right? For every sub I get, I realize how much you guys hate my opinions, okay? There we go. Think about Halloween. Let's implement this for each now. Yeah, let's put that there. Oh, I do not like this song. What are we going to pass into this thing? Right? We need a filter to construct this thing. And we need the nodes as well. But the question is, should we have nodes? Yeah, coconut is a bit of a hit and miss for me. Sometimes I really crave coconut water, like some kind of person, but like, oh, I need coconut water or my ovaries will explode. I don't know, right? But I really like coconut water. Eating coconut, not so much. Like that it's got like this sort of shardy fibrous thing, right? Okay, so this is having multiple nodes, and that kind of ruins this a little bit. Aloe water is pretty good for you. Besides the natural laxative, assuming you need that. I reckon if I had a cup of coffee, it would be a natural laxative, right? Oh man, yeah, I'm getting ready to clock out mentally. I'm like, oh, you've been streaming for 6 hours. It's time to go. No, it's not. We got some ways to go. We're not ending now. We got some ways to go. Okay, so if we're not gonna do a singular node, then we have to change it. But in that case, why don't we just change the tree? Right, jobs are good. It makes it so much easier to work because the tree is the root. You never clocked in mentally. You gotta try harder. That was too easy, D3. I want to see a little bit more effort from you. Okay? You've been distant, reclusive, not present, redundancy there. Right? I feel like you need to bring your A game today, okay? If we're gonna make it through this together, you need to bring your A game, right? Maybe this should return a for each then. But then we're doing the same thing. Maybe we should try to take a different approach, right? Oh man, she wishes, mate. I'll be like, I got this hot viewer in my chat, and my wife's so jealous. She's like, "No, I don't believe you." And I was like, "Yeah, it's true, man." I called him sweetie once. It's just right, and the wife's like, "No, it's counseling from now on." That would make sense. Okay, so if we do a make it mutable. No, come back here. I wanted that code. Right? I just want to make it mutable. The thing is, do we need to be able to have multiples of these things, right? I don't know if we do. I don't know this advert you speak of. So then this becomes the filter. Ooh, bad song. No, okay. Hello, Kyoto Cheese. How are you doing this fine day? Wait a second. There we go. And if we're doing this thing, then we're not allowed to own the filter. We have to borrow the filter. Then we have to attach some live timer on here, obviously. But this looks mental. Although we have kind of moved the crap from one place to another, so that's a good thing. We probably want to be able to mutate these nodes, right? Like, well, not just probably want to, we have to, right? Like so. Come on. Wait, why is that a problem? Like reborrowing, but not really. Oh, oh my god. Rubbish. Most certainly, Elite. Most certainly I'll be here in an hour's time. When I'm eating, I'll turn the camera off, and maybe this time I will actually go upstairs and say hi to my family for 20 minutes while I'm eating, but then I'll leave the game running. You guys did really well last time. I gotta make sure that the autopilot is on, because I kind of screwed you guys over with that one. I didn't know about it, right? I didn't know. I am in a... I don't know. Is this the basement? I feel like I'm on top of the world. So it's really difficult to say. Could be the top of the world. Could be my mother's basement. We don't know. I prefer man cave. I'm in way too good a mood for this thing. Sergey Remiga, I'm just kidding, obviously. Why are you trying to move this thing, though? This makes no sense. This is a mutable reference. It's a slice. Why couldn't we iterate over a slice of mutable values? No, I did reborrow this thing, you lying scumbag. That's because that one was not mutable. Okay, so now we're supposed to perform some kind of action on the node, but that depends on the implementation of filter. So this thing needs to have some kind of input. So now this thing needs to be generic over something, and we're going to make it generic over the node because that's what we're operating on. And then how can we make this thing kind of recursive? So we're not really doing a visitor, but kind of. Cell dweller. Cellar dweller. Do I have to make another thermos, maybe? Maybe. Okay, so what's the filter supposed to do, right? We're returning a control flow. I guess what we're doing is we're determining whether... And I'm trying not to be influenced by the old code, right? So this will give us the output. But this is on a per node basis. That's just nutters, isn't it? Right? So this is on a per node basis. It doesn't really make sense. Yeah, probably. The band, the music, the noise. I mean, it's been like a 1,000 years. I don't know anything about it anymore, right? Now, Kyoto cheese, you have to make a test though, right? You have to brew a normal cup of tea and do the French press. And then you have to see if there's like additional bitterness in the French press, right? You gotta do a comparison before you qualify your hack, right? And technically, you could brew a lot of tea and then just freeze it and reheat it, right? Once the water is infused, it's infused, right? You got not a unit test, an A/B test, right? A parallel test to see if there's a big difference. You put tea in your AeroPress. I'm calling the International Coffee Council and having you fired. You put tea in your AeroPress. I don't even know you, man. All right. Okay. Anyway, keep it up, Buttercup. I depend on you. Oh, whoops. Okay. So where do we go from here? I'm gonna have to look at this thing. So this produces the children, and then we do this while it's holding the... Oh, fine. That's just gonna go through that again. Oh my god, you recursive you are. Wait, how does that work? Oh no, this is the for each, right? So that means... Oh yes, so we have this function that allows us to perform an operation, each one of these things. That's what I'm missing, okay? So really, we need an additional... We need a function here, right? I don't know. I mean, like, look, I'm drinking really cheap and nasty Earl Grey. I'll be the last person to start throwing my weight around when it comes to, like, tea. And that's not because I don't like tea. I love tea, man. But, you know, if you're going to be a streamer, then and you're not a very good one, then you gotta make do, man, right? You gotta do what you're passionate about. Just because you're passionate doesn't make it good, right? But you guys, if you guys want to see the bunny, right, look up here, right? If you want to see the bunny, if you increment this number, all right, there might be a little bunny that turns up over here. This is my bunny called Nonsense. I filmed him this morning. Bulk steeping tea. I just chuck the shit in a thermos, man, and move on. Although I do not like the flavor. For some reason, the high protein milk started tasting like almond milk. Very confusing. All right, so we're just gonna have a function on here. Oh my god. Yeah, I should probably not be humming along to music you guys can't hear. That's just gonna be even more up, right? Oh, let me get that in there as well. I'm not entirely sold on this. Wait, the filter doesn't need to know about Earth. There's other countries that produces tea. Thank you very much. I'm guessing the tea I'm drinking was produced in the local petrol station, though. That I can agree with you on, right? Actually, you know what? The fruit tea that Lipton makes is not all that bad for making iced tea with, although I stopped drinking that because you know what that is? Unnecessary expenses. And if what you're doing is spending your life building terminal applications, you can't really afford unnecessary expenses. But if you guys wanna add to unnecessary expenses for yourself, then you can look up here, all right? And if you increment it, all right, I'm done now. Okay, so fun. Yes. How does startups control flow work? It works just like you'd imagine in a loop, right? So you can have a loop and you can break out of the loop. This would be akin to a control flow break. And if we break with a value, that would be akin to that. Whereas continue would then be continue. Except in this case, we can actually associate values with our continue. I had to check because we can associate a value with continue, right? So we're not really that these don't have any meaning in any other way than semantic meaning. So we could have made our own enum, just like you can make your own enum for result and option. But just like result and option, with control flow, we can use the question mark operator if we wanted to, because it implements try. Let's make sure that it does implement try. And I'm just not making shit up again, because that happens. Hey, you're the same as me. I'm just honest about it, right? There you go, right? There you go. Oh man, when this thing stabilizes, I am going to bastardize so much code. I'll be like, woo! And then code will go flying everywhere, right? So many question marks, man. So many question marks. Right, so this function definitely needs to take the fun. Now, since we own fun here, we do, but we're gonna have to pass this as a mutable reference, I think. Like that. Now we have to tie all this together. Wait, where is it moved? Oh, it's moved in there already. Okay, you know what? A pox on you. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Okay, so we can't have fun. You heard it here first. We gotta get rid of the fun. Ooh, bad song. No, why? Fat fingers, get out of here. There you go. Small fingers is what we need. This, however, is what we need. We're not going to put any constraints on F here. There we go. Okay. Right, so where do we go from here now? Stop looking at that thing. I'm gonna remove that thing. It's doing my head in. There we go. Oh wow, why is that so shit? Oh dear. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. It was just me being an idiot. Be original, okay? Before you say anything, be original now, all right? Just relax and think a little bit extra. Then you can let it go. Okay, so we're going to pass in the function there. And by doing this thing, we can match on this as we go along. Come on, type fix. There we go, right? So if we get a continuation back, then we can perform a task on the continuation, on the node itself. Right? So all of a sudden, the f has a value, right? Like that. What? Oh, right, the letter J turned up. Well then, J. Now, this means that we'll perform all the operations on the nodes. However, this does not let us disrupt the control flow. Instead, we end up with going through the entire tree whether we want to or not, right? And that is certainly not what the goal of this is. So that doesn't work. Okay. Is that a good song? Do you like it? Should I bump up the volume a bit? Is this your jam? It's a little bit lower tempo than what I was listening to. All right, so what should we do? What should we do next, right? What project should we start tinkering with at this point, right? Way overplayed. And to me, all these songs are way overplayed, but that's obviously a different story. We could do the graphics thing. I don't want to lose what I figured out over the weekend. 10 years, man. We got music from the 70s that's still good. Like Deep Purple, right? They got some good songs. Depending on the situation, right? But you know what? I don't really want to talk about music. It's not that interesting. Okay. Okay, I don't know what we're gonna do here to cover all the situations that will ensue from this, right? We have to be able to go through all the nodes. We have to be able to change tactics while we're doing this. So we need a filter that can skip and then not skip, right? This is the last piece of the puzzle, I think. This will give us partial tree updates, and then we should have we should be pretty good performance-wise after this, if this pans out. We should be able to make changes to things that has thousands of widgets with very little consequence, right? Performance-wise. We have this test where we have 314,000 widgets, and if you scroll that, it's painfully slow. But we can do better, right? We can do better. It would be kind of cool if we could do a for loop with a fixed size. It would be a little bit awkward, like as if we wrapped a container around everything, but it would be fast. Although I don't think we need that, right? Large collections shouldn't be bound to a UI anyway, right? That was a pipe dream. We actually implemented that a long time ago, but it was so unwieldy to work with. I had to bin it. Okay, so maybe it's time to build up a test case, right? I don't think we can do this. There's no new function on the tree. Let's make one. Oh, Dottie, I wish I could wave my magic wand and this thing would be fixed, but when I do, I go to prison instead. Thank you, Gresham. Thank you. And you. Hello, Freefall. How you doing? Full of beans, I hope. I don't know where I'm going with that. Oh, man, are we gonna do this? Should we just quickly knock this out then, right? Oh. Damn. So we would attach into the tree instead. And for this to work, we could just write an attachment visitor instead. It would be kind of simple, wouldn't it? Or instead of doing that, maybe we can do this. Yeah, we call it parent, right? We do this, and we do it in a loop now, right? Again, I cannot. I'm so used to doing curly brackets on like curly bracket, new line, curly bracket, right? But with this keyboard, it doesn't make sense to do that, right? That makes more sense. It's not a biggie, but it's just getting used to it. Right? So if we reach here, then we've messed up, right? We don't have that node. If we're here, then we're at the actual parent. Yeah, this is gonna make sense shortly. No, we're going in the other direction. So this is the parent. Wait, what? Huh? What are you talking about? This is a path. Why can't we do that, right? Surely we don't have to dispose of it. Fiddlesticks. Oh man, I don't buy this. Alright, I'm an idiot. Done. Right? So we get the parent every time. And here we now have and we just have to do a little bit of casting and dereferencing. And whoops. Now we can do parent.children.push node. Okay, that makes sense. And then we have to break out of here because otherwise the borrow checker is going to be like, whatever, nerd, you can't do that. And we're like, okay, cool. But if we end up here with the parent and the remainder of the path, then the path becomes P and children becomes parent.children. How is this not multiple mutable borrows? Then I don't. Alright, whatever, nerd. Okay. It's because we all write children, I guess. Right. So this is where match statement is, where like match really, like one of the really cool things about match, the fact that we can do this. So we basically keep creating a subpath, right? So we have maybe 3 values. We're going to use the first one to find the index of our current children, and then we're going to make the new children based on that, and then we're going to take the second one and then the last one, right? To traverse the tree and get to the parent, right? Now, this makes no sense unless I explain what this thing is, right? But it's the path of indices into the tree, right? Actually, if it's a root, value, then yeah, you know what? Children are missing. No, we're gonna just attach to the roots here. This is a little bit gross, but we don't actually make sure that these exist. We sort of like, it's sort of a trust me bro operation running here, right? But this could be a problem. No, it isn't a problem. Even though we borrow children mutably there, right? Or should we not do Damasery, maybe? That's all we have to do, right? To ensure that we're operating on a valid path, right? And then if we end up with a parent, but no widget, then we're good. And then we don't need that craft in there. Panic, straight up panic, right? Yeah, all right, that made sense. All right, I think we're good. We have a means to push values into the tree now. So, or attach. So we're gonna start by attaching a value to the root. We don't know what a node is, so we have to make that known. That's super weird. I guess we can... But hang on, that's the same thing. What if we do this? And this? Alright, so... Alright, fine. You know what? Maybe we need to implement this thing first. Don't be gross. No, it won't have any of it. Alright, well, let's just change this to crate then. I mean, let's pretend to be consistent. Let's pretend to be consistent, shall we? Okay, so we're going to attach a node to the tree. Let's make the tree something we can print out in all its debuggable glory. So let's print out the tree. That's not the shift key, you muppet. All right, then. If you say so. There's our tree. No babies, but one node. Let's attach two nodes in there, right? Two nodes. Let's add a child to the middle one. So that means one here. Easy, right? I don't know, man. There's just some things like this in Rust makes me all like warm and fuzzy, right? This stuff is just so nice that you can do this. All right, let's attach another child to the tree, and this time we'll do 1, 0. Right, so now we've added a node to the node we just added, okay? But these nodes don't have any values, but let's be super annoying and add a generic value to this thing. So when we create new, we're gonna have a value here. I think I have like a nasal hair that's growing in the wrong direction. It's super itchy. Do you guys want to hear more about... Press 1 if you want to hear more about the nasal hair and less about Rust. Okay, now we're gonna do generic nonsense here. The t value needs to exist somewhere as well. Which means that the tree is now generic over t. So if it's a t tree, get out of here with that. Okay, there is no problem. So if we're gonna do this thing with the filter, what I was thinking is that maybe we attach this thing to the filter, right? So we have a value type. For no reason then. Ugh, grievance. Come on! We don't need the node there. Damn it. Okay, you know what? That's some next level dumbassery. Like that, obviously. Yeah. No, we already have the filter. No, we don't. Calm down. That is wrong. There we go, right? All right, and then you want to know about T here.
Oh, yes.
So this changes as well, right? It might make more sense to actually attach a value here. So we can get rid of this generic argument here, and then this will be self value. You gotta have some self value. Oops, there's the R again. I should just reset my fingers when I get into that space every now and then. Okay. T. That's what we need now. Although it would be better if we could skip the node. That would be pretty cool. I think we're gonna do that, right? There we are, right? That's what we need. Okay. Okay, then. That's what we need. And that's going to be value. Oh, man. That is good. Very good. All right. And then here... I'm not even reading the error messages, right? Temporis is way too quiet. No? There we go. That only took me a year, but hello. There's our values. Very legible. Okay, but we don't want to just print out the tree. We want to do some kind of operation on the value given some kind of filter, right? I start to feel that hunger now. Not some kind of productivity hunger, that pizza dreams hunger, right? Okay. Gotta put the babies in the trees, man. That's how they learn. So how does the filter work now? So that's how it works, right? So we want to call for each on the tree with a filter and a function. It's the wrong filter. We can't. It's private, that's why. There we go. No one said anything about that, Bytekeeper. That's all in your sordid mind. And then we can just add a closure here. Once we make this public. There we go. So what should we do though, right? We'll say for every... Man, this is where things gets a little bit complicated and a little bit messy. Messy Joes. We're just going to print out the value for all our filters. We have to decide what we're going to do here. So we have to filter out things. So we're going to filter out every value that is, and here's the thing, right? We're going to attach another value to the first one, and that's going to be 500, right? 500 glorious values in there. You cannot have 500 there. You can turn it 54, 55 now, right? All right. Hackney. All right. So this one is fine. Now the question is, are we going to see 255 here or not? So if we look at this, there we go. Here's the first one with children that has a value of 255, right? But because the value of 1 is not, we're gonna filter out anything that is less than or equal to 3, right? So does it mean that it's going to filter out these ones and we'll never see these ones? I don't know. I guess it can depend on the filter. So we have control flow, but we actually need something else. So we need like we need 3 states here. All right, don't start whistling. That's really stupid. Like this, right? But really it shouldn't. So we say if it's 1, oh shit, that's loud. We say if it's 1, then we're gonna stop propagation. If it's 0 to 3 or 0 to or 3. So we do this only for the first one, right? And then from here, we'll do 3, 4, and on. I don't think we can do open ranges. We can do open ranges. I don't think we can do this though. Nah, Rust be like, what? I don't think so. Sort your ship out, it says. All right, so here, this one is great. This should ignore self, but continue propagation. So hopefully this makes sense, right? If we have number 1, then we're not doing anything on that branch, right? If we have 0 to 3, which arguably contains 1, but 1's going to be caught by this thing, right? If we wanted to be fancy, we could do this. All right, maybe that reads a little bit better, you know, I don't know. So if we reach this branch, then we should do nothing with self, but continue propagation. But this means that we can't really use control flow like that. Our control flow becomes like a bit sorted like this instead. And it's the break, no, it's the C that we want to change, right? So it actually becomes this, right? What are you doing? Man, you gotta stop gaming, Johnny. You gotta build a business. You gotta build a business and get sports cars and talk to women, okay? No! I'm sorry, but that's what the kids on the internet say, right? You want to play video? You don't live life to be happy and do what you want to do. You live life the way social media tells you to live life. You better get on with it now. There we go, right? So in this case, here we're going to return... Let's just fully qualify this thing, right? So we don't have to break our brains looking at this grossness, right? Control flow. Ape. then that becomes, damn you, there we go. I realize everything control flow, right? And brakes brake, right? There's no... Actually, it would make more sense to put this on the brake. Like that. Oh, right. Don't do that. Okay, so I think we described this now. We're kind of abusing control flow here a little bit. It sort of looks ship. We should have a custom enum for this, but we're just going to do this now for fun stickles, right? So this is printing out the tree. We don't really want to print out the tree. Instead, we are going to create a filter and pass the filter in, right? Okay, so now we just have to go to for each. Find the toodles. There we go, right? Do I ever like abusing control flow? It's like my favorite thing to do. And misspelling false as well, right? Oh, fiddlesticks! Nothing worked. Just gotta get the control flow under control, right? Because it's all over the place. It's all over. Oh no, bad song. Can I like not like this song? There we go. Hidden. Thank you. Just get rid of that. Okay, why is this not doing anything? Let's debug. Okay, that worked out great. I think what this isn't doing is not continuing, right? Oh, shape. Yeah. So here, we actually have to create a new control flow here, right? So we're not being recursive, right? We're not recursing down into the tree here. We're just looking at the top layer of nodes and nothing else. Oh my goodness me. Okay. We're gonna need some tea soon. Yeah, I think this is fine, right? So now we just need to get into the tree, right? So when should this break? Oh, we don't know, right? We're filling on each node. What a weird song. I wasn't feeling it. Yeah, I get that, man. Oh God, no. What happened? Okay, we'll do this. Now, yeah, you know, I played a bit of Octopath Traveler when I was gone, but I haven't played any of that anymore. Since I don't know if I like the game or not. It's super weird, right? I kind of a game and a bit I'm not I'm not really entertained, but I'm not bored. I don't know what I am. So the first thing I tried to do wasn't sequence break, but head off into like the more difficult areas, right? So you can get one character that is a thief and you can steal from anyone, right? So obviously I brute force my way into an area that is way above my levels, and then I tried to steal good equipment from everyone. And that was kind of fun because I felt like I could play the game the way I want to play it, but then that got boring pretty quickly. Maybe it's time to play another game, Johnny Eel. Although I like how much time you put in the game. You definitely got value for your money there, right? Speaking of which, if you guys want to get value for money, if you increment this number up there, I don't know if you qualify seeing my bunny and recording on my bunny as value for money. New map in game soon. I don't know how long a season is. Oh, I'm totally just doing a setup. But look what I'm going to do though, right? If we reach the goal, it's going to be difficult. 6 weeks. Hot damn, I would be out of there in no time. So I play Minecraft Dungeons with my kid now and then, and they have this tower that changes every week. That's pretty good. So sometimes I ask the kid, do you want to do a tower run? Or she'd ask me, do you want a game? And it's like, I don't know. But if there's been like a new tower, then we're both a little bit more interested. I don't know. We just accumulate loot. We don't play the game outside of the towers. Right? And then I'll be like, oh, wow, look what I got. Oh, wow, look what I got. And then like afterwards, what are we going to do with it? Nothing. Let's just play the tower run again. And you don't get to bring any equipment into the tower. So, right. Oh man, this song's got some C64 vibes going for it, right? Now I kind of I wish to game more, right? But I don't know what it is with gaming, right? Just hello, Danaka buddy, how you doing? Happy Saturday to you, mate. So technically what we should do here is we should create a new filter and pass it down. I don't know if like, so what do you do in Once Human, right? What do you do with it? Or is it Once Human Rights? Hello, Colio. How are you doing? All right, are people starting to wake up now? Just stay up longer. Yeah, I get that. And I know you're joking, but it would be a little bit more. Hello, it is a Saturday. Isn't it Saturday? It better be Saturday, right? Loot shoot, build houses, more loot shoot. Okay. No, I do want to game more. I'm just so tired, Tanaka. It's just. All right. How you doing, Crimson? Woke up from a short afternoon nap. Oh, nice. Do you guys want to watch a stream where I take an afternoon nap? All right. Being tired and not in the most... yeah, I understand that, Johnny, right? I'm good, Crimson. I'm good. I'm vibing. 7 hours, 20 minutes. I don't know how long we're going to go today, but we're going to go for as long as I can. Until I run out of steam. More porridge of that slow releasing energy. You're not wrong, but I'm having pizza. I don't get to choose my food today. It's left over for lunch. And then for din-dins, it's pizza, right? So it's going to be pretty good. Oh, no, my mind is clear as sparkling wine. What? Okay. Pizza flavored porridge, like just oats, oregano, and like mozzarella, right? And a bit of thyme, maybe. Is sparkling wine clear? Probably not cooler, right? I mean, it shouldn't be cloudy, but I don't know, man. Prosecco, right? Let's just look it up. Oh, my lag. It's like, oh, I hurt my lag. I don't know. Yeah, I was saying this yesterday. I think I have lost touch with reality. But streaming talking is so much more relaxing than doing programming because these are difficult problems to solve. I don't know. I eat pineapple on pizza. I don't care that people get borderline violent about it. I eat pineapple on pizza, canned pineapple, fresh pineapple, pineapples that looks like an orange. I'd eat that on pizza any day, man. It's good. I like it. So right now, we're trying to figure out how we can process values recursively in a tree, but then change our recursion strategy halfway through, which is obviously making things a little bit more complicado. Es muy complicado, hombre, is what you would say if you were really good at Spanish. Now, I am only not that good. Would you be okay for a PR to document my understanding of the rules and fix and or reject the wrong ones? No, I would not, because I am aware of the problem and I intend to my own mess. I don't want other people to have to clean up after me, except if there's been a toilet incident, right? And I'm asleep. Anyway, no, please don't do that. I mean, feel free to look through it, right? The reason the context grew is because the runtime is already shrinking, right? If you compare the runtime to dev and you look at things like update tree. No, not update tree. Apply changes or apply futures. If you look at your version, or the dev version of this thing takes a whole bunch of arguments, right? So we're already shrinking this. And the context that you're referring to are no doubt, don't speak, are no doubt the widget bound context, which is not that. These are going to be part of component updates, probably. You're in here somewhere, aren't you? Yes, these contexts, because you have the untyped context. So the reason we have the untyped context is because it becomes a typed context once we know the state of the component. So we do need to keep these two separate, right? This has to do with the type system. We can't do anything about that. But then we also have component context. And so we have these three different contexts. There is some overlap, and this is what needs to be fixed, right? Yeah, so but these are not all related to each other, right? Untyped and component and context are the reason, but there's reasons why we have these ones, right? We want to expose this, which is why this is called context, because this is what's visible to the consumer of the library, right? There is no other context for the end user to know or care about, so they just know context, and it can do various things, right? And we have to contend with this bullshit, but no, this will be collapsed into one. Again, we still have the differentiations between typed and untyped context, though, right? So in reality, this thing will probably only going to be these two, and this thing can go away, right? But yes, it is in the works. It is in the works, right? But first, we need to stroke. First, we need to solve this thing, right? And how do we do that? Okay, if we end up in here, we should probably make another for each and throw that onto the children. And if we're here, I think I just solved this. I just haven't put my so breakthrough. Right here, we're gonna do things. Tanny, thank you so much. Look at my bunny. Look at my bunny. Look at my bunny. Did you see my bunny? Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. This is like chat context. At first, you don't have context type, then you do. Exactly. How you doing? And I hope you enjoyed your nap, Tim Forrest. Yes, I have been recording my bunny this morning. I set up 40 sub alerts this morning with different sounds of my kids reading like the old sub alerts. And I had to have some video for that thing. So I tried to do something in DaVinci Resolve and it didn't look too good. So in the end, I just went up and I filmed my bunny. I was holding out a snack in front of its little house and it just came shooting out. And then I just filmed it eating the snack, right? Anyway, that was a long story that has little or no interest to you. All right, let's have a look. You're at the music festival. Nice. 130 bands. List all of them, right? Obviously not. That sounds really cool, right? Good work. Okay, so in this case, we can actually just do this then. We do nothing here. I like doing nothing sometimes. You know what? That's a lie. I hate doing nothing. Doing nothing is grim, right? And then we're just going to create another for each here. Although I think we changed how we iterate through the tree if we do it this way. But I'm okay with that. All right, what band are you most excited about today? Let's go with that. I don't want to keep you, obviously, but I am a little bit intrigued. So we need to pass in the filter. And we also need to pass in nodes. And we need to call each with the fun. Fiddlesticks. Yeah, how can we do that? It's going to be node.children. All right, you guys can't listen to what I'm listening to. This is too bizarre, man. Like, I should probably listen to what music is playing. We should be listening to the same music, but I can't help it, right? Dream Theater. Oh, man, I haven't listened to Dream Theater in like 200 years, man. What did they do? He did like a collab thing with Arian, the Dutch guy, didn't he? And then same thing with the guy from Cradle of Filth. And then they did was the drummer from Dream Theater, was he in OSI? I think this was like one of those Dream Theater. I think it was the drummer of Dream Theater that is this, right? Avenged Sevenfold, really? Alright, anyway, it's all good. Okay, and nothing worked! Nothing worked! What a scam! What a filthy scam! Ooh. All right, so, well, that's because we break on the first one, so we can't do that then. Oh, this is rancid. Okay, we're gonna do this. Don't look too close at this thing. This is kind of gross. There they are. Okay. Yeah, that's what we needed to do. Right, get out of here. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I was like, can you split? And I'd be like, do you want me to leave? But then I understand, right? So this is what we've done, right? We've written this filter implementation. And if we get number one, then we break. If it's 0, 2, or 3, then we're going to continue, but we're not going to process the value. If it's 4 or more, then we're going to process the value. Here's the tree. I can print out the tree in all its glory so you can see the tree. There you go, right? So value 1, and then it has a child of 255, but we're saying if it's 1, then we don't progress down the tree, right? We're going to abort. If it's 2 or 3 or 0, then we ignore this value, but we do progress into the tree, and which is why we get 4 and 5 here. That's number one. Oh man, that would be good. I don't know why it would be good. I was just thinking, that was a half-finished thought, man. That was a half-finished thought. So you've seen the structure of the tree, and here's the implementation, right? We build this filter. If it's 1, then we break. We don't process that node or its children. If it's 0, 2, or 3, we don't process the node, but we process the children. If it's 4 or more, then we do all of it, right? So now we're going to replace the control flow because it's fundamentally an idiotic name in this case. Even though it kind of is about control flow, it is dumb. So yeah. This is the for each, right? It's very basic, but we're going to get rid of control flow now, right? So we're going to have an enum here called whatevs, dude. And we're going to have process children, process value and children. We're being super verbose here, right? Skip this one, right? Because control flow break true force doesn't mean anything. It's dumbassery, right? So the next function should return whatevs dude instead, right? Makes so much more sense. So then we can change this to, this would be whatevs dude, skip this one. That would be process children, and no true there, and no, it's process value and children, right? So we don't have to fill around with Boolean values like some kind of pleb, right? Okay, now we're just gonna say that this thing is tuple. No. None of that. So this is skip, right? Whoops. Skip this one. You gotta skip this one. You gotta skip this one. And this is gonna be, actually, that's not. That's gonna be process children. Process value and children. We come back and rename this thing to something sane later. Oh, really? There we go. 4 and 5. So now this is going to make a little bit more sense. We're going to skip this one and the children, right? So this is skipping. We can rename this thing to filter output. And this one would be skip. This one would be apply. And this one would be continue. There we go, right? A little bit of confusion, a little bit of, but a little bit more sanity now, right? Okay, if we decide that we want to process 255, then we could just apply here. If we apply, we're going to process 1 and 255. And there they are, 1 and 255. However, if we continue, then we'll only process 255 and not the 1. And if we skip, then we don't process any of it, right? Hopefully that makes sense. So we should be able to change our state in the middle of it all, in the process, right? So when we do things like layout and we say, okay, to do this layout now, we have to go all in at this from this point on, right? You have to lay out everything in the rest of the tree. Then nothing is ever skipped again, right? Hopefully that made some kind of lunacy sense, right? All right, let me go and put the kettle on, right? We're gonna take a tea break. I'm just gonna go and put the kettle on. I'm not gonna start the brewing process. But I have to take this up because I need a drink, poo. Okay, so hang on to your sockets. There we go, right. Okay. So then we're good, right? We're good to apply this to some kind of weird thing. Didn't Tanny's sub count? Didn't we have 32 subs and then Tanny's sub should have pushed it to 34? Didn't we have 33? I don't understand this. Anyway, I guess I could just go back at the stream and have a look. No, because it doesn't show on the YouTube stream. Oh my god. Even Steven worse, all right? Your sub always count. Yeah, but was it 32 out of 250 or 33 before you subscribed? That's what I wonder. And because no, I can't look at this. I can't look at the VOD either. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I that means I can only look at this thing after the stream, right? And who knows when this stream is gonna end. We just keep on going. Right, what did I solve? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I just can't go back while it's running. Because... And on the YouTube stream, we don't see the overlay. I have to restart. Maybe I can restart OBS, but that doesn't help now. Okay. Well, I am new to streaming, apparently. Apparently. I don't know anything. Oh my god.
You're a terrible streamer. You're bad. Do better.
Okay, I'll try. All right. Okay, so we've now solved nothing. Okay, but so we have to be able to represent more kinds of state that doesn't directly interfere with filter output. Or could it interfere with filter output? That is a question. It's worse than that. Everything you know is wrong. I think you're right, Lobsang. But if I know that... Oh man, it's too paradoxical. Damn. Damn, Lobby. How you doing, Lobsang? What exciting adventure are you on? Ah. Okay, let me listen to what you guys are listening to for a while, because I'm vibing to my own music here, and it gets a bit weird, right? Because I'm like, yeah, this song is interesting, and you guys hear some like kind of noise. Oh, congratulations! You turned big 4-0. You made it this far. That's very good. Well done, you, Lobsang. Good work. Good work, Lobsang. What kind of celebration are you having this weekend then? I'm guessing you didn't turn 40 today? Hello, Hexdew. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome, Raider. That's all right. That's all right. We need at least 5 people to trigger the raid alert. Now you know. Having dinner and a fire with the family tonight? That sounds a bit grim. You, the smallest one, you will be the fire.
But Daddy, I don't want to be the fire.
You will do, Satali.
No.
Anyway. Oh shit, I forgot the water. Alright, what am I doing? Alright, hang on. Whew, okay. It's like the hot tub. I am even more confused by this thing. Can I become a gaming streamer soon? I don't want to work on this anymore. I'm freaking bored with it. Alright? It's the same thing every freaking day. How do we optimize this? How do we make it better? How do we improve this thing, right? I don't want to improve this anymore. You have to play games first. Man, the expectations are too high on people these days. If you don't play games, you can't be a game streamer. Oh, man. Delicious. Oh, not now. Okay. Oh, my God. All right. Bear with me again. Whew, there we go. Right. You can move to just chatting, then you can do whatever you want. Yeah, but then I lose my viewership. Thank you so much, Crimson. Thank you so much. Check out my bunny. Check out my bunny. In the sub alerts, man. Do you guys remember these sub alerts? Oh, I wish I had my headphones on so I could hear these things. Thank you so much, Crimson. I really appreciate that. 26 years, right? Some people in here are 40, apparently. Herman Miller hot tub. I don't know, man. I don't know if Herman's up for that, right? I don't know if Herman's into that, right? Okay. You know what? I'm brewing some tea now. 2.5 minutes left. Then I get some hot tea, and we're not far away from dinner, which is very exciting, right? We're gonna pass the 8-hour mark before we get to dinner, but I'm very happy about this. It's gonna be good, right? Freshly 30. Congratulations, Caucus. Yeah, I don't know what we do. Like, if we did like just chatting, I don't even know what I would talk about then either. We did that in the beginning, right? Let me YouTube on you guys a little bit. Let me throw some of that YouTube goodness at you. I don't know if there's any goodness in there. All right, you can watch this thing if you want some just chatting with me. This is from earlier today. We're just chatting, drinking tea. You can see the bunny there. I get confused and exhibit skill issue. We're just gonna leave it at that, right? Bam. Okay. Or should we? Let's see. Now I can actually look at these things. Hang on. No one cares about that. Get out of here. I just looked at you. Okay, get out of here. I'm not going to turn the sound on. It was 33. That means that tiny sub didn't count towards this. What the Twitch? What? Wait, is it new subs? Not new. I don't know. Damn. I don't understand this. We have, but all of these conversations, A, turn into bro science, B, always gets me like moderately agitated. It's for new subs probably. Yeah, but shouldn't like a resub count to that? I don't get it. So when you set up the goal, right? Let me click the set up the goal button and not manage, not the other thing. Okay, so oh fiddlesticks. You know what? The tea you can brew for another minute while I fiddle with this thing, right? Oh, for foul's sake! Oh my god! Yeah. So this. Okay, if this doesn't count, I will not stream anymore. You mean modern agitate isn't your base state of being? No, my base state of being is insane. Okay, thank you, Crimson Mana, so much for that. That is crazy. You pushed us into 1/5 of the goal already. Okay, for those of you who don't know what this means, it means if we reach 250 in the next 19 days, not today, the next 19 days, then my child is going to color my hair and draw on my face, right? She's gonna do my Halloween look, whatever she wants to do. So far, she's talked about Kitty and Shrek, so I don't know what that's gonna be. Thank you so much, Crimson Mana. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. This is just Insanosaurus. Thank you so much. If you got a sub, say thank you to Crimson. I'm sorry the sub alerts don't play for like more. I should probably have different sub alerts, but it took me so much time to set up 40 different sounds this morning. If you guys want to hear them, then do them like one sub at a time, although that's probably super annoying. Oh my god. You say this, but I'm going to watch some guy wearing a KFC bucket play a guitar on Halloween. I mean, why not? I don't really, Colin, but I'm going to try to stream every day until Halloween to meet, at least for a few hours, to reach this goal, right? Okay, let me go and get my tea.
So we had some complaints earlier about my cup, my cat cup, but we're still gonna go with the cat cup. There you go, have at it. Fools who thought the cat cup would not come back. Okay, wow. Yes, thank you so much, Crimson Mana again. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Pushed us to 58, right? That means we've passed 1/5. Okay, very nice. Thank you. Geschenkaboo. Peekaboo? No, Geschenkaboo. It's the German version and it's a little bit more powerful. Thank you so much. Hide their number to start. Yes, please. And I banned you, but I can't ban you from gifting subs during this period, though, Temporis. Although you were the first one to gift a sub to this avenue. So thank you very much for that. All right, thermos tea because I'm a train spotter. Here we go. Do you think passion equals infinite determination? Passion and tenacity, right? You're going to have more than just passion. You can be a very passionate and lazy and uninspired person. Maybe not uninspired, but you can be passionate about something for a very short period of time, right? As in, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. This is all I want to do. This is the only thing that exists 2 days later. Nah, that's all news. I want something else now, right? So you need passion and tenacity. What's that, Bonin? A fan of your ID, FF said cursed? I don't understand. Can we customize the sub goal appearance? Oh, sorry. I bet that is fun for the stream. Build CSS never hurt nobody. If it never hurt nobody, does it mean that it hurt somebody? All right, you have to untangle this English mess, please. I jest. Again, thank you so much, Crimson. Thank you for 25 gift subs and your resub. Much appreciated. So I don't know what it is that you can allow users to do with the sub goals, right? There is some like image choices you can make, but since I only have one image there or one video, and that's the bunny, right? I'm gonna try to record another clip tomorrow so I can swap some of the bunny animations out for other bunny animations. So the sub lasts for about 10 seconds. So if I have at least maybe like 5-6 seconds of bunny footage, we should be good, right? The thick bar on the top right. This thing that's moving around now. There's no control over that one, right? There's very little control over that one. You can apply custom CSS. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. But I don't think I can, in a reasonable amount of time, make that something that you can customize. By the time we reach Halloween, I probably will not have finished that. I'm a little bit miffed that this goal only counts to new subs. I thought this thing was gonna count to like resubs and subs from now, not new subscribers, right? So that's actually pretty bad for me in terms of my goal setup, right? Because I have no illusion. Right, I definitely don't think we're gonna have 58 subs every day until Halloween, right? I don't think so. I think we're gonna have 58 or whatever we end up on today, and then tomorrow, I think we're gonna have maybe 1 or 2. I think it's gonna slow down quite a bit.
When many great developers or creators were asked why or how they did make or create the thing they did, most of the time the answer is simple. I like doing it. Personally, I too like doing it, but it's that now. Said it less. Let me SIG language server. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you an anecdote about when I was a young kitty cat.
Meow.
This is the story. No, all right. So it's like this. You like what you're doing. Like Temporus is saying, if you like what you're doing, you tend to keep wanting to do it. However, when asked how they did or make or create the thing they did, there's more than just passion, okay? Unless what they're doing is something that can be completed in a very short span of time, right? You need the tenacity to be able to continue doing something. It really sounds like I'm smelling my own farts here a little bit, but it really isn't enough to be passionate for a day. That passion has to exist 2 years from now, right? If you're going to make something that isn't a weekend project. Yes, you absolutely can stop liking something, and you can stop liking something very quickly. I do not love this that I'm doing. I love it, but it's that kind of unhappy love, right? I want it to exist, but I wish I didn't have to solve these problems because they're complicated and hard to solve. All right. But hey, I got tea, right? A great example would be the Stardew Valley. The guy put in 10 hours a day for 4.5 years, absolutely hated his game and thought it was horrible when it released. I can see that. I do not compare myself to someone who can do that, right? But there are days where I just don't want to touch this. People are waiting for me to finish things, and I don't mind that, but I just don't want to touch the freaking code. It's just so much sometimes, right? And you spend time building and designing systems only to realize that your design is flawed. Then you have to untangle the systems and oh my God. And it's kind of what we're doing right now. We built a self-contained project to try some things out rather than trying to operate in the complexity that is the current code base. We're building things in isolation. This is a common problem-solving solution for me, right? Problem-solving solution? Problem-solving method for me, right? If I can, I isolate the problem and work on it in isolation. Less visual noise, easier to control all the variables, and more importantly, it's very easy to contain this entire program in my head, right? Unlike the 20,000 lines, 20,600 lines of code that we have now, it's not something I can keep in my head, right? Well, here's the thing, Zedalis, right? Although arguably you are talking to Temporus, but I'm gonna stick an oar in anyway because that's what I do. It's my ball. I'm going home. What I said earlier today on stream was, if the stars align, you might get over that hump. I think everyone get to a point in a project or whatever they're working on where the passion is dwindling and what you're left with is tenacity and willpower. And if you have enough extrinsic variables, right? People saying, keep up what you're doing, good work, or we believe in your project even though you've lost faith a long time ago. If you have something like this, it doesn't have to be extrinsic, right? You might just operate on this whole thing on your own, right? But if you do have that, then you can get over that hump until you go from this like passionate, fueled work to this like smoldering, careful and lovable work, right? It's like a relationship. In the beginning, it's all passion and you can't keep your hands off each other's arch installations. But as your relationship progresses, you either get bored and you drift apart, or the love turns into this like sort of it's there, it's long, it's smoldering, it's like a love and a friendship. But, you know, it becomes this different beast, right? Now, some people never move on and they expect every relationship to be this like lust-filled thing. But now we're into relationships, so let's move on, right? But if you can get over that lust period, the passion period of your project into this long-term love, then I think you're good. I'm building in Scratch from Java. Wait, you're building in Scratch from Java? I use HashMap to build a lot of things, only to realize that the order of objects I get from calling keys is unreliable. Yes, you need a sorted dictionary in Python terminology. But what I can say to you, dissenting potato, I don't know how many values you store in your hash map, but if you use a list instead of a hash map, assuming you have maybe less than 100 or 50 elements in there, you're going to see possibly a performance benefit, right, from doing that. Even though looking things up in a hash table is fast, you still have to compute the hash for the key and do all that. You still have to do all that stuff, right? So scanning a vector or a list in I think it's a list in Java parlance is possibly faster, right? That sounds like marriage. It is, right? That is exactly what marriage is, okay? When you meet for the first time and you form your relationship, it's a very passionate time in your life, but that passion and youthfulness turns into a loving friendship, and again, it becomes this sort of smoldering love that lasts, that is a long-term project and not just a quick release project, right? Move to an array list. There you go, right? My neck feels like I got 15,000 needles jammed into it. Isn't this my lucky day? We're past the 8-hour mark and I am still reasonably sane. I love you guys. Okay. Well, what should we do then with this thing? We should, okay, so we can translate this into what we have, but this only gets us to where we started. This doesn't get us to where we want to be, right? I don't think so, Enrico, because I'm going to take a little bit of a dinner break soon, right? We're going to go back to Words on Stream, and I'm going to eat some pizza. No pineapple, but I wouldn't mind. And then we'll continue. We're just going to keep going until I am no longer a functioning human being. Okay, I'll stop that now. Maybe. Okay. Where are we now, right? I am very hungry, Perkins. I am very hungry. But the food is being made as we speak. I have 2 pairs of headphones on. I'm going to take 1 pair off. All right. Let's go with these ones for a bit. Okay. We all connect. The interconnectedness of it all. Did you guys ever read Dirk Gently? Man, what a good series of books that was, right? I think like Douglas Adams' books, the Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency, it's really up there with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think like the Hitchhiker's Guide was kind of a little bit out there, and I feel like the Dirk Gently stuff is a little bit more. I'm not sure how to qualify it, but I feel like more people like the guide more than they like Dirk Gently. But I think Dirk Gently was so good, right? Really is. Really is. I'm really, really sad that we didn't get a third one, right? Really, really bizarre and lovable character. I actually thought the TV, not the Stephen Mangan one, but I thought the TV show was pretty good. But I don't look at it as Dirk Gently still, right? It's very...
is very different from the sort of disenfranchised, middle-aged, trench coat wearing person that I imagined Dirk Gently to be when I was reading the books. And now we have this like youthful individual dragging Elijah Woods around. And it's kind of different though, right? But I still think the TV show was really good. I think they canceled that one because why wouldn't they, right? I mean, you got a good TV show like Firefly. What do? You cancel it, right? And then you get like Game of Thrones, right? Not Thrones. Game of Thrones. That you go, what happened there? I don't know. But you got Game of Thrones and it's completely rubbish after the 4th season. I have no idea what accent that was. When I'm going to do it again. Okay, we're going to move on now. So, filter up and skip or continue or apply. These are the different ones that we have. We're going to abuse little less or absolutely no more the control flow. So let's get rid of that thing instead. All right, let's see what else we have in the trees. Nothing there, nothing there. Okay, let's do a cargo. We could do a cargo fix. No, why would I bother with that here, right? We're not going to cargo fix anything, right? Instead, we're going to move on to... So does this mean that I cannot reach my sub goal because I don't even have 250 views? Have I so monumentally this up? All right. Have I messed this up? Okay, no, don't worry about it, right? I am new to streaming apparently, right? I was reading that Diffie-Hellman is vulnerable to a logjam attack. I don't know anything about that. But what's the diffing algorithm in ncurses? Because I keep thinking it's Diffie-Hellman. A modified Diffie-Hellman. Does anyone know? Ncurses screen buffer. Maybe this will tell us something. Let's do draw changes maybe. Yeah, so I don't remember what algorithm they're using. And I keep thinking that I read that it was a modified Diffie-Hellman algorithm, but I don't know. I don't even remember where I saw that. This is like years ago. Use chat. You know what? We could do that, right? We could try that. Let's say like chat duck.ai, right? What algo does ncurses use for diffing buffers? Library crediting does not use a specific algo for different buffers. Yes, it does. It provides function for creating and enabling text-based interface, including functions, scrolling with change. Change made buffer anchors. So when it compares this previous buffer. Yeah. So what's the comparison then? Does not compare its previous version of the buffer. Instead, it keeps track of the changes that have been made to the buffer and uses it to determine which parts. For example, a single line of change anchors will only update that line on the screen rather than drawing the entire screen. This approach can help. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? Maybe that's it. If you need to compare two buffers. No. Okay, so what's the... what algo does ncurses use to only draw the changes? I feel like this is not right. I feel like we're not getting the right answer here. Dirty rectangles. The thing is, I don't even know if half of this is true. So let's try to change this to GPT instead, right? What does ncurses use to only draw
changes to the screen. Screen buffering. I can't imagine that I'm making this up. I must have read this somewhere, right? Okay. Name some of these techniques. Oh, this is the same as the other output we got. Does the documentation for end cursors mention the name of any of the algos it's using? Is there a mention of a modified Diffie-Hellman mayonnaise algo anywhere related to end cursors? I have no idea where I got this from. Great, this thing died. No. I'm gonna find this somewhere now. No, it wouldn't be Reddit. It's a modified. It specifically says it's a modified. All right. So let's do end cursors modified changes algorithm. Okay. FAQ. Oh, cold. I'm too invested in this thing. Because this is what I was looking at years ago when I was writing the first incarnations of Anathema. But I'm not finding this anyway. It could have been a dream because I don't have those. The man pages. It's not even in there. Tutorial. Although this looks familiar. A modified heckle algorithm. Go fuck yourself, ChatGPT. Oops, sorry. So here we go. The hat tries to detect vertical motion changes between the real and virtual screen. This information is presented by the old index members or in the new structure. These are modified by vertical motion and clear operations and both are reinitialized after each update. To this change journaling information, the hashmap code adds deduction made using the modified heckle algorithm on hash values generated from the line content. God damn it, right? Do not trust these damn things. I knew there was something in there, right? But it was heckle, not Hellman, right? Although I don't know what that is, right? I'm in my head, I still think like, wasn't it Diffie-Hellman, right? But okay. So here we go, right? Yeah, sorry about that. So it's using a modified heckle algorithm. And this is what I was looking for. So if we go back to, can we go back to the chat thing? No. All right. What if we do this? Oh no. Hey, there you are. Right. Okay. What is? Whoops. Modified heckle algorithm in relation to end cursors. Okay, this is really, really annoying that you don't really get the right answer, okay? This annoys me. Because I knew it was something in there, a modified Heckle algorithm. So in other words, if you want to use ChatGPT for anything, you gotta know what you're looking for. Okay, I remember that page, something guide to the black page, right, where it was mentioned. Yeah, so I think maybe if we search for that now, if we search for, stop pressing that button, right? Oh yeah, okay, of course, right? Modified Heckle, diff, and cursors. We're probably gonna find loads now, right? I was looking at a lot of this stuff when I started looking at one of the this page. I remember looking at this page when I was looking at the some of the anathema stuff, right? But this should be part of N curses. All right. Okay. So good news is that my food is now ready. So we're gonna go and eat some food. It's not even better, right? Because it states that there is no this specific algorithm to this thing, but there really is, right? But I think I'm done raging about this now. I'm gonna go get some food, some pizza. In the meantime, we're going to play a game of this. Autopilot on, okay? There we go. Okay. All right, I've solved it. Okay, but I'm gonna go and move myself away from here and mute myself. Is the audio fine? There we go, right? Friends with what? Anyway, pizza, and I'll be back. Shit, I can't go back. There we go. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
All right. How y'all doing? Are you okay? Okay. I'm loving this. People are still here and I managed to eat some pizza. It's pretty damn good. Last song I remember deliberately turning on Sherman Tank was Stabbing the Drama with Soilwork. How you doing? It's pretty good. I'm great, Sherman. I'm great. I'm gonna let this continue. I'm not gonna make people wait though. And let this continue because people seem to enjoy this. Let me see if we lost our sanity. Yeah, we lost a good chunk of viewers. But you know what? You guys are wonderful. You like this. You're chatting. I'm gonna leave it on for a bit. Oh man, Charlie Tree has got some skill here. Look at that. I kind of want to join in, but I'm not going to. I am focus expert. You'd be surprised to find that out, wouldn't you? I'm married and I've fathered a child as well. It's a good song, Sherman Tank. I like it. Oh, Enrico, just more letters. Past tense, right? Oh, amazingly soul focus expert. I have struggles like everyone else, but I think it's very... I can't complain, right? I can't complain. How about you? Are you happy with where you are in life? Oh, T is a false letter. Oh, so noted would not have been good. You not focus. Okay, what would you change if you could change something in your life? Focus. Good to go. Bam. Don't know what to do? As in, you don't know what to do with the current situation in your life, or you don't know what to do with your life, or... Man, if Pamela's a word, man, I'm banning you from the stream. I didn't miss your answer, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. I'm headed for self-inflicted death, but it makes me sad because I still like things. Yeah, that's obviously not ideal. I don't know what the severity of the situation is, and I don't know how literal you are about it, but
there is no there generally is no situation that is so bad that you cannot change it, right? A lapel? Lapel? Now that would work, wouldn't it? No, lapel would be 2 L's at the end. Oh man, look at you guys. 129 out of 91, man. Beautiful. Right? That's fantastic. Now, lapel should be 3 L's, right? Isn't it? Well, I can't spell, so there you go. The highest level you've seen is 404. Nice. Oh man, no, I'm not gonna. Oh, there you go. Good work. I'm not gonna be sticking an R in here. Oh, A is fake. Oh, boo. You can still do. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Fete, that's like a, no, I was going to say it's like a Turkish hat, but it's not. It's food. Fes is the hat. Fete is food. Is it Turkish or Greek? I don't know. Another fake A. Ooh. Is anyone going to get the last word? Good work there, Skylar. Greek cheese. I thought feta was like a sharing plate. Wow, good work. Oh, Chaltrea, man. Nice. Oh, followed by Freefall. All right, looking pretty good there. The cheese is feta? Yeah. Oh, what's the secret letter? No one does tempores. We're all just making things up. Priority. Wow, Lobsang. That was pretty good. Rib fry. Rotary. That's a good one. Is the A fake? No, there is no A. All right, then no rotary. Oh, but it could have been the hidden letter, couldn't it? Profit. I see. I see. The Ferengi is afoot. What's Tor? Ooh. I don't know what this unlocks means. Oh, so it's an I. There we go, right? Damn, there you go. Okay. You know, level 13. Did not get that far last time.
That is very good. Well, I'm not gonna ruin the fun. Keep on playing. If people want to chat, feel free to do so. I can read between. People that guess are locked until the next unlock. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Interesting. So feel free to chat. I am reading messages between the words, right? It's all good. Wing, but no one tried with an A. Glowing. Very nice, Sheltray. Do you like puzzle games, Sheltray? There you go, Skylar. I was waiting for that. A is fake. Oh, look at that. Figure that one out. You like language-related things? Nice. The weather vane. Oh, very good. Yeah, someone has done that. Okay. Very nice. Another letter. Very good. Autocorrect screws this up? Really? That's not good. Gwyn can't be a word. Purloin. Wow, that's really good. 3 stars on level 14. I'll keep it rolling until it ends, right? We keep going till it ends. This is actually this is entertaining for me to watch. Probably not like the most interesting spectator sport, but I reckon those of you that are watching at home, you can play along at home. If you're watching at home, you can play along. All right. I think this is kind of fun, right? Okay. Secret letter. Oh, you got panics there. Yeah, this is good. Spank. Well, come on, Skylar. Put an A in there. Come on, Lobsang. Put an S in there. Okay, stay out of it. It's fun. It's fun. You guys are doing really well. This is pretty good. There you go, Sherman Tank. I was waiting for that one. Ooh, Pains. That's pretty good. So Spain wasn't one? Is S the... No, S is not fake. No, none of these letters in Spain is fake. Interesting that it wasn't a word then, right? L is fake. Oh, man. Oh, you got chaps in there as well? So wouldn't Chaltrea's word maybe be in plural then? Would that be a possible one? Oh, sorry. I keep sticking an or in, right? Oh, no. Game over. Game over. You guys are going to have to wait now until I go and do something else and I need a little break, right? Look at that. Really good. Really good. All right. A total ranking 169, 120, 111, 67, 60. This is really good. You guys are doing really good. Well done, you. Well done, you. You still got more points than me, Stuber. Okay? You should feel good about that. I got 0 points. Very good. Very good. All right. We're going to turn this off. I feel like I turned up and I ruined the fun. Like a dad. You have to go to bed now and make no noise. I'm watching the news. Someone is angry on Twitter. 160 nice. Yes. Now we're being forced back into programming. I didn't tell you to start. All right. Stop this thing. There we go. The browser capture was using the same filter as the terminal. That's why it looked weird. Oh, did I not turn off Dark Viewer? I'm so sorry. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, well, that was interesting. You guys did really well. I'm very impressed with that. And now it's the cold embrace of reality where we are going to continue chasing the bugs. And I think we managed to create this thing and now to kind of implement some kind of widgets here. So we have this single one, and to do our layout, we're going to get children, which will be some kind of for each, I believe, right? For next time, you can get everyone the link so they can play with that later. Okay, oh, really? That's a good point. I should have done that. Okay. Okay. I hear you. I hear this feedback. All right. We shall see to this next time. So what should we do for this thing? We're going to have to change the way element works. All right. Let's do a type alias here. That's gonna be a for each, I think. I've never played Jackbox TV. I don't know. Is there any kind of game you guys want to play? Do you intend to enhance the global event stuff any further? The global event stuff. I'm not sure what. Oh, that. No, it's it probably needs work, but I haven't put any focus on it. It's a bit unknown to me what to do with that. Do you have any thoughts? I don't think 74 people has the game and would join. I, for one, don't have the game. But if you guys want to game something at some point, I might be up for that, given that I don't like, we're on the 9th hour. I don't know how much brain power I have left in my headspace, right? It could be very limited, but we're gonna keep trying, okay? So that's gonna be a U8, and then here we need like a filter. So why don't we make this thing generic over F, where F is a filter. And the filter needs to have a value, so we're gonna have a value equal to a U8. Whoops. That's like the worst thing that the worst typo I do with this keyboard is when I accidentally seem to like go into replace mode, right? It is, but I've had breaks, of course, right? I've had breaks where, oh crap, we can't do this. We can't do it like this, all right. I had breaks. Actually, we can do this. We're just gonna have a layout filter. So get rid of this layout filter. There we go. Right. So let's import filter for layout filter. Come on, man. At least we got that one right now. So I've had breaks, which is why I'm still able to keep going, right? It would be nice if it was aware of components too, so the handler can update components. Ooh, interesting. We could make that happen. I was wondering how difficult it would be to add a thing for displaying images with sixes. We did this already on stream, and it was pretty lacking in functionality. It was issues with rescaling the font size, and the images didn't grow, and it was just kind of gross in some sense, right?
Oh, you need a lifetime, do you? Well, then that's a difficulty, isn't it? Well, okay, we're just gonna take that out and then re-implement that. And we do it that way, right? Whoops. That can just be like that. Actually, that's the one we used, Freefall. So this is from another streamer, Sergeant Pepper. He was using anathema to do something and he asked about this thing. So I implemented an image widget and that would output the terminal escape sequences for drawing these images. And it wasn't able to scale. But then again, I didn't do this in iTerm, I think. I used another term and I don't remember which one. It allows you to specify image size in terms, it probably was West term. So image size in terms of character cells, well, it was one image per cell, but when I increased the font size, the images didn't grow. If like, do you happen to just carry around an escape sequence we can dump into the terminal in West term and see if that still happens, right? Using the iTerm 2 protocol, right? Then I'd be happy to look at that, right? You don't happen to carry around an ants escape sequence for that. Okay, fine. Let's see if we can do this. I kind of was hoping. Are they? Are they fun? Okay, I'll think about it. Or the word also. So I think this is what you have to do, right? For this thing to scale with your font size, you have to use auto, correct? Can we get an example of this thing? Okay, so this is probably just gonna load this and base64 encode it. I was kind of hoping that we could see a whole string with this. So if we did this with auto, maybe that would work. So if we make a picture that is 64 by 64. Okay, let's make a new and delete the old one then. Just okay, so what do we think? Maybe this is kind of a better result or shape for that. Right, this is more of a terminal character, isn't it? So we'll start by just drawing the corners out. Into different colors, just so we can see where, well, in different colors, so we can see where everything is. All right, happy face. I am, if you guys didn't know this, I'm a pretty good artist, right? I know you might not think it. That one looks so angry now. So it's like, I don't want you to feel bad about your own skills if you're not this good. It takes years of lying to get to this point, right? It has a tail for some reason. And some whiskers. Beautiful. All right. Let's export this as. Let's dump this, not in our beautiful pixel art, but in the root. Okay, so now we have an image, don't save. So let's go to run rubbish. This is fine, beautiful, right? All right, so let's try this out. We have to modify this a little bit. Okay, that didn't work. I don't see anything. It's a scam. Okay. Right, so that's the image. So should we be able to do this? Whoa, okay. Right, we got a little bit of an issue here. There we go. And then on top of this, we have to print a new line. I don't know what the A does, but nah, see, I'm not seeing it. I don't know if that works with a PNG file. Maybe it doesn't work with PNG. But okay, well, we tried and then we moved on. Maybe can't do PNG. I'm probably missing a bunch of things. Let's not worry about it. I don't know if it's gonna scale accordingly or not. But it would be possible to write a widget for Anathema that does this, although it just wouldn't be very usable on a lot of terminals, right? Okay, so let's go to our tree and modify this, right? That was some good pizza, man. Like that. Beautiful. So then if we make a new element here, we'll make a root one, and it's gonna have the V stack. So, well, we didn't call it a V stack, we just call it a stack, right? Yeah. You know what? You don't need a size. Okay, and then we're gonna add to the stack a single value. We add 3 single value. All the single values, all the single values. All right, that's don't do that. Okay, can't find the stack. Okay, well you can now. Right, and then we have to do a box new here. Urgh.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, can't do that. We can still have the filter. Yes. Okay, and then this thing doesn't work anymore. Okay. Oh, we have some tea still. Kitty cup. Still smoking hot. Insert your mom joke. Gross. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is perform the layout on the stack, yeah? And this is where we do the layout. Okay. Hello, Nulek, how you doing? I mean, at this point, we could just query if this thing wants layout, couldn't we? It would kind of make sense. Yeah. Ah, but we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to find first. So we really need this mechanism that can walk the tree to find where we should begin our operation and then do the actual operation, right? Look, you've been staring at me all day. I'm going to ask you to move now. Then kill anything. I just asked it to politely move. I didn't want to look at it anymore. It's a small Dave that's been sitting in the corner staring at me. Scarpa. All right. Right then. Filter output. Yeah, we do need that. So what if we can combine these? So we need a probe, okay? We need a probe that we're gonna send into the tree that's gonna find something, and then it's gonna change its nature into a processor. So we have like this finder / processor thing, right? And we should be able to combine these into something. Wow, this is gonna be beautifully complex. I sort of am seeing this thing in my mind's hold. There's no eyes in there. Right? So we have this vehicle that will go into the tree. It will find what it's looking for, and then it will proceed to begin work. So it kind of stops being what it is and becomes something else, right? I am sober, okay? Definitely saying things that I'm saying here. Okay. I can't believe we made it to 58 today. That is pretty damn good. All right. Thanks you guys so much. That is pretty good. I have no illusion that this is going to continue like this. I get it, but there's hope that we're going to end up reaching the goal, and there is also distress that we might actually reach the goal. When I told my kid today, I said, we're at 58 now. She's like, what? And I said, yeah, it's not going to keep this momentum. Don't worry about it, sweetie. But daddy, can I come and be on your stream now? No, you cannot. Okay, so I have this vision of what this thing would kind of look like. And so the metaphor is that we send something into the tree, and then we destroy the thing that we sent in because it's already found what it's looking for, and then we begin this process of operations on the tree, but they can, they don't spread. So we need that, okay?
I wouldn't call it a probe because we're not probing. It's like we're searching. Maybe a scanner and a processor, and then we can combine a scanner and a processor together to form this thing. That would be pretty good. A selector, that's pretty hot. I like it. Hot selectors in your area. Okay. A selector is pretty good, but a selector is making a choice. We're kind of trying to find a destination, right? A hunter, but it doesn't hunt. Sounds like something out of Inner Space. Yeah, I mean, this is very much how I'm like, this is all very metaphorical, right? I don't, Booty, right? Let's be honest now. I really don't care. All other languages, Booty, are complete. I'm going to go as far as saying this. If you program anything other than Rust, you are a failure in life. I like programming languages, right? I just don't find myself programming anything other than Rust these days. It's been a few years since I touched anything else, right? So not really. Not really. But that doesn't mean I don't recognize the value in programming languages that aren't Rust. I don't do the Rust lang. So, Jonil, I just wish you would embrace Rust. It would change your life for the better. No, and that's okay, right? I was going to say something, but you're doing pretty well with your current situation, right? You're doing well. You got your work going for you. And the thing is, based on something you said on Discord, right? I don't think they were ever gone, right? I think they were just dormant and you always had them, right? That's what I was thinking. We are, of course, talking about testicles now. No, we are not. A locator, that's pretty good. A locator and a processor, right? So if we... Whoopsie. And then we have a tree processor. I'm not entirely sold on the processor, but it's gonna have to do for now. My brain just went to location. So the goal is to be able to combine the locator with the processor to make some kind of unit that can traverse the tree, right? So if we have a struct tree op, I don't love that. Tree walker Texas Ranger. Lorenzo Lamas, right? I think that is a pretty good name, but we're gonna change it for something shorter. We call it Fred. Find by ID locator. Yeah, so we end up with that. We need a name for a combination of these things that we then send into the tree that can behave this way. So we need to be able to all right, so a tree op wasn't that bad, but it's not great because an op is an operation and it sounds like a one small unit of work. All right, let's call it a worker then, right? And the worker is generic over T. So am I. But now we need to have a uniform. We don't really need to do it this way. I just find that it makes me excited to think about it this way. Uh-oh. I'm gonna start yawning. I'm sorry. It's gonna happen. And I don't know what to do about it. Okay, maybe we go into standing desk mode. Let's see if we can do that. Bye! I don't think we wanted the hairlight when we're doing this, okay? So, yes, the illusion is shattered. You can see the top. You can see behind the curtain. Bye!
See you tomorrow.
No, we're not going anywhere. Okay, so how do we now do this? Hello, Crypto Cat, how you been? No, it's just my backdrop. My backdrop with colored lights, man. You can see the light reflecting on my hand, right? That sounds sensible, Janine. Always here, just lurking. Well, aren't you a big, wonderful person, Cat? It depends on what you're up for, Booty. Depends on what you want to do, right? I tend to not find programming languages based around work because I enjoy poverty. Right, moving my legs a little bit. I'm trying not to fall into some kind of yawning process here. Maybe the worker isn't a thing, it's a trait instead. And what can the worker do? Well, you can't implement traits this way, or define traits that way, sorry. Oh, good grief. Worker's gonna work. And then we give the tree to the worker. Maybe that makes sense, right? But there is no right tool for the job. There's only a lot of wrong tools for the job, but there's never a right tool for the job. But there is good tools for the job, right? But yeah, no, I don't know. To me, programming is what I'm passionate about. Just do it. I'm passionate about programming. I love programming. I wake up and I'll be like, wife, you know what I'm going to do today? And she goes, like, stop talking to me.
Get out of here.
And I'm like, okay, fine. And then I go do programming, right? I open the curtain and be like, the real world is out there.
It's full of terrible things.
So we just close the curtain and get back into our dungeon to write some code. What are you passionate about? That is a better question, Johnny, right? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I think that's kind of what you need to find out as a person, isn't it, right? We can't go through our lives and not be, like, have any... Well, you can, but, like, oh, shit, why is that? That was not part of pizza. That was blood. We can't go through life. We can, but I don't want to go through my life not being passionate about anything, right? Haven't found my thing yet? No, and that is perfectly fine. Like, I found my thing at a very early age. I was a wee little person when I figured out what I want to do with my life or what I really love doing, right? So in between all the stupidity, there was always programming there. My wife, on the other hand, yes, programmer and married. Get over it. My wife, on the other hand, she figured out recently where she wants to take her life, right? That could be interpreted as a very dramatic thing to say. I meant direction, what direction she wants to go in her life very recently, right? So there's no rush, Johnny, right? The main thing is that you're happy and that you're looking for the things that inspires you and you're enjoying it and you don't spend your life waiting for something to happen, right? Waiting to have a time for something is terrifying. The very prospect of waiting to do something scares me, right? Doing what you can. Well, as long as you're enjoying it, right? If you don't enjoy it, then you got to change it. But you know, you got to do what you can do with what you have and all that. Right? Okay, so we have ourselves a worker. How you doing, regalias? And then we have the filter thing, right? The for each. But I think we're gonna break this down into another trait. We're gonna go with the trait called locator, okay? There we go, right? Time is luxury. Well, I mean, like, this is the thing. I said this earlier today, right? You can lie to me.
But don't lie to yourself.
Okay? Lie to yourself. And saying things like, I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to do that. The heck you do. You have time. You just choose not to prioritize it. I don't have time to go for walks. Yeah, you do. You got time to go for walks, right? You choose not to, and that's fine. But you shouldn't lie to yourself. You shouldn't have this like defeatist, miserable attitude. Like, oh, I don't have time to go for walks. Go for a walk. Take me with you though, right? Just get a little phone and just go for a walk. And I'll be like, hi. And you can just hold the phone up to strangers and be like, hi. And everything will be amazing, right? The pipeline, okay? That's the only thing it's good for. Too right, Italian SpongeBob. Il SpongeBob. Is the popcorn in Italian? What, SpongeBob? No. I don't know what to do about this. I cut myself on something, but it's not like leaking, but it's a little bit messy. You know what? We're just gonna power through, right? We'll survive this flesh wound. So yeah, we're definitely. I mean, look, I said we were gonna make it past 8 hours. I don't know if I actually said that, but let's pretend I said that because no one's gonna go back and look, right? Hello, Coolio, still going. Oh yeah, man. Oh yes, we're going like a rock falling off a cliff into the ocean of life and understanding. Brought to you by LLMs. The crash is going to be, I'm going to be back here tomorrow morning. I'm going to wake up, I'm going to go to the gym, flex time, and I'll be like, you there by the bench press. You think you can do something cool with that? But I bet you don't use Arch. I use Arch, by the way, and I program Rust. And I'm going to talk like that to really throw them off. And be like, bro, man, come at me. And no, I can't, because I got to update my system, because there's daily updates. Okay. So, anyway, but then I'm going to go there and I'm going to take my wife with me to the gym so she can stand in the corner and look at me work out. Be like, check me out, baby. Is this impressive? And she's like, yeah, I'm just playing Tinder again. Don't worry about it. Okay, but no, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to the gym with my wife to try to be a source of inspiration, which is she looks at me, she gets angry, and she gets extra energy from that. Then I'm going to record another little sub-alert, because I love the bunny, and he was in this sub-alert, and I don't think anyone finds this as amusing as I do, with the bunny just rushing out of his little house. But I'm going to record another video with the bunny, so we can swap the sub-alert videos out a little bit. And then I'm going to hop on streaming, and then I'm going to stream until I am tired, and then I'm going to go to a social event, and I'm going to be all energetic and delightful around a bunch of people, and then we get to go home and sleep. Oh. I do not keep, there's so much space in my head between everything there, so a lot of empty space. I can't keep up with the actual space out there, right? It's vast and makes me realize how insignificant I am. It gives me existential crisis thinking about it, right? It does not. My ego is way too large. Okay, so tree, worker. So we're gonna put the locator and we're gonna put the processor in there as well, right? So what do we need? We need this thing to be able to locate. and we need the processors to be able to process, right? But we have to do like one thing and then another. So maybe the locator. So the idea is that we're going to be able to chain these together, I thought, but maybe that's just a really dumbass idea, right? Oh, don't worry about it, Colio. I mean, you can put the link in the chat because maybe someone else is into it, right? But I'm way too into what I'm doing here, trying to figure this out. But feel free to link because probably other people are interested in it, right? I had a cup of tea here recently. I'm loving this thermos business, right? I have hot tea. I don't put a lot of tea in my cup, and it means the tea is hot. I mean, the tea tastes like, but at least it's warm, right? Okay, so locator locates, processor processes, says processes, right? All right, I think I'm almost done moving around. I managed to clock up 13,500 steps yesterday. Do you know why that's impressive? I left the house for about 5 minutes, okay? In total, I was out into the car, drove somewhere, went back in the car, and then home again. 13,500 steps came from cleaning, right? Cleaning and tidying up. 13,500 steps. Today, I have not even 5,000, okay? What does it process? Well, whatever you program it to process, right? You program the processor to process nodes in the tree in one way or another. But first, the locator is going to locate so the processor can process. But I don't know if this is the right thing to do. It's kind of interesting to break this into two parts. But once the locator has located, the processor needs to start processing. And the processor, it might not just process a singular node. It might want to process multiple nodes, right? But we shan't go too nanas and create multiple traits for everything because that's ridiculous and we don't do ridiculous things. I'm done standing up now. That's enough excitement for today. All right, let's bring the illusion back. There we go. I mean, life is better with hairlight, right? What about a streamer trait? So we treat the stream as a trait. I read it backwards, like steps of lot are that. That's a lot of steps, but Crypto Cat. You broke my brain with that. I mean, it works if we rotate the monitor. Well, there you go then. I have done something in my life. I have inspired someone. And what else can you hope for, right? A soda stream? I don't know, man. Soda streams, dangerous things they are. Visibility qualifiers, damn you, me, earlier today, like 10 seconds ago when you wrote this. Okay, so again, the processor must be able to do something from a given spot in the tree, and this is why it's difficult. Okay, so what if you... So it would logically make sense that this thing gets a node. So we have a value here. Right, and then locate has a path. Oh, it should have maybe like a predicate instead.
Ooh, a predicate.
All right, maybe not that. That seems unnecessary. Instead, we're gonna have directions. Oh, sorry. Instead, we're gonna have just a path to do this thing, which is why the locator feels a little bit weird. So, because we want to be able to do something like locate a node in the tree and then perform an action on said node, and then 3 possibly possibly what? Oh my god, my brain just gave up. Possibly you and me, we can possibly do nothing. Oh, damn. Okay. Possibly, I got it now. Perform the same action on the remainder of the tree.
My lovely brain has given up for the day.
Yeah, now when singing happens, that's when you know you're on top, right? Oh, this is gonna be horrible tomorrow. I'm gonna feel so bad tomorrow. Put me to bed, please. Maybe a bit early. Okay. Nah, Jonil, the thing is, I have set a sub goal, and if I think that we are worthy to be worthy of said sub goal, then we're gonna stream as much as we can with all this quality that we present to the world. I don't think we can set this bigger sub goal and then just go and sleep like some kind of commoner. That's some good tea. No, it isn't. It would be nice to rest, but no, we're definitely surpassing the 10-hour mark, though, right? That's sin dudas, mate. Stop typing public in traits, you lemon. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Okay, so how can we combine these things, right? This is the thing, right? This is the thing. What is there going to be to actually process? Is it action or data gathering? So, Doddy, allow me to draw you a picture. Okay. Okay, but now let me draw you something that makes sense in this case, right? Imagine all the people, right? Imagine that we have a tree. This is a tree. I don't know why that thing looks like that. Oh, why is that not? Okay, what? What? All right, and then this one has some babies here, and this one has some babies here. Okay, now and there's a thing here with a baby there as well, right? Now if we okay, here's a tree, right? So if these things, if everything here is a widget, the green thing is a widget, and this is a widget, right? There's a children there, right? So if we were to modify this widget, that means that we would process this widget. But as a result of processing this thing, we end up having to process this widget, and then this widget, and followed by this, and this widget, right? So that's what we want to be able to do. Let's reverse. You know what? I just won't save then. Bye. So that's what we're gonna do. I keep my brain keep just switching off, and it's like, do you remember the thing you were doing? And I'll be like, no, and the brain goes, me neither.
Suck it.
All right, so it kind of happens. A very I think it's called I don't know. I was going to make something up, but I forgot what it was. Right. Have a good one, Temporas. Playing some Vintage Story. Oh, what's Vintage Story? This sounds really good. Hint, hint. No, I just... Vintage Story. What's this? Aha, some kind of farming simulator / Minecraft looking thing. Yes. Okay. It's Minecraft for masochists.
Would you like to play some masochist craft?
Okay then. Now this is not my cup of tea, so I don't mind that I'm not invited to you and your close friends. I just... Okay, so yeah, I explained something to someone. I don't know if that made any sense, but you know, who am I to judge? Yeah, I've been at this for 10, yeah, Kappa, and it kind of shows, right? Remember that before I started streaming, I did a lot of work. So there's a lot of off-stream work that's gone into today as well, right? How to make sense. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT, right? That was Dr.AI, was it? How do I make sense and also spell? Making sense of spelling correct involves a few steps. Okay, stop it. Too many instructions. Make less noise. Read more. Write, use spell tools. But hang on. This is all nonsense. I need to make sense. Explain. Using max 10 words. Forget spelling. How do I organize my thoughts? Also use a British spelling from here on out, you peasant. Too many words. List IDs, group 01, outline. Too many words. List, group, outline. Too much list. Too much write. All right. That sounds like work to me. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. And for those of you who are thinking about leaving,
You're not allowed.
I want to thank everyone who has been hanging out so far, who's been with me on this magical journey of slow descent into sadness. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. Right, I am not sure how much value I'll be able to add to anyone's life at this point, because the walls between me and imagination and reality are sort of crumbling a little bit, right? Okay, so how do we do this thing, right? Where we find somewhere in the tree and then we begin the processor. So we can't process on a singular value. We have to process on the tree. And I said this is where it gets a little bit difficult, right? Now, if we have a list of values, right? And it looks a bit like this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. All right, we're not doing that. But if we have a collection like this thing, and we start from here, and we have access to the entire collection, it's kind of easy, right? Because we can just do this with a for loop, right? But it doesn't look like this, right? So we end up with things like 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 5-1, 5-2, and so on and so forth, right? Because there are children in these here trees, right? And then of course we can end up with something like 3.2.1. Okay, well you get the idea, right? Terrible trees everywhere, right? You get the gist. So if we find ourselves looking at 3.2 and we're gonna process the rest of the tree, we can't really iterate. We sort of have to traverse from a given point. So you have to find the position and then start the traversal. So the process doesn't process a singular value. It processes and traverses. I seem to run out of tea again. Well, that is very kind of you to say, Joniel. Now, if I can be of any kind of... If I can add value to anyone's life, I think that's pretty good. That's what we all should strive for, right? You sound like a hippie. A poor and foolish man. Okay. How do we do that? I guess what we could do is, instead of a processor, we have a walker. And that's traverse. And then we have a processor here. Maybe. If I could just do a curly bracket. That can process. And the walker can then process. Oh my god. Thank you for hanging out, Janine.
What are you doing? Go to sleep.
Go sleep.
I need more buttons. What does this one do? Hello? Hello? Is this button doing anything? It doesn't do anything. What about this? Does it do anything? No, I don't know. What's this? Ah! All right. Okay, stop pushing buttons. All right. Well, it's pretty good that... You know, when I was a kid... Nobody cares. Okay. So if we can traverse and process, so we can pass in... We need access to the tree here. Like that. That depends, Doddy. And that's what we're solving. So a change could result in no physical layout changes, only a reposition of children. Or it could result in the remainder of the tree changing and its entire position. Layout, right? So this is why I do me wonder if we can have a walker and a processor, and that would be something that implements processor, right? Right, so we're doing, if we do this, then we could sort of cobble this together. And then this thing's gonna process the value. So the locator will locate where we are in the tree. The walker will start to traverse and it will process as it goes along. Yeah, the processor will be the same. It will be like maybe the layout processor or whatever it is, right? So it can be different, but they're the same for one iteration or one tick, one frame. Frame is the word we're looking for. Mierda. joder. Whoops, sorry. All right. Okay, so we should be able to. So then I don't know what a worker does, right? Well, actually, it could work, and it could be a struct, right? And then it has a locator. It has a walker, and it has a processor. That could work. Esto. Brrr. Why would you do that? I did that stupid thing again. Because I did it, I'll punish myself. There we go, right? No, work. Yeah. So that will be L value. Does the locate? Oh no, the locate doesn't have a value. Oh, you bingers. Okay. Okay. Does any of this? Am I making any sense whatsoever? I think I'm not, right? I think I've just Nelly, right? I think everyone's going to bed now. But we made it past the 10-hour mark. We made it past the 10-hour mark. Let's try to make sense, okay? Let's try to be a little bit sensible, right? So the first thing we're gonna do is we need to use the locator, right? And if that could return a source that we operate on, then the worker. No, that's the processor, right? No, the walker. Like that. I'm not sold on this. That's not great for trees. I don't feel like it's good. No, that's so this can hold the path then. Well, we find a position in the tree and then we go from there, but that means going back down again. It means starting with the siblings. All right, let's do this in Excalidraw. I don't know if that's any better. Well, I mean, maybe this is actually what we're looking at, right? So if this is, get rid of this thing. Okay. You know what? Forget UX Scully Draw. Hey, Sprite. Here we go. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So let's say that we have our tree. We have our root node with its babies. We're going to have another one over here just for good measure, right? This tree is so freaking beautiful, man. I understand this, right? So if we are going to make a change here, and this change propagates to the rest of the tree, that means that the change is going to be affecting these two. So that one changes, that one changes. Then we go back to, or we go to the siblings, and that one changes, and that one changes, and that one changes, which will affect the parent, and that one changes. This does not change, right? We've looked through these widgets when we start, and we have skipped them, okay? So this is 0, this is 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. This is 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 2, 0. Well, you can't read that, but you get the idea, right? So our change starts at 0, 2. Okay? So when we go to make this change, it turns out that this thing changed size. Because it changed size, we're going to have to reflow the layout for its sibling, right? So yeah, we go in here, we're going to do the layout. If we do layout here, we're going to do layout on everything underneath here, right? So this is a given because we do the layout here, right? But because the size of this thing changes, it means that we have to do the layout here. Again, this is all implied to be laid out wherever we land on doing layout. So this results in, that was 0, 3, right? So it's going to be 2, 0, 3. Whoops. Doesn't changing visibility affect the node on the left? But we're not necessarily, we change, no, not necessarily. There are 3 stages: layout, position, and paint. We're only dealing with layout in this conversation, right? So there's no position or paint affecting this in this conversation. And on top of that, these changes are only propagated, these changes only arise from stacks mutating, not C stacks, but V stacks and H stacks, rows, columns, overflow. These are the ones that can mutate or change this, right? So because this thing changes in size, we have to continue our changes over to here. Then how do we do that, right? That becomes its own interesting little conundrum, right? Because if this isn't a stack, then we don't care. So this guy here needs to be in charge of determining what kind of layout we're doing. All right, that's that guy up there. With his like super long arms and weirdly shaped low. And these are the fingers, these are the hands, and it's kind of like that, right? And then these are his shoes here. These are shoes. Okay, enough of that. So yeah. This is only applicable to stacks, which means that the widget itself determines the processing. Holy. So the widget has to be able to dictate what kind of processing it's doing
Oh my god. The complexity just shot through the roof now. Because the stack widget has this change that permeates through all the siblings, whereas the C stack doesn't, and nor does the text widget or the alignment widget for that matter, right? None of these has any of this flow, right? So this has to become good grief. What are we building here? It's either gonna be really fast. Hello PJ, how you doing? This is either gonna be optimized, like really optimized, or a nightmare, or both.
Welcome to your optimization nightmare.
Deposit all hope by the door. Ooh, Nelly. Okay, so this is now a question of the widgets composing their change strategy. Wow. There has to be a simpler way to do this. Honestly, this is just bananas. Okay. No, we don't end up laying out everything. Breadth first, traversal. Not that. It's selective, interchangeable traversal. So the traversal is only relevant to their parent and the children, but the children's internal strategies might differ. Still working the tree, Noctua. Still working the tree. Ain't no Christmas without me. I'm still working the tree. If you wanna be a little bit like me, you better still be working the tree. What the fuck are we doing here? Okay, let's have some tea. Sorry for cursing again. Right. There is think of it as delegation. Well, the question is this the right thing to do? This seems so insanely complicated. What do other layout libraries do? I wish we could look at another layout library that would show this as a clear, isolated something rather. Should we have a look at, well, because change comes from so many different places, it's really hard to find where this is applicable inside another crate. Let's go and look at are we GUI yet? Dot whatever. Okay, Azul, show me your secrets. All right, this is still being worked on. What is it? Reactive GUI for Rust, built using web rendering engine as a CSS. Like, okay. Okay, we'll have a look, right? That's the guy behind Ratatouille, I think. This is really confusing. What's the entry point into this? The core, maybe? So we have nothing called layout. UI resolver. Nah, yeah, that's nice. I am not that well known. The only people who know about anathema are the people in the community so far. And we're going to keep it that way until we've solved all this and we can just get out there in the world and flex and be like, you can do all that and more. But wait, there's more. Sign up today and get 30 days of nonsense. Where are you going to get that this month? It's not 30 days left though. Okay. So how does it do? Oh, wait. If it's using the web, it's just going to be web layout, right? Yeah, I don't think this is doing the layout. Or maybe it is. It seemed to be, holy, that's a big struct. Okay, node data container. Ah! Where did you go, node data container? No, why? Why? Okay, not that. Not that. That is older than me. That's not true. That I already know what it's doing and it's not gonna solve it for us. Dioxys is too big. This project is too big to even unpack. Oh, and this is doing diffing as well. There's a list diff in here somewhere. I looked at this early on in our anathema adventures. There's like a diffing IDs in here somewhere. Or maybe not. It looks very different now, but we're not gonna do that. Zero cost, ultra high performance declarative DOM library using signals. Okay, let's have a look. What is a zero cost, ultra high performance declarative DOM look? What does that look like? I don't see anything in here. There's no layout. We look at utils first, right? Ref counter. I wonder why you would do this. Okay, so he's always writing an option in there. Huh. Is this for reuse? Maybe that's what they're doing. I wonder if this is for reuse. Why would you do checked add followed by unwrap? That's a bit weird. And so here, this should be an expect explaining why for anyone reading this. And that's also an unwrap. Regardless of whether it's initialized, it increments the ref count. don't get it. If it's none, then set this thing. Yeah. It's a little bit confusing. Stop doing that now. GitHub. Disregard on drop. So I wonder about like this ultra high performance, and then it's using a ref cell and like reference counter. I don't feel like reference counter is really. I don't know. Okay, that's weird. It's a weird hang up on mine. Ignore that. What's glow events? Get rid of this by fixing WebSys code generation. Okay. I'm not going to unpack that then. Okay. And all this is in utils? Okay, so there's like a lot of, I mean, this is going to be a bunch of JavaScript stuff, right? JS value and what have you. WASM, bindgen. Okay, what is this supposed to be again? Zero cost, ultra high performance declarative DOM library. It's one of the fastest DOM frameworks in the world. It's just as fast as Inferno. It does not use a virtual DOM. It uses raw DOM nodes for maximum performance. It is close to the meta and has almost no overhead. Everything is inline to raw DOM operations. Okay, so this is not... I completely misunderstood this project. Right? Druid is Gomberger. Igu is immediate mode. Floem, maybe. This is built on Slint, not Slint. Xylem. Okay. Any layout in any of this? Maybe a widget. Okay, maybe a window is where we can start. Oh, I just grabbed the word then, shall we? Okay, thank you. Hello, Pepper. How you doing? Yeah, no, this is an actual window. Okay, not a view. I was thinking about a view. There is a view. View and widget traits. Views are self-contained components that can be composed together to create complex UIs. Views are the main building blocks of Floem. Views are structs to implement. Okay, get on with it. All right. Yeah. Though there are, of course, nothing left in my brain. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so this is okay. That's fine. Where's layout? I don't think I'm gonna find what I'm looking for here. How big is this file? Chunky. Ooh, we're doing all this. I understand what this is doing then. So you can create views out of primitives. Stack from it. Very cool. Recursive layout view. What's nodes? I'm pretty sure the node ID is the same as... No, taffy tree. Okay, get out of here. I was mistaken. And what's the view ID? Okay. Let's not worry about that then. Okay, recursively layout view. Layout node. Is this gonna give us back? No, it's not. It's a ref cell with a hash map. Probably isn't though. Context. Yeah, I had this, can't figure out which one is referring to. So okay. Get the view. So that's okay. So this is single threaded then, right? And then push view layout. And that's just gonna call this again, which is fine. With a layout context and a view ID. So what does layout node? So this thing probably has access to an entire tree, right? It has an app state. What's an app state? Whoa. Encapsulates and owns the global state of the application. Where there's got to be a box in here somewhere then. Unless this is referring to another state. Yeah, we had some pretty good gift subs, but I obviously messed up because I can do this. You can see the gift subs, right? But I have messed up when I set up the sub goal. It's for new subs only, which means that if anyone continues the sub or subscribe and they've been subscribed before, then it doesn't count. It only counts new subscribers, which is bananas. But in general, it will be for gift subs then. So we made some pretty decent progress, but that's just gonna be the first day. I think tomorrow it's gonna slow down a lot. Okay, so I don't understand the idea here. I don't understand. I don't know where state lives for the components or the views. I don't know where any of that is. And I don't see any layout. Where's the root? So that's just a node ID. There has to be some kind of tree involved in this, right? But this is linking to Taffy. Is Taffy in charge of the whole thing? So Taffy is the Flexbox thing, right? Is this in charge of the UI? Is there such a thing as a tree or whatever? There is. And layout. Let's look at the tree. Maybe they have a fancy tree. There is no tree. There's a Taffy tree. But why is that a feature, a config feature? Okay. Secondary maps. We have these. And slot maps. I wonder if the tree looks similar to ours then. They have traverse partial tree. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Maybe this is what I should look at. Downward tree. However, this tree does not require access to any nodes other than a single containers node. Immediate children, unless you also intend to implement traverse tree. So the current predicament that I'm in, right, is that we have a change to a tree that might so this is how complicated it has become. If you make a change
you might have to go and update or reflow the layout for all the siblings and the parent. And if the parent changes, then other widgets might also change, but it's not guaranteed. This means that every type of, sorry, my vision just got blurry, that every type of widget has a, it happened again. My brain just went, bye. Has its own strategy for doing this thing. And this feels so complex that I'm thinking that there are other people out there who do this. That was cold. Who do this, and they do not have to come up with this level of complexity, right? Maybe someone, in other words, I'm looking to see if someone has simplified my newfound problem. And this sounds like what I am after, although we don't iterate, we only visit. So this doesn't follow the strategy of how to operate on trees that we have. I'm guessing that they do trees similar to how we do, because it's a sane way of doing it, where you have the data in a flat collection and the tree is really just the layout. So if I can find the tree implementation, I'm guessing it's going to be that, right? Here's a tree. Default key and node data. So node data then contains the children, right? This is going to be, I don't know what a default key is for each node. Okay, the node data for each node. Okay. This is in that case what we in anathema parlance, if we're going to look at the tree, is the values. All right, we call it values, they call it data. It's weird that they call that nodes, because I would have thought that would be the layout. The children of each node, the indices in the outer vector corresponds to the position of the parent. What's the outer vector then? Function closes the compute the intrinsic size of leaf nodes. The parent of each node. So, okay, default key is, I've now come to understand that default key is where all the information for a node lives, right? So a node, its default key is what we call a key in anathema parlance, right? So the tree values, in the layout, we have nodes, and a node has a value ID. And what we call a value ID, they call a default key. And if we go to a value ID, it's just a type alias for a key, right? So they just call a key default key. Okay. And a slot map is probably just what we call a slab then. There's a lot of similarities here. Let's have a quick look at the slot map. No, this comes from another crate. All right. But yes, it's what we call a slab. Oh, bollocks. I wasn't done. Get out of here, symbol. A secondary map is something that grows to, why am I saying this? This means that this key here is used to look up a value. So inserting into a slot map gives you a default key back. Come on, GitHub. I didn't even push that many buttons. Okay. Inserting into a slot map gives you a default key out. It's not something that you specify beforehand. And that's how you get hold of a default key. You insert something. And the secondary map, you insert with a key. In the slot map, you insert, you get a key out. A secondary map, you just insert with a key. And if there is distance between the last key and the new key you're inserting, there are empty spaces. The secondary map is going to fill up all these spaces unless it's a sparse map, right? So if you insert key 0, or if you insert the first one, you're going to get key 0. You insert 4 more values, and then you insert another value. Now you get key 6. So if you first insert 0 here, but you don't have anything for the other 4, and then you insert 6, that means that there are 4 values between 0 and 6, right? How does that work? Anyway, math, I'm sorry. It's just going to fill up those spaces. It's going to do inserts for all those values then, right? That's how the secondary map works. So then we have another slot map for children. So this children vec containing a node, I'm going to guess that the node ID is an alias to default key. And a children vec just wraps a vec, yeah. It's just for, yeah. In the indexes or in the outer vector correspond. That must refer to nodes as the outer, but that is not right. So you end up with. So I wonder where these keys come from then. So we insert some children here for a gift. Oh, right. So it's. But why is that not a secondary map then? All right. So in that case, I reckon if we look at node data, we're going to find children being a default key. Let's have a look at node data. If children is listed on here, it is not. Mistaken. I am. Yes. So the cache might actually be relevant to us in that it might do what we're thinking about. Well, I don't know. That wasn't very understandable. I'm sorry. So we just, well, I mean, it might be, but it didn't. I was expecting something. It wasn't there. Okay, so this is really confusing. Who has the children then? So if the node data doesn't store the children, unless they do something absolutely insane and do an insert of these two at the same time, so they insert an empty children back here, they could do that. This is one of those things I wonder, did anyone benchmark this? Did anyone benchmark to confirm that this is like the way to go? So we're going to end up with a key for the node, for the data, and a key for the children. So there should be a value that stores this key for the data and this key for the children and this key for the parent. All of this in one unit that we can observe, right? So that's just, it's just a list of lists, right? So this makes this tree basically very flat, okay? This is taking things one step further than I did, right? I said values are flat and the tree is the layout. Hello, Prevan, how you doing, buddy? I said values are flat and then we have just the layout being these things, the nodes are just contain the relationships, right? But they're kind of doing this one step further. There is no hierarchy here, right? The hierarchy is described only through flat collections, right? How about me? I'm exploring and drinking tea, and I'm now getting a blister on my tongue for some reason. But right, it's a good evening, isn't it? You're blasting Eminem. That's decent, I suppose. What am I blasting here? Nothing. What should we listen to? Under Grass and Clover. Whoops. That's what I'm going to listen to. That might wake me up a little, okay? Let's listen to On the Grass and Clover by Children of Bodom. Not writing Rust. Well, you know, you gotta do what makes you happy. Okay. So this is really interesting. This is sort of one step further than I would have thought of. So they have the layout mode configuration. What does this mean? That's interesting. Whether to round layout values. Okay, that's odd that it's there. I mean, it's not odd. They probably have reasons. To me, I don't know why it's there. But Go is a better option. I mean, you gotta do what makes sense for the business, right? Or you just go in there and beat up the biggest guy with a chair and establish dominance. But maybe not that. What a tune. The parents of each node, the indices of the outer vector. So the outer vector must be... Actually, don't know. What is a node context? Maybe node context. No, it's an enum. That does not contain anything. Oh man, but this is pretty good. I kind of like what I'm looking at. I have no idea if this image has anything to do with like pictures or if it's images like Docker images or whatever, right? Joining the Flat Tree Society, very good, Noctua. But I kind of like this. Does this make sense to you guys? Do you feel like this makes sense? I do, but I feel like we're missing some information. We're missing what is linking this to, right? Where do we join all these keys? So this thing is, yeah, this is kind of like our node walkers then. There doesn't seem to be an impl block for the tree. Unless they have committed a crime and put the impl block somewhere else. So I want to find taffy tree. Okay, so this is for the tree, but that's not the insertion though. Oh, they've done a print tree. This is brilliant. They've done a print tree. Again, we're doing a lot of this stuff with the visitors. We have debug printers that you push into the tree instead. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything that is a node. There seem to be a lot of node IDs, but it doesn't show where they're connected. I'm looking for the insert into the tree. Okay, here we go. It's so weird to read this. I mean, I get it makes sense, but it's so weird to read this on the tree. Here we go. No, they really do that. Damn. So if you fail at your bookkeeping, this is gonna get skewed? That's crazy. That is bananas. I mean, it isn't, but it is. Damn. This is like, do you see what's happening? They insert values at the same time. So it's a little bit like doing, does this compile? Like, I'm in the wrong project, right? No, I wasn't done yet. Imagine that you did the tree like this. Whoops. I tried to write struct and trait at the same time. And then you have like the nodes, which is a vec of something. And then you have children, which is a vec of use size, right? We're skipping the secondary map stuff here. So parents is a vec of option use size. And when we go to implement the tree, oh shit, I did the dumb thing again, right? Don't do that, right? Let's do the whole thing again, okay? There we go. Nodes will be an empty vec. All right, let's just do this. Children, parent, and then, whoops. And that's not even parent, it's parents, right? It's in plural. Okay, like 3x, okay? I hear that if you rename things to x, it's better somehow. So our insert is going to take a mutable reference itself, and it's going to return a key, okay? But the key is just going to be a use size, right? So our key will be a use size here. And this is why this is so weird, right? Okay, and then this is it now, okay? This is how it works. That's it, okay? If you mess anything up by adding or removing from any of these and you don't do it in parallel, and we just push a unit, right? That's how the tree works, right? That's so obviously they build up the tree and they can't modify this tree, right? They can't because they're vectors. No, they're not. They're not vectors. They are slot maps. Forget what I said. So it's a bit like if this was slabs, right? So if we go to remove a node, we have to do all three of them, right? If anything changes in this structure without changing all three of them, your entire tree is invalid, right? If we forget to remove the parents, next time we do an insert, this is gonna possibly point to some value that doesn't exist anymore, because the nodes might have a length of 5, but this will have a length of self.nodes.length minus 1. Right? But this isn't bad, right? Absolutely not. There's a beauty in this because we store everything on the nodes, but why bother? They just store everything flat. I would find the children for parent of index 4 in the children vec at index 4. Yes. You would find the children for the node 4 at index 4, right? So if I want to get this, says this returns the key when you want to get children. Now, they use a secondary map, so it's not quite that easy, but this will be, we're just going to return keys here, right? That is what we put in here. Yeah, it is. We're just going to change this to key. That would be self.children. Key. Right? If you want to get the parent, we might not have a parent, so that's an option of a key. Since the key is copy, we don't really care. No, it doesn't, Dotty. It's just interesting. They have made, well, it's kind of related to trees, right? They made everything flat. There is no hierarchy expressed in the data structs, right? Instead, the relationships between these are just lookups, and the lookups are fast. Doing a lookup in a vec isn't slow. It's pretty much the same speed as dereferencing a pointer, right? More or less. So this could all operate on the same key. The only thing that there is very little reason to get is an actual node. So we'd store values here as well, right? Let's say that our values are bytes, because who doesn't love bytes? In our case, it wouldn't be a byte, it would be a Boxstein widget. So we can associate values with this as well. Oh man, we're coming up on 11 hours now. All right, so guessing, if you know the ID for a node, then you're done, right? So we could just have a widget, have a node ID, which is a key, and now we know the entire layout of this widget. We know how to get the value for it, we know how to get the children, and if we get the children, we can get the values of the children, we can get the parent, and right? It's pretty good. Although the children thing is a little bit concerning. No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all. Anyway, but this kind of blew my mind because this is something I did early on, and I kind of just threw it away because the solution scared me. Right? It's scary because you make one mistake and your entire tree gets out of sync, and that might not be easy to check, right? You do, like, if we look at how removal in anathema is done, this is not without peril. We split the path into the parent and the index. So we know the siblings and everything, right? Layout contains the structure. So this is what they keep as something flat. We don't, right? We keep track of the data and the children itself, and they are just vector nodes, right? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove the node, So this is getting the children of the parent, and then we're removing this node. So when we pass in the path to this thing, we find the parent node. All right. We find the parent node, and then in the parent, we remove the child. Then we say that these values have been removed. So we're going to push that in there, right? Then we are getting the nodes, and we look at all the subsequent widgets from this point onwards. And we rewrite the widget path, right? Walking the tree would be slower than actual tree strike. Never mind. This I cannot answer. This is what I said earlier as well. I wonder if someone benchmarked this, because this is where things gets a little bit hairy. It seems like you could, like, just operating on vector indices is really fast, right? We created a test tree of like 3 million entries that had some depth. And I created large node paths into these. And I used them to traverse the tree. And it was really fast, like microsecond fast, to get to a widget in the tree, in a tree of millions of entries, of 3 million entries, 3 or 30 million entries. It's microseconds to get there. It was a non-issue. So the tree traversal through the node path is actually really fast. I didn't invent that. There was actually Ralph Levin who wrote about this. Well, I don't know if he invented it, but he wrote about it in one of his blog posts about Xylem. And I thought, this is genius. I'm going to borrow this, right? But yeah, I'm really interested in this thing. They don't do the layout the same way as we do. So I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. Okay, remove a specific node from the tree and drop it. Returns the ID of the node removed. So we're going to get a parent. So this is where we have to do bookkeeping, okay? So this is kind of weird that they do this, because I would have thought that they actually have the key for this. But maybe they don't. No, because they're doing this from the parent. If they would have used the node path, they would have had the keys. They wouldn't have to do this, right? But then they're paying the cost of the node path, right? So everything is a trade-off. It's really, I can't say whether this is faster or not. But this means iterating through every single child in the node and checking if it's equal to this thing or not. It doesn't stop at 1. So there should have been something like retain until, or maybe even a position and remove operation would have been faster than doing a retain. If we look at retain on a vector, retains only the elements specified by the predicate. In other words, remove all elements E for which FE returns false. This method operates in place, visiting each element directly once in the original order and preserves the order of the retained elements. But this is gonna touch on every single element in there. So it's not like it stops at 1, because there's no guarantee of uniques, but the children would be unique here, right? So yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about this so much. The thing is, these guys seem to have done something pretty impressive, and I don't understand why they're using retain here instead of not. And I just wonder, maybe they know what they're doing and this is good. You shouldn't do a position lookup and then a remove. That might be slower, right? No idea. We could do the benchmark ourselves, but let's not. So remove parent references to a node when removing that node, and then we do all the removes here, right? So yeah, this is not as bad when it comes to bookkeeping. But if you, this probably was only written once and then labeled "Don't touch it." Okay, it's not from complexity. I mean, this is arguably more complex, but more like if it's working, this will never stop working, right? What a dumb thing to say, but hopefully you know what I mean, right? So something needs to store the node ID, but I'm guessing the return on node ID when they do an insert, right? Yeah, so you're gonna get one back, and then whatever is used in this thing, right? But I do wonder about the layout now. I do so wonder about the layout. Okay, yeah. Oh, good grief. This is pretty good, but here they do the layout thing. Sorry. All right, do we have any tea left in this thing? I'm running on fumes here. We got some tea left. Not a lot, though. Mark dirty. Marks the layout computation of this node and its children as outdated. So this is good. This is kind of what we had, but this is sort of, again, they don't seem to care about position or painting or layout. It's just, it's dirty. But how can your tree contain a cycle? All right, I don't know. Mark dirty recursively. See, I don't get this, right? If you mark a widget as dirty, you're gonna mark all the children as dirty as well, right? I don't get this. So you get the nodes, the parents, and you can call Mark Dirty here. I'm gonna change my name to Mark Dirty. Actually, that would be terrible. Why would I do that? I don't get to the node. This is so frustrating. So node data, Mark Dirty. Okay, it is this. Okay. If it has a parent, whoa, 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 whoa. Did I say whoa? I meant whoa. Whoa? Isn't this marking everything as dirty? Oh man, help me out here. I'm being an idiot. That can't be. Look at the kid. He's got his ball of yarn. Fresh yarn. This is referring to all the nodes and parents. No, that's just that node. Hello, coding, how you going? That's not right. So
that's still just an ID. Okay, no, it just gives us all the nodes, right? But then we get the parent here. And why would you use get? Because you might be out of... Okay, I got it. I'm running on fumes here coding. I'm trying to figure out some things and I'm off on a wild goose chase. That's what I'm doing. What are you up to? Some night updates on some code? Hopefully not some production code that's gonna ruin your evening. Yeah, I'm doing a thing. I'm gonna try to stream as much as possible during October. Personal project? Fair enough. Your own shell? Nice. Sometimes you gotta come out of your shell. That was a shit joke. I should apologize if I had any decency. I don't. Okay, so parent get the node mark dirty. So, but this is gonna mark the parent as dirty. So it's not marking the children as dirty then. It just marks the... Okay, this makes sense, right? It's so useful to look at this, right? Because I've never built a UI library before, and when I recognize something in a large project that makes sense, it makes me happy because it kind of implies that I'm heading in the right direction. All right. So this one's gonna start with the node and then walk up the tree to the parent and mark the parent as dirty. And instead, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Although they are gonna end up laying out everything doing this. There is no... I don't know how they will deal with a large widget in that case that has lots of values in terms of layout. It seems like they cleared the cache, and I'm guessing clearing the cache means you have to reflow the layout, right? I think that if it's clearing the cache indicates the children. Yeah. So it has to recompute the layout. I'm guessing this. They have to recompute the layout when something is dirty. And I'm guessing that marking it as dirty comes as a result of a signal triggering, right? Meaning you change a value or something. So you're going to go through the tree, mark the path as dirty. And this is what, in this conversation, we call the worker. The locator locates the dirty one, and then the walker will walk the remainder of the tree and process using the processor, right? Yeah. So this is it, right? So somewhere, I'm guessing measure is gonna be sort of akin to a constraints. They don't have the same layout model, all right? So that's fine. Oh man, this is starting to make sense now. I just wish that I just hope that we run into something that is just gonna clear this up. That's just gonna be like, okay, we're doing this. And like something that is better than what we're doing. Right? Not, okay, you're already doing this. I don't want that. I want something that is better than what we're doing, right? Okay, so let's have a look. Ooh, interesting. Okay, we're gonna have to look through this then. Available space. I'm guessing that's a constraint. Styles.
Wait, where's the actual computation? Help? Oh, hang on. If style is block. Okay. I don't understand this. Again, different layouts. Oh, man. Wait, what is this thing doing? I don't see where it's actually changing anything. It creates all these things, but where is there something like a self layout or no, it's not. It's a tree. Okay, I need to look for tree, not self. Oh man, I'm getting quite into that song now. I know it ended. Okay, perform child layout. Okay, maybe. What is the root in this case? Is the root a node ID? Yeah, it is. Okay. Recursively compute the layout, so it's always gonna do this. Maybe this... Alright, we're gonna be very careful with what we say here. I'm saying maybe, okay? Maybe this isn't faster than what we have. Okay? I'm very careful with saying anything else, okay? But they're doing a layout on the whole thing. Okay, let's follow this. Well, that's useful. The perform child layout is calling compute child layout. I'm sure they have reasons for it, but it's a private function. A full layout, is there such a thing as a partial layout? Oh, this is a trait. Okay. Okay. Fiddlesticks. There is a partial tree layout. I am Yusuf. I am looking at what other people are doing. This is quite encouraging because I recognize a lot of the code and how we've solved problems. I'm also hoping to get inspired or see something that kind of clicks how this could work. I don't think it is Doddy. If you remember, maybe you don't, but I made an example with 314,000 widgets. It is not cheap to calculate the size of 314,000 widgets, no matter what people say. Okay. It is not. So you calculate the layout for that once, and then all you do is adjust position and paint, right? That makes sense. Once you have the sizes, it's fast to operate on things, but calculating the sizes, no. This thing stinks. Anyway, but this is a trait. Partial tree layout. So the perform child layout. So this is implemented for the tree. So we're looking for the layout partial tree extension implemented for the tree.
No. That's not even what I copied. Why are you doing this to me, Hans? What? Where is that implementation? If it's not in compute, then maybe it's in Taffy Tree. Damn. Maybe I'm reaching the end of what we can actually achieve by using GitHub. Okay, let's look for this in the tree. No compute tree. There we go. Okay, there it was. That's for a view. Oh, but here's the thing. Maybe maybe this is not that. Is this the tree? It is the tree. So this one returns an impl of a layout partial tree. So that's the view. Okay. Where's the taffy view? A view over the tree that holds the tree itself along with references to context and implements layout tree. This allows the context to be stored outside of the tree struct, which makes the lifetimes of the context more flexible. All right. Hello, Xavier. Welcome to Discord, Xavier. Okay, so here's the tree. So this thing has to have this implemented, right? And we're looking for the extension here. Oh, but it's not there. Damn. Where is that? Where is the actual layout? Well, okay, compute child layout. If run mode is perform hidden layout, then okay, get out of there. Then this indicates that the ancestor node is display none, and there's that we should lay this node using hidden layout regardless of its display style. Right. So this is akin to display exclude, hide, and show in anathema. Okay, we run the following wrapped in compute cache layout, which would check the cache for an entry matching the node and inputs and return the entry if it exists. This kind of gets us to the notion of caching the data, or like caching the constraint and the size, right? Else call the pass closure below to compute the result. So there, oh my God, this looks so familiar, right? In a good way. And I have never read this code before. I mean, we don't even do the same layout, right? But I'm just saying, this just looks pleasantly familiar. So this will... So if they clear the cache, otherwise this will just return the size, right? So let's have a look at this. And then we're looking at the display. Compute block layout. This is it, right? But the closure... Oh no, this is the closure. That means that after this curly bracket, there is code.
but there isn't. If wait, we run the following wrapped in compute cache layout, which would check the cache for an entry. Does it though? I'm looking at the wrong thing. See, I don't see the end of this thing, right? It's gonna be this. But I don't see the node lookup. It is using the node here, but there's no check whether it's empty or not. Where is that happening? Oh no, oh my god, you idiot. It's compute cache layout that does this. Okay, get on with it. This. So we're first gonna look at this thing. Where does the known dimensions and stuff, where does this come from? From inputs. Yeah, eGUI is immediate mode, right? It doesn't compare to what we're doing. We're doing retain mode. So eGUI, you will just recalculate. It's not fully retained mode. It's like a mixture, right? It's a lot of optimizations from what I understand, from what I've heard, right? But in the notion of intermediate mode is that you basically, if you want to hide something, you just remove that widget. That's how you hide it. You just exclude it from the tree. Whereas in retain mode, we retain the entire widget tree. Once we build it up, we kind of just hang on to it, right? So there are different ways of doing things. So here's the cached entry, right? And we're gonna call this compute cached function here if we don't have this. Yeah, this kind of makes sense. And then we're gonna insert this into the cache. I mean, this is all right, but they, from what I'm reading here, they can't. Is there an example of this code? Can we run something here? Because I don't see how this thing is gonna be able to handle 314,000 as the example goes. If they do the layout of that. But I'm pretty sure they can, right? There are no examples. There are examples. Here we go. Custom tree back. Where's the main function? Here we go. Yeah. All right, there was no like list tree vac maybe. All right, if there's anything in here that where we can see, oh, maybe I looked at this already. I just wondered if there was a way we could see some kind of collection. I'm not going to go for grid because grid requires like at least 2 passes to calculate. Here we go. Let's try this. Let's run the flexbox gap. Let's copy this.
There's a lot to get here. So come on. You can do it. There you go. There's not that many dependencies for this. You gotta swash, man. You gotta swash. I don't know what swash is, but you gotta swash. Swash. Oh, you call piece. It doesn't show the... This doesn't render anything. I shouldn't be looking at this. I should be looking at Dioxys, right? Oh man, what a thicko I am. Okay. Hello, Ethan Pancreas. Right now, I'm trying to just function. I'm not doing a good job. I'm looking at how other UI libraries are solving a problem that I am struggling with, which has to do with layouts and partial layouts. What's a full stack? Hello world. Well, that was useful. Is Dioxys using the browser? I thought it was just desktop. Aleptos is purely WASM, right? I thought Dioxys was also the desktop, right? And not as a browser, but as an actual native or whatever you call it. The word has kind of lost its meaning a bit. Yeah, maybe it's all web, right? Oh, bollocks. I thought that this was also desktop. No, Qt. Yes, so I want something that behaves like Qt, but I don't think this is it. I think this just does a web browser, like Electron-like thing, right? Built for web, desktop, and mobile with a single code base, zero config, integrate hot reloading, signals-based state management, add back and forth with server functions. Yeah, I should have figured this out. ¿Qué es eso? Oh yeah, no, this is not what I want. All right. FLTK. Let's have a look. So what is this thing? It's Rust bindings. Okay, so this is not gonna do layout that way. Well, like there are a few things, but I mean, we looked at Floem, for instance. This one is Xylem is probably in here somewhere. Iced is built on top of like GTK and the likes. Bindings. Bindings to what? Derim GUI. Cas. All right, so this one already talks about like 100,000 widgets, so I don't know what to think. No, web GPU, right? That's probably like WGPU, right? Not web GPU, right? I mean, web GPU is the technology and WGPU is the implementation, right? Yeah. Hello, Ahmed. How you doing? I don't know what. Okay, let's have a look at this thing, right? Let's see if this thing does anything. Okay, it's a lib file. So I'm guessing not a lot then. Okay, so that's it. I don't think so, Doddy, because you're solving different problems there. There it's about repainting damaged regions, right? And maybe somewhat, but I don't think so. I might be wrong though. Where's the rest of the code? All right, let's have a look at the cargo toml file then. So if this is not a workspace, where's the layout? Maybe this isn't a layout. Do they have examples, right? Where's the hello world of this thing? Calculator. Okay. Macros, come on. Come on. I mean, it's cool and all, right? But it doesn't tell me what does the layout here. Like, I'm too tired to care about that. MakePad is pretty cool. Like, this is really cool. I don't know what they do in terms of layouts, though. Yeah, I don't know. How's this thing doing, right? I have not seen E-frame. Is this... Yeah, it's not in here. We can have a look at E-frame. GUI app library. That doesn't mean a lot. So we're kind of looking for things that are possibly gonna help when it comes to understanding some of these things, right? What I'm looking for, sorry, I'm incredibly tired. What I'm looking for is some kind of understanding of how we can handle large quantities of widgets and partial redraws. And right now my strategy is very much pushing things into a tree, whereas there is an alternative to rewriting the tree to act more like what Taffy is doing, where the tree is pretty flat. It doesn't have a nested structure. Well, it does, but it doesn't. It only nests one level. In terms of data, in terms of the tree itself, the representation would nest as far as you want to go, right? Let's have a look at something called layout or servers. This immediately makes me like, no, honestly, I'm out. Graphics, nothing about layouts, nothing about UI layouts. As a UI, let's have a look. It's, okay. PyUI flags. What is this? GUI set Python GUI? What the frick? Yeah, I'm gonna check out E-frame, but if for some reason E-frame sounds a lot like an immediate mode. Yeah, eGUI framework. So this is built on top of eGUI.
So this is gonna be doing, so it's kind of an intermediate mode, immediate mode. Oh my God, words, sorry, language struggles, right? So it's an immediate mode UI. And even though they do smart things, I think the principle is still the same. What you're doing is you're rebuilding the interface for every frame. So you're optimizing around that. So for instance, if you're scrolling a collection if you're like scrolling a collection in some kind of overflow list, then you're calculating the layout based on what you're placing on screen, and then you can possibly destroy the entire tree for your next frame. Now you wouldn't free the memory and waste memory or anything of the sort, right? But the mentality is you draw a frame, you rebuild the tree again for the next frame. Obviously, we don't do that, but that's kind of the mentality of immediate mode, right? Whereas in retain mode, we build the tree and then we keep modifying the tree as we re-render, hopefully, only what has changed in the tree, but changing something in the tree can cause change to propagate throughout. So changing the size of a child might reflect on all the other widgets, right? It might change the size on all the other widgets, right? So this is more of an issue that you have to deal with in retained mode, which is kind of what we're doing, right? It's not kind of what we're doing. It is what we're doing. I don't know why I say it. It's kind of what we're doing, right? But then again, it's kind of late and I'm a little bit floopy. It doesn't quite like that. So the idea of immediate mode is to rebuild the frame every time, right? For instance, Ratatouille does this. Ratatouille will build you describe how to build the frame with a function, and it will run that function for every frame, right? And I think eGUI is somewhat similar, but I think eGUI does a lot of optimizations around that. And this, my knowledge on eGUI is very, very spotty, to say the least. It's pretty much non-existent. I just know the difference between an immediate mode and a retained mode. Hello, Hirunichi. How you doing? All right, so this thing doesn't seem to do an awful lot. I don't see anything in terms of layout here. Hello, peoples. How you doing? There's nothing here about... I'm going to lower the volume a bit. Nothing here about... There's like a lot of runtime things, like timers and what have you, but layout-wise, I don't see anything. I don't see any widgets or anything here. A file map in... Oh, that's because this is all done in HTML. Okay, then blah. Right, blah. All right, let's have a look. It says GUI bindings. I don't know what that means, so we're going to have a look, right? Slint. Not really. It's about... brain. I'm looking for not an amazing UI framework. I'm looking for how UI framework. I'm looking for tangible, useful information. A path I can follow to see how other UI libraries have solved a particular problem that I'm facing, which is the ergonomics of the code that updates the tree. That's what I'm looking for. So that's why I'm looking at all these other ones, right? Natively, we're using the libUI and the UAssist binding. All right, so far this sounds pretty good. This sounds good, right? Why does this only have 122 stars? Interesting. Can we see the layout then? Inputs, basic, show us the hello world. All right, vertical box, which I guess is what we call a VStack. Hello, Bytekeeper. Oh, good grief, no. I have to go and work out and deal with life and go to Sunday dinner. I'm streaming again after though, right? But I don't want to leave the stream. I mean, should I leave the stream running as I go to bed? Should I just leave the stream running and we leave the game open? Just, I'm obviously not going to do that, right? But, you know. then the answer is going to be no in the coding. If it's not code I'm familiar with or I have an easy time reading, then I'm going to spend a lot of brain cycles trying to understand what the meaning of the code to be able to decipher how it works, right? Real life happens, Bytekeeper. But you know what? Did you know that up here, right, there's a number, and if this numbers go up, right, if this number goes up in the next 19 days, then my child is going to color my hair and paint my face with her idea of a Halloween look. And I have to wear that the whole day. And she's going to do this live on stream. So it's going to be an exciting Halloween for me. She's going to go to school, she's going to come home, and then she's going to paint my face and color my hair live on stream if we reach that goal. UI init, expect continuous size UI library, window, vertical box, sep. Okay, so here we actually have, something. Why are you cloning the UI? What is the UI? I wish I knew. Hello, cat peasant buddy. How you doing? Hello.
Meow.
Peasant. How are you? Do you know what I think? Oh man. Let's hear what you think. I'm putting my headphones on so I can hear what you think. Talk to me. Talk to me, kitty. Tell me what's up. Oh. Did you? Thank you so much, cat peasant. Did you recognize that? Did you recognize the alert? I spent this morning adding 40 alerts to the stream. Oh. Thank you so much, cat peasant. I really appreciate that. That is really kind of you. So unfortunately, Twitch doesn't quite work. So it just says thank you for gift to user. It doesn't play 10 alerts. It would have been nice if it did play 10 alerts, right? Thank you so much, cat peasant. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. All right. Oh my god, we're at 68 now. Oh, bonus, right? Bonus. This is great. I think I have to restart the camera. It might be a bit of a lag here. Let's do a USB reset, and we're gonna reset 10:03. That's 10:03. Yeah, that should fix that, right? Taffy was of no use to us. It wasn't the kind of taffy we were looking for, right? RF dash RF, right? Oh, beautiful, thank you. Thank you for subbing. Subs, my dear Watson. Thank you so much. Although you seem to have played 2 of them there. That's very nice. It is a funny internet number. Thank you so much for that, cat peasant. I hope the nostalgia brings you some joy tonight. Oh my god, thank you so much, Bytekeeper. That's really nice. Thank you. Maybe I should fix the volume a little bit. Oh, what happened there? A hype train started. Okay, wow. Sorry, I'm new to streaming. Why is this not? Oh, I muted this thing. All right, keep the sound there quite low then. GDQ, I think you're in the wrong stream. Games done quick, right? Isn't that it? How you doing, Hep? Thank you so much for that compliment. It's kind of you. I think you know how to structure your update thingy if you actually use the library and make a demo app. I don't understand that. I don't know what to make of that comment. Man, we're hitting a hype train. I'm almost 12 hours in, man. This is insane. Thank you, Bytekeeper. Thank you again, Cat Peasant. How wonderful. Oh my god, we reached 70 already. Shit. I think 2 people tried to give to 69 saying that, you know what? There's going to be 169 at some point. No rush to get there, okay? I love the support. I'm also not entirely bothered if we don't reach the goal because it means that my child is not going to paint my face. Thank you, Cat Peasant. Thank you for the gigantify. Well, we're never gonna do that though, right? And not that either. That's way too large a number for my tiny little stream though, right? Now it's like it's the first time I do a sub goal, and I've been streaming for like 4 years. You know, I've taken breaks in between, sleep and all that, but you know, boo. Let her do it anyway, be fun for us. And nice, it would be fun for you and her, but it wouldn't be fun for me. So the incentive is here for me, right? I gotta pay for her costume and fun, right? It's gonna have to be a sub goal, right? No, it's not gonna be fun for me. It's gonna be really painful. She's gonna turn my hair into Brillo pads, and she said Kitty and Shrek. And I don't know if there's two separate choices she's gonna make or if that's part of the same makeup. And she obviously hasn't settled on anything. So I have no idea. I have no idea what's to come of it, but I'm gonna have to buy any exactly. Why not both, right? So I'm gonna have to buy a. Now, please don't miss the Halloween stream, right? Especially not if we reach the goal. So we're gonna do probably TUI toggle, which is a different kind of stream, which I did earlier today. Let me see if I have that link somewhere, if anyone is inclined to bore themselves with this thing. Where's my content tab? There you are. There we go. 3 hours of bullshit. All right. So this is basically well, I mean, I can show you this thing. This is the format that we're doing, right? Which is no, I don't want that. Go away, right? Which is this, right? We're doing this. I don't know why that flower pot was so far away there, but we're doing this thing. People ask questions. And I will talk about it and address the questions and any kind of conversation topics that people want to talk about, right? And it's going to be me and my kid doing it on Halloween. She's going to be wearing her whatever Halloween outfit she has. I am going to receive mine if we reach the goal. If we don't reach the goal, then I'm okay with that. And she will be okay with that too, okay? She will be disappointed, but she'll get over it. So don't feel no guilt, right? Don't feel any guilt. Busy doing A-star. So yes, thank you so much for the hype train. I won't be okay. Well, I'm hoping that all your wishes will come true. All right. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it, Twitch. I'm doing it in another window. I don't want to open it now. Can I pin this? No. Only visible to you. I think we all know that's a fabrication of the truth, right? Okay, so yeah, we were looking at this thing. Can we maybe run this thing, right? Let's look at libui rs. Okay, so we have this vertical UI, but this is just pushing strings. This is not pushing multiple elements into the UI. I don't see anything about scrolling either. So maybe we can get... noises. Raylib RS. No, that has nothing to do with layouts, right? I'm not looking for a backend. I'm looking for the layout, right? So the backend, I'm looking more for Taffy and less for WGPU kind of thing, right? I heard that Raylib is written in C, winter coding. Don't you know that if you write C, your head's gonna fall off, right? It's a crime. There's so many scary things if you write C. Even the government maintenance says no tractor pilots here. Okay, what is this thing doing? Are there any for loops here? There are no for loops. They're not really building it out, but I don't see where the actual. So we're gonna go and find the vertical layout in here now. Is it under controls? Layout? Stretchy. Maybe it's all in UI sys then, right? No, here's the vertical box. And then it's a freaking macro. Thanks a lot. I have nothing against C. I'm just nonsensing on you. It's all tickety-boo, man. The unfortunate thing about Rust is that some things just aren't mature enough. No, but that's why you're right. That's why we're building them, right? They will not become mature if we don't build them. Okay, so this is a UI bot. Unsafe? Come on, mate. Oh, rubbish. Okay, show me the layout. It's not in here, is it? No, it's not in here. You fiddlestick. Okay, but you know what? This might be in the UI sys crate. It might be here then. Oh, good grief. Okay, bye. It's really annoying to browse code with macros. I get it. If you're already invested in the code base, macros are great, right? We use lots of macros in Anathema. You have a lot of repetitive code that you can't solve with functions, then you can do it with macros. Things like implementations and such. Really makes the code more convenient. But you are hiding things. It's really easy to just browse the code. It's just very yeah, exactly. Hide my code. So it's really annoying to browse a code base that's using macros if you're not committed to the code base, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're kind of back here. They have a language and everything. What does their language look like? Who are these people? They have a language and everything. Vector design tool, eh? Was it WASM? Is this another WASM thing? Oh, is this the one that costs money? This sounds familiar now. Yeah, I think this is the one that's going to end up costing money. Yeah. Oh, I know what this one is. Yeah, okay, no. Actually, the thing about money might be wrong, but this kind of, when they announced this, people sort of went, well, should I use this instead of Slint? And I rolled my eyes at the questions because why not? But yeah, it's just, we're about to hit the 12-hour mark. Let's see if my head falls off. All right.
Are you guys ready? 10 seconds left. Whoa, what happens after 12 hours? I'm very excited to see what happens. Do you know what's going to happen? 2, 1. Oh, nothing. Okay. Q meta object. Realm, no. Qt widgets, no. Realm 4, no. Ren, I think. Oh, this is the thing. Not a fan of the WYSIWYG stuff. Maybe Rui. I think so. One of these are like the Rust bindings for Flutter, and it has Flutter there, right? Let's have a look at this thing. Rust for native business logic, Flutter for flexible, beautiful GUI. Yeah. So Anathema is inspired by Swift UI and Flutter. But there's no bindings to those things, right? So this is very like understandable to look at. I think I looked at this in the past. Let's have a look at some kind of layout thing here. Oh, lens fiddlesticks. We've been on for 12 hours, you say. 12 hours and 1 minute now. Okay. What about, okay, why is there a line but no other widget? What about views then? Come on, VStack. I'm there. Stack, here we go. Yeah. Where's the layout? Oh, bollocks. This is probably doing layout, just rebuilding the whole thing every time. All right. No, here's the layout. All right. That's F32. ¿Qué pasa? Ooh, no, my goodness. Is this going to be 2 massive match statements? Damn right it is. All right, put your Judge Judy hat away. Let's get on with it. View tuple max element. What? Can you have a maximum 128 elements in there? That can't be right. Layout fixed children. They never stood a chance. Stack item. I don't get this though. Oh, really? I don't know. Are you saying press dot or press angle bracket, dot angle bracket? We'll try a dot. Ooh, I actually didn't think I want that. But that's very cool. Thank you. I didn't know that. 1 dimension, child sizes, map X. Oh, so we lay out. Okay, so this has a maximum number of sizes of 128. That makes no sense. Why would you have that limit? And this thing is off to the races, I see. Can you just please don't do anything, GitHub. Just let me look at the code. There's going to be so much repetitive code in here. This is so strange. But this is some max size of 128, right? Is there 128? Of course there is. Booyah. All right. Ooh, okay. So there's a maximum 128 elements. So this is never going to do 314,000 elements then, in other words, right?
I don't get it. Why do that? And you're always doing this, right? Oh, and then you're building up another one. Come on, mate. Self.children.length, but aren't we looking at that already? Right? Why are we doing this calculation twice? Oh, you know what? One is for an F32. But then we're doing this again. I'm not criticizing this, not even a little bit, right? I just don't get it. This thing is strange, right? Surely 128 elements is not a lot. What if you want to do a grid of 20 by 20 checkboxes, right? Then you can't because you run out of space. We can look at your code if you want, Hilden. I can talk about your code instead of my own, right? I can try to make myself look good by pointing out the flaws of others, okay? It's a pretty good move. It means I didn't have to improve. It's just highlight other people's flaws instead. Right? I'm kidding, of course. I would never highlight anyone else's flaws. I got nothing. There was like a joke in there, but it died. I don't get this. I have no idea. So first of all, it seemed to... Is this marking it as dirty or querying? Oh, are they doing... No. Okay. Bye. Well, you know what? At least they released something. That's more than I can say. That's web. That's large. That's web. Tiny file dialogues. TK. Declarative UI framework. Okay. Now, everyone writes bad code now and then. Don't worry about that. Vdom. No Vdom for me. What do you... Okay. I was kind of thinking that this thing was going to do the layout then, but apparently not. I have no idea what this thing does then. Now, we unbanned Kappa. You can say Kappa now. Oh, the pizza was great. Man, Italian sausage, whatever that is, it was just the bee's knees. It was so good. All right. Forget that. Okay. No repo for Vizia. All right. We can get that from here. Apparently not. Dr. George Atkinson. Man, show me your diet. Coming soon. Oh, man. Make wife joke. Move on. And then the Xylem. I guess this is like one of the more respectable ones in here then. But this is like this is an experimental prototype thing. You shouldn't use this, really. Was it 3 years ago? Was it? I didn't even see that. Alright, before we start criticizing things, alright, 2 years ago since I did a release for this thing. 2 years ago. Sorry, 2 years ago. Alright. We're getting there, right? We're getting close to 0.2 and it's gonna just blow this thing out of the water. It's such a breaking change out of this world. Oh man, it's off the hook, my dudes. All right, Oh, someone put me to bed. Okay, so this is not doing the same thing. This is not. I don't think. I think this is just gonna explode my brain if I try to digest this now. I just opened the same thing twice. No. Yeah, here we go. Right. Let's have a look at the stacks here. Well, of course there is no stack then. Pros. If this is a text widget, I am inclined to say it's a little bit pretentious calling it pros. It's a bit funny, but yeah, we have to do some optimizations, right? It's gonna be amazing. Why not, Hilden? What do you mean by ergonomics in the context of updating your layout tree? Yeah, that's a weird phrase to use. I've never seen the word ergonomics used so much when it comes to programming as it does in the world of Rust, okay? But I guess that's because it's kind of relevant there, right? My neck feels like someone is stabbing it with 18 knitting needles and they're very angry with me. So the layout tree or the widget tree is not an overly complex data structure, but the process of making changes to, actually, hang on, let me see if I can organize my thoughts into something that's moderately coherent. No, it's just tired winter coding. So before my 12 hours of streaming, I was setting up like all the stream alerts. I was recording the bunny. I was setting up my sets, and there's a lot going on. So I've probably been working on streaming and stream related things for about 15 hours now. And I don't drink coffee. I mean, I drink tea, but, you know. Okay, so you save ergonomics in the context of updating the layout tree. So we have different kinds of widgets, and the widgets that are, hello Kathy, how you going? The widgets that are mostly affected by this are widgets with multiple children. These are the stacked widgets, right? Widgets that are laying out things in a horizontal or vertical orientation. One of these widgets is, for instance, the overflow widget. The overflow widget doesn't necessarily change size when you change the offset. It's just going to scroll the widgets inside of it and then repaint. However, because the overflow widget has an infinite amount of constraint space, right? It doesn't. There's obviously a physical limitation, but it's larger than anyone's monitor will ever be, right? So it has a very, very big constraint. So you can put a lot of widgets into the overflow. So in our example, I put 314,000 widgets into the overflow. And then I changed the offset. And it's slow. Because we have to lay out 314,000 widgets every time. Right? Now that's dumb. We don't want to do that. We just want to change the position. But instead of having this thing just changing position when you do that, because we don't control when positioning is called. What's the average frames per second? I don't know. That's something you can configure. I haven't maxed out FPS, right? No, it's still the first one, Itharak. It's still the same stream, right? I just changed cameras and where I'm sitting. How you do? Yeah, we've been going for a while. So when you when you want to make some changes, it doesn't make sense to always rebuild the tree. And some changes might not need any rebuilding, right? Let's say that let's disregard this beautiful drawing here, right? Let's say that you have 3 widgets, right? 1, 2, 3 inside some kind of vertical stack. And all you do is make a change to this widget, but you don't change the size. There is no reason to do any more layout work, right? If you change an X to a Y, there is like the actual character. There is no reason to reflow the entire layout, right? All we have to do is repaint this widget. So this is React is using a virtual DOM, right? Or it was when I was young. So you can't just rebuild the tree, it needs time to grow, right? Yeah. Why do you use Godot-Sprite instead of Godot-Sprite? No, this is A-Sprite because I paid for this, right? I have bought A-Sprite. So that's why I use it. I have bought A-Sprite 4 times. That's how much I like A-Sprite. I don't know what Magic Draw is, but all the same. So I just need something to doodle with, right? And this is what I have. So if this happens, then this thing doesn't change size, right? So what we can say is, given the same constraint, if you perform a layout, does your size change? If the answer is no, then stop the layout. If the answer is yes, then continue laying out from this point, which means all the widgets down has to be reflowed, right? Because they will change size. If they don't change size, they will change position. Right? Excalidraw has a bug in it that is way too annoying for me to use. This bug only happens in Firefox on Linux, possibly, but that's what I'm using, so, right. I can show you the bug if you guys are interested. I can spell once or twice. All right. If I want to select this square here, okay, I'm going to select the square, then the circle, then the diamond. Square, circle, diamond. Square, circle, diamond. Okay. Now we're going to do it like you do when you actually use this thing. Okay. So, square. Come on, diamond. Come on, diamond. I'm clicking. You can see that I'm clicking on the diamond, right? I'm clicking on the circle. Select, come on, almost, there you go, right? And then the square. Was it the square? The square, yeah, the square. Come on, click, 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 click. All right, click, 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 click. Okay. So every now and then, more frequently, every now and very little then. All right, so it just happened there, right? It doesn't actually select the thing because if you move 3 pixels, it doesn't select. You can move 1. You can move 2. Oh, that was 3. There you go, 2. But if you move 3 pixels or more, then it doesn't select. All right. I've reported this bug. All right. Classic. Yeah, I'm guessing Obsidian is an Electron app then, so that's built on top of the Chrome browser, right? So this is a Firefox issue. Yes, it's very intricate, really safe, because imagine again that we have 314,000 widgets and we want to change the text in one of these widgets. We want to change one character from A to B. We do not want to rebuild 314,000 widgets, okay? Yeah, but it looks like Krita is very close to Affinity Designer, so if I wanted to do something with that, right, it would be that, right? Now, I think we have the idea of what we're gonna do. All right, we have the idea what we're gonna do. We just have to get this. We just have to get this into the code base. So there are lots of different methods of doing this, right? And we need something. The issue with this is that we're now placing the burden on the widget implementation in deciding how to proceed, right? So for instance, if our widget in question is an alignment widget, right? An alignment widget is always going to operate on the same constraint. So we have the center, or we have our screen, and then we're going to create an alignment widget. An alignment widget will always fill all the available space, and then it will position the child inside accordingly. So if we have a child widget in there, up here, position top left, that's where it's going to be. Position bottom right, that's where it's going to be. It has no impact on this thing. So when it comes to reflowing the layout, if the widget that has changed is an alignment widget, then you don't need to propagate layout anymore. It can have no impact on the parents whatsoever. So you can have 314,000 alignment widgets if you so wish, and you make a change. Any change inside of here will have no impact. It will be super fast, right? Done, right? No need to reflow 314,000 widgets. If you have 314,000 alignment widgets inside a vertical stack and you change the size of the vertical stack, then yeah, you're going to have to reflow 314,000 alignment widgets. There is no way around that, right? But that's fine. That's a worst case scenario, right? The way I do this, Gluttonies, is I have my debug set up to work with my Vim implementation. So for instance, if I want to debug this attach function, I press leadership B, it starts the debugger. We can now look at what locals we have, right? We can step into this thing and see what we're actually building here. This is a box diorite, a trait object, very useful, okay? So that was a bad example, right? So this is how I do debugging, right? And this is done using GDB, which I understand you don't like. JetBrains products are fine. Here's a node. It didn't do anything. So yeah, I think this is just not, that's my answer. This doesn't seem to have a stack. It's probably gonna be in view something rather. Yeah, we're not gonna bother with it. Now, to each their own, I get you, Gluttonous. I've used Visual Studio in the past, not VS Code, Visual Studio. I used to do .NET development at one point, and the debugger is just great. Yeah, I have a really nice monitor, and I have not dug into what you can actually do with this monitor. Have you seen Lapsy? I've looked at these editors. I tried SED and it errored out on me, or it showed some dumbassery, and I threw it out immediately. I have not tried Lapsy myself. That's built with Floam, but I have seen Ekton use Lapsy. I looked at it and thought, nah. But I have obviously requirements that doesn't lend itself to GUI editors. For once, I do a lot of my work on a laptop over SSH to this computer. So a graphical editor is kind of meaningless for that. I know you have like code sharing and stuff, but I have other things going as well, right? So everything through SSH works fine, right? I don't like Helix either. And like editors don't interest me that much. I wanted to like Helix, but they don't have a good debug experience so far. It's probably going to become really good at some point, and I will probably swap to Helix when that happens. I'm still not super chuffed about their plugin architecture. I think it's pretty shit. And that's rude of me to say, but I think the reasoning I heard behind it was just uncool. Yeah, I've used JetBrains. I've used IntelliJ and PyCharm and whatever. Right, really nice tools. If you're okay with them being a bit sluggish compared to other things, then by all means they're really good, right? Yeah, I mean JetBrains isn't bad. It's pretty good stuff. There are different kinds of updates that may or may not require reflow. Exactly. Replacing an element with the same size does not need a reflow. It would, because we have no means of replacing. It would be a remove and an insert. And once you remove, you're going to reflow. And once you insert, you're going to reflow. But the gist of it is that, right? Fleet is written in Rust as well. So the question really that we're trying to answer here is, what is an ergonomic way of dealing with this, right? So if we go to default widgets and we look at the stack, actually we're going to look at the Manyflow here, right? So the issue here is that we would have to design the strategy for how this should work inside the widget. So this I seem to develop some kind of tick once I get too tired, right? My face don't feel right. So we have to specify this in the widget implementation. And this rubs me the wrong way a little bit, because the widget implementation is not specific to the Anathema core library. Anyone can implement their own set of widgets. They don't have to use what we include by default, right? There's nothing magical about this. If we look at the cargo tomo file, this is just including parts of Anathema that anyone can include, right? So if you wanted to write your own widget implementation, that's super easy, right? You're just going to register the widgets with a factory and you're done. You don't have to call this function. You don't have to use these widgets if you don't want to, right? All this is optional. So you can have your own version of alignment. Maybe you don't want alignment, right? Like there's a lot you can do. So it feels a little bit awkward that the rules for layout reflow, that burden is placed on the widget. It kind of feels a bit wonky, doesn't it? So for that reason, I'm a little bit reluctant to just go for this solution. It might be the right solution. I don't know, but I'm a little bit reluctant to kind of just go with it, right? So the widget needs to make itself spin. I don't think that's the case. Maybe provide a various base layouts kind of widget can use by aggregation. You see, that's a thought, right? So what I started sketching on here, before I went down the rabbit hole of looking at something else, how... so this was a demonstration of how Taffy works with its trees, right? and you just want to point your eye holes at this code here, which looks absolutely mental. The implication of this looks mental. Like, in other words, if you up your bookkeeping, the tree is completely like useless, invalid, right? I don't say that they are. I'm saying it's not something that I actually looked at for a hot minute or a second at least with anathema, but I decided not to do that. So we are looking at the worker, okay? Building up a worker for sending it into the tree to locate what it's going to change, to process to locate what it's going to change, start to walk the tree from that point, and to process what it finds, right? So that's kind of the idea. And if we build it like this, then we could give control to the walker or at widget level if we wanted to. So this would allow us to do that, Ithrak. So we could then create so the worker needs to be able to change as it flows through the tree, but we would be able to have like a propagation strategy that comes from a widget where we can say alignment widget has 0 propagation, the VStack has propagation, and so on and so forth, right? But it is a complicated process. That's an ecumenical matter. Would you like some tea, Father? No, thank you. Just a spot, then. No, thank you. I amuse myself. Okay. Man, I'm gonna be such a mess tomorrow. What do you guys want to do? Should we end the stream here? 12 and a half hours. And then I go and sleep, wake up, eat some brekkie, go and work out with the wife. That's not a euphemism. And then come back and start the stream again. And I just keep going until I have to leave. So we should be able to get a stream in. I'm going to try to stream every day until Halloween. Keep those joints moving, right? I think we'll do that, right? I am way too in the head right now to be able to do anything. Is there anyone watching this stream? Should we just not care about rating, right? Oh yeah, gluttony, right? I'm up way past my bedtime. I'm tired, I'm greasy, I'm sweaty. I've been live for 12 and a half hours. And before that, I worked for a couple of hours on stream stuff. So I've literally been streaming and doing stream later stuff for like 15 hours. So what we'll do, I'll be back in like 7 hours or whatever streaming. 7-8 hours maybe. Ugh, Blanky. I just crawl under you and sleep here instead, right? This lush light. Alright. Should we just turn all the lights off as well? That. It felt like a good stream, Doddy. It was really nice. I want to thank all of you who are still here for all the subs and the support. Maybe I was a little bit premature to turn the light off, right? I want to thank all of you for all the subs and all the support, right? It's been really good. Oh, Hilden, I can do all sorts. I've been sleeping already for 2 hours, right? Do I have time magics? Oh, yes. Hello, Lemon. Go clubbing. Do I look like I belong in a club? Okay. All right. I think we're just gonna end the stream here because I'm not functioning, right? 12 and a half hours. But it's been good. It's been beautiful. I don't know what kind of stream we're going to do as a bouncer. I couldn't even bounce a small child, right? I tried. She ran away. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, yes. Thank you all for the subs, the bits, and the everything, all the support. You guys have been great. It's been a good stream. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed these 12 and a half hours, and the pizza was really good. And I hope to catch all of you tomorrow, bright and early, when we continue this thing, right? Okay, take care, everyone. Bye for now. How do you turn this off?